Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, what do you mean?
Well, to say all the other planets are orbiting the sun, but we're not, and the sun, like you've got to. The reason the other planets are orbiting the sun is because the sun is literally massive, right? The Earth
Hmm.
is not. So why would we not be orbiting the sun?
Well, that's where my evidence comes in, though, because even though that in itself sounds like a reasonable argument, to actually satisfy the kinematic, he wants like a kinematic evidence that the heliocentric model that's exclusive to the heliocentric model. That's shows okay. So, given what you just said, you can take a look at the relationship between all the semi-major axes of the other planets and their periods,
Yep.
and you can simply apply Kepler's third law, and you can see that they share a relationship, showing that
Yep.
they are all orbiting the sun. You can then apply information you know about the Earth, given the 1 AU and the period, and you see that it has the exact it fits the same ratio,
Yeah.
showing that it has the same relationship with the sun as those other planets do.
Yeah.
That to me is exclusive evidence.
Yeah, I'd agree. And to say otherwise, like I said, would be massive special pleading.
Well, Jeremy told
Once
me I
you've
didn't have an
established the
argument.
rule, yeah, once you've established the rule as to why these other planets orbit the sun, then just claiming that rule doesn't apply to the Earth, which, like I said, special pleading.
What answer would you expect Jeremy to give you? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
true.
That's why I said good luck.
He's done it before.
Really? Wow.
I think so.
Jeremy, you're on fire.
I
Could be a
mean, I
Globe
will
one day.
say that Jeremy has been accused of being a Glober before because there are some things that he understands better than some of the other flat earthers, and when he tries to explain them, then he gets accused of being a flat earther, or sorry, a Glober.
Globe, yeah.
But
I mean, I give credit to anybody. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
well, I was gonna say, as a general rule, he's just gonna deny most everything.
Yeah, it's a pretty low bar to set to say, when given extremely good evidence to be convinced of something. That's a low bar.
Yeah, but I give credence to anybody who does that. Like if, especially if it goes against whatever their side is. It's like if you give evidence to something and they're at least honest about the evidence, then more can you ask for.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, low bar. Very low.
Fair enough. Well, okay, I was just making sure because sometimes you go crazy thinking it's not. But I mean, I feel like that's a fair satisfying response to
For what?
what's his request.
His question
Which
was,
is-
his question was exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Right.
That's what he was asking about.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was providing. I thought I was providing.
Yeah, if
I
the
didn't
planets,
hear
if
you
the other
provide
planets
that at
are,
all.
if the other planets are orbiting the sun, then it's just special pleading to say the Earth isn't.
That's an assumption as well. What we see in the sky is like the particular position of degree of where they're positioned. There's no validation that anything's orbiting any sun. They're all just like cars in a track moving in the sky on their particular routes.
We'll disagree, but it's on the assumption that Jeremy accepts that the other planets are orbiting the sun. And once you have that relationship, that the less massive objects orbit around the massive object, then it's special pleading to say the Earth doesn't.
All right. Well, it sounds like you're dealing with a series of assumptions there. So,
Oh, Kosho says there's a particular ratio in the orbits.
Yeah, that's Kepler's third law. Oh no, Kepler's second law, is it? Which is the one where it sweeps out an equal area per unit time or something?
That's the second law, but now I'm talking about the third one where you take the
radius,
major. Yeah, right. Yeah, you could. Yeah, so the ratio between the cube of the semi-major axis and the square of the period will be shared with everything orbiting that body, and so you can see that all the other planets share that ratio, and you can also see the Earth also shares that ratio. So, to me, that's case closed.
Yeah.
So my attempted evidence was that if you put a solar probe or satellite or whatever in orbit around the Earth, then it can see what rotates around the Earth because it's in its reference frame. Then you can put a probe or satellite in orbit around the sun, and you can see what rotates around its reference frame, and you can tell the difference there because we have
Except,
probes in both places.
oh, I see what you're saying. How about but the actual satellite? Yeah. See, because if you bring stuff like that in, that's cheating, right? Technically. Huh?
But the problem with that is obviously satellites aren't real. I mean, that's the obvious
Exactly.
example to that.
Yeah, but yes, the you do have exclusive evidence, right? Because if he accepts that the planets orbit around a massive object, it's the barycenter, right? The center of the orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the sun. That's what they orbit around. And that's it. If he accepts that general principle, the end.
Yeah, but I
Well,
feel like
I don't
that.
want to. I can't speak for anyone else, but I mean, yeah, that's using a bunch of assumptions.
Yeah, which is fine. I said if he accepts that the other planets are orbiting around the sun, and the reason is because the sun is massive, then yes.
Well, that's why I
Then
took.
it's only
Go
then
ahead.
and only then will Rufy sleep with him. Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes. With who, by the way? With Jeremy?
Yeah.
Jeremy's not my type.
Well, whoever you were talking about. So, and you want somebody to believe that there's planets rotating a sun?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yes. That's why we're still here, because you guys just reject all evidence.
No, sir. No. See, I'm here out of a genuine want to see my fellow man. I love you, Rufy. I don't even know you, never met you, never touched you, saw you. But I love you because you're a lot like me, right? You're human. And I don't want to see my fellow man that's a lot like me fall down the stairs with beliefs every day. You're better than that.
Okay.
Watch you kind of stumble and fumble and break your shins and believe in all this globe nonsense when you can't demonstrate that we live on a globe. And so it's frustrating because all I want to do is help you out. But you keep batting my hands away. It's like you're crossing the street, you're an old lady, right? And you really need help getting across the street. Someone comes up to help you and they're like, all right, let's go. And you're like, fuck you, I got this. And you still don't. And you're still having problems accepting that we don't live on a globe. Does that make sense?
Sure. Does that mean that you want to see curvature if it's there?
Want
No.
to. I don't know about want to, but I would have noticed it by now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So I've just tagged you in the chat. If you want to be able to measure drop, then do some geometry and answer that question. All right, I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, geometry. No, see, I got to have direct physical evidence, something that I can go look at, touch. So geometry is not going to be enough for me. I'm sorry. Maybe it is for you and your cronies to believe mere geometry, but I'd like to see real world stuff.
Math isn't reality.
Correct, but it does help describe reality.
Well, this is the same little trick that Jesse Gordon does. Gets up on top of a mountain, shoots a theodolite miles and miles away, claims he's measuring a tiny little angle, and Earth's a globe because of that.
Right. Extending the capability of the instrument by what, 1,000 times?
Yeah, and not including refraction, which he's not able to isolate or validate exactly how. We know that things waver and fluctuate, like as if you're underwater. There's a fluctuation.
Right.
So he's also using that to cherry pick a particular observation measurement.
Is he saying every, or are these folks saying every distortion is evidence of globe Earth? Every distortion between our eyes and the thing we're observing?
No, I don't think people are saying that. Have you
Oh,
heard
good.
anyone say
I really
that?
hope not. No, I'm asking. I really hope that y'all haven't gone that far. I'm glad.
Or glat, as they say.
Sure.
Anyway, back to what I posted. If you want to be able to measure drop, this is one way to do it.
All right. Well, since nobody's going to go do that, do you really think you're going to get much from that?
I've done it. And I'll happily do
Well,
it again if you make a prediction.
That's fine if you've done it, but that doesn't mean any of us are either going to do it or believe that you did it.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I've got video evidence of me doing it. Is that good enough for you?
Sure. I don't know. I'd have to see the video for sure
Oh,
to make
okay.
sure. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, listen, if you went out there and you did it and you got a little bit of video of it, it should be pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And that's cool. But I don't believe that you measured anything that reflects globe mathematics.
Okay, so that's the question posed in the image that I tagged you in. What
Okay.
would it look like if the Earth is curved, and what would it look like if the Earth is flat? If you can't answer that question, then you may have been looking at curve all along and just not noticed it, right?
Oh, right. Yes, because when I see flat and level from left to right, near to far, that means it's curved. Yes, you're right about that. I'm so
You
stupid.
have no idea what it looks like.
Correct, because we don't get to see that on our Earth. You're right.
No,
Good job.
You're looking at something. You're looking at the Earth and going, "Oh, I have no idea if that's curved or flat."
No, because I know
I'm
the
just gonna go
difference
flat.
between curved and flat, right?
Okay, so you can answer the question.
Yes, I can. You ready?
Okay, yeah.
I'd have to see a globe and measure on it to be able to make the discernment for the first answer. And the second answer is, what would it look like if it were flat? Like it looks right now. I'm looking out the window.
Okay,
Real
so,
flat.
Can you answer the question posed in the first paragraph?
I'm not looking, dude. I'm not looking at the chat right now. If you,
Okay,
but
I will read it to you.
Oh, good. Let's go.
Yes. If I'm standing on the top of a mountain that has an elevation of 1,000 meters, and I point a theodolite at a mountain that is 30,000 meters away, so 30 kilometers, that has an elevation of 1,200 meters, what vertical angle will I measure?
Right. So I'd have to go perform that first to make sure that math
No,
even
you
works
don't.
out.
No,
Yeah,
you
I do.
don't have to
Yeah, I
do it. You
do.
don't have to
Because see,
do
what
it.
you're doing is you're
You have to
proposing
make a
hypotheticals.
prediction.
What you're doing
Yes.
is proposing a hypothetical in reality. So to address that properly, whoever is listening would have to go out, do that themselves, then come back and tell you.
No.
Because you're the only one who has done it. You're the only one who has done it. So you're the only one who can talk about it.
I'm asking you, what would it look like? What angle would that be on a flat
Oh,
Earth?
no, I'm
And
not
what
there.
angle?
I don't
Okay, so you have no idea what curve looks like.
No, I do. I've
You
seen
have
balls.
no
You've
idea
seen,
what
you've
curve
seen
looks like.
balls. You've seen basketballs, pool balls, dude. Are those
Yeah.
not curved? Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Oh,
So where's
this
the
is a
curve in
way
the
to
real world?
measure drop.
Where's curve
This
that
is
looks like
here.
that in the real world? Where's that in the
Right.
real world? Where can we see the
by
curvature?
measuring drop.
No. See it. Where can I see it? Otherwise, it's not there, partner.
You see it through the theodolite. You measure an angle.
That's
and there
not
is
good
drop
enough,
there.
dude. You
Of
say
course
the
it's not.
curvature
Of
is
course it's not for
everywhere.
you.
You
Yes.
say it's everywhere, but we don't see it.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what would curvature look like? And you can't tell me. You can't
That's
answer
right.
this
I
question.
can't tell you because we don't live on a curved
Yeah.
surface. If
How
we
would you
did live
know?
on a curved
How
surface,
would
I
you
would
know?
be able. If I would be able to tell you if we did live on a curved surface, what a curved surface Earth would look like. Since we don't, I can't. How's that?
No, you don't know what it looks like because you can't answer this question. You've got no idea what the difference would
Your
be
question
if something
doesn't
is
corner
dropped
anybody,
or not.
dude. Your question does not corner anybody. It's irrelevant and forgotten about unless you post it again, and then we argue about it, and then it fucking gets forgotten about again.
Doesn't quarter anyone?
It doesn't corner anybody.
Corner,
You haven't.
okay.
It's not a gotcha. You don't have the gotcha.
You can't make a prediction for what we should see if the Earth's flat.
Correct.
How is
No. God damn it. Dude, it's flat. That's how we know it's flat because
how
we
do
don't
you
go
know
out
it's
and
flat?
measure curvature. You said this, brother. You said, what would it look like if it were flat? And I said, the way it looks right now.
What would it look like if it's a globe then?
No clue. It's not a globe, so I can't
So
test
you
it on a
cannot
globe, dude.
distinguish. You cannot distinguish between flat and globe.
Because we
You just
don't have a
agreed with
globe to test on, dude.
How
If
do
we
you
had a
know?
globe to test on, if we had a globe to
How
test
do
on,
you
like
know?
a separate Earth, right? If we had that as a globe, then we could test it. Then we could do that. Yeah, sure. But we don't live on a globe to be able to test.
For you to come to the conclusion that it's not a globe, you must have an idea of what a globe would look like. You
Right.
don't.
It doesn't
You
look like a
admit that you don't.
basketball or a baseball or a pool ball.
Okay.
It doesn't
What
look
would
like
that
that.
look like?
What
would
are you
it look
talking?
like?
Get a pool ball, idiot.
Okay,
Look at
so
a pool
what?
ball.
Left to right curvature? Things being
Yeah,
hidden
left to right
behind
and near
horizon?
far. And near
Yeah.
Yes.
I just posted a video showing 39 miles of curvature missing. So
Oh,
I mean,
Jesus.
the globe is just completely small, dude.
Okay, Clay, I've got a question for you.
If you
No
still
big deal,
think you're on
though.
a spinning board, and then you're deluded.
Clay,
Okay,
he's going to
Clay.
give you an irrelevant hypothetical that he thinks has
No,
got you.
I'm not going to give you an irrelevant hypothetical. Clay, did he plan that observation? Did he say on this day that the sun's going to be behind Crete?
Dude,
Clay?
I don't know. What I know is that you can see the mountain and the oil rig, which should be hidden behind a spherical border.
Okay, first of all, he didn't know the oil rig was going to be there, and we can't actually get a position for it, so it's not relevant to this observation. So my question to you was, did he plan this observation? The answer is yes,
Is
he
it
did.
of any significance when we know that 39 miles of curvature are missing? Is it?
Well, Clay, he's not seeing Crete. Okay, so question one is, did he plan the observation? Yes, he claimed he did. So question two, on the question two, on the 14th of May, what was the azimuth of the sunset? Question three, what is the azimuth of Crete? Answer those
Dude,
questions and then we'll talk.
there's nothing I can help you with, man.
No, this will be a self-debunk if you answer those questions. I'll even write the questions in the chat. Question one, did he plan for the sun to be setting behind Crete? Question two, what was the azimuth of the sunset on 14th of May 2023? Question three, what is the azimuth of Crete from the observer location? There you go. Answer those questions and you will debunk the video yourself. You guys are horrible at just fucking throwing bullshit at us that you haven't even looked at.
Taboo conspiracy is the worst of
Yeah.
all of them.
Yes.
Does that a lot.
In
And
fact,
what's
any
worse
flat
is
earther here.
what's worse is they all fall for it. Well, not all.
Yes.
Most of them
Yes.
fall for it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I fall for water being what it is. That's true, man.
Okay. Have you been looking into answering those questions, Clay? Or are you just going to throw it out there and then just ignore any rebuttals?
No, hey, obviously, you know what the full truth is, man. The full truth regarding my person right now is I do not care.
Of course you don't. You just want to throw bullshit at us and don't care if it's true.
Listen,
I understand.
I do not
I
care
understand.
because the Earth is not a spinning water ball.
Okay, so
Shooting
you
whatever
acknowledge that
a
you're not
void of
seeing
darkness. Dude, it's just so simple. I just obviously don't care.
Crete. Obviously. You
Yeah,
don't
that's
care
the
what's
truth.
true.
I don't care
Yeah.
about you, Ruth. What you think about the Earth
And you don't care what's
right
true.
now? Yeah, it's just the truth, man. I just don't
No,
care.
you don't care about truth. You don't care what's true.
No,
Obviously.
I care about truth, and the truth is
No,
very
you don't.
obvious that the Earth is not a spinning ball.
If you cared about what was true,
Dude,
you would try and
A
answer those questions.
a little kid can understand the properties of water, especially when it's a lot of water. It will never
Okay.
form into a ball, man. I don't know
Right.
what your weird dreams of a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball is, but it doesn't exist, man.
Okay. If you can't answer those questions, you don't care
You're
about truth.
deceived, Rufy. Rufy, you are unfortunately deceived. Even if we would go through a 2-hour discussion of objective reasoning, you will still be a glober. There is nothing I can help you with, man.
The projection is unbelievable in what you just said. Unbelievable.
If you think so, that's okay. It's also okay if you think the Earth is a spinning, tilted, wobbling space ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness, while every other answer about space is precisely answered regarding stars and planets and how they move and where they're positioned regarding your paradigm. If you believe all these cool stories, go on, man. Live your life in a dream world.
All right, my last words. If you care about what's true, you'll answer those questions. That's all I got. You can respond. You have last.
Because you have come up with something, some questions, I have the responsibility or the need to truly entertain them? No, thank you. I just simply don't care. That's the truth, man. I can not care about things. That's my right. And I obviously don't care about people that are lost in the sauce.
Cool.
I would care about you, like, personally, if there would be, like, I don't know, maybe something personally you want to talk about, something happening in your life or whatnot, right? But regarding this topic, Earth, I don't care, man. So don't get me wrong. I would care about you personally if there's anything you want to talk about, right? On a human level. But I personally, regarding this specific topic, I do not care. Just to clarify, right?
Yeah, cool. I hear that you don't care.
That's totally fine. You think the same way as I do, just from the opposite side, and that's the way how the world is, and I can live with that. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, it's just vain to believe that the Earth is a spinning wobbling tilted ball. And you think the same thing about me from the opposite side. It's just vain to think that the Earth is stable and motionless.
Okay, I care about what's true. I've said my bit.
And so do I.
Do you, Ruhif?
Yes.
Well, he does. He's been talking about the Earth not being a globe for years, so he's very interested in it. Apparently, it's what he cares about the most to spend his time. So he's got a deep care for Earth being a stationary plane. Obviously,
But on the other hand, if I would force myself now to go into entertaining the things Ruth said, I would be also lying to myself and to you, Ruth, because I really truly don't care. I don't want to spend my time or energy to do so.
Yeah,
Because I
me too.
certainly already know that there is nothing you can present to me that
I
will ever
understand that.
change my mind, And
Yes.
it probably is the same for you. And it is
No,
what it
I
is.
will be swayed. I will be swayed by evidence. And what you put forward is not evidence.
You know what
And
the
if you answer those
simplistic
questions,
evidence
you'll
for me
realize that.
was? Sorry, go on. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. If you answer those questions, you'll realize that the evidence you put forward is crap.
Yeah. You know what the most simplest let's say evidence for me is just the observation of water and how it behaves. That's it, man. Just water, and it's it. I personally do not back up the belief that water, when it comes to a proportion where you cannot observe it within the own limitations of you as a person, will start doing things that we normally do not observe it to do, which would be curving in huge amounts into a spherical ball. Do you understand my perspective of this typical simplistic thing we all deal with, we all consume every day, hopefully?
Yeah. You just take small bodies of water and assume that they are flat and then extend that flatness with no reason.
I take what in reality it's given, and also I take what the title of which of these things is. For example, the horizon, which comes from horizontal. Also sea level, which comes from a level horizontal line, which the
Your belief
ocean
in the
always will be viewed as, because it is never curving into a sphere. How many straight kilometers of flat horizontal horizons do we need to make it a sphere at the end of the day?
horizon's not flat at the end. Nor is it
Yeah.
at high level.
I mean, you can keep repeating this until both of us are in the grave. Okay.
Or we can look at the evidence. That's what we could do.
Yeah, the evidence is simple. A kid would understand it. I mean, if you would have never been indoctrinated by the current deception, you as a kid would never make this assumption of living on a spinning, moving, wobbling, tilted planet. You know, you would never go as far as that. You know.
Who did I tag? I tagged Sensei. That's right. I tagged Lat in the chat about 17 minutes ago about measuring a vertical angle to try and measure drop. Like, which part of that is indoctrination? Was I indoctrinated into geometry, or I don't understand.
No, you just choose to and you would say the same thing about me, but you just choose to pick what is preferable for your view of reality, and that's why you're still going to look at it as a globe.
I choose. Well, I don't think I'd use the word choose either, but I'm persuaded by the model that has the best evidence, and that's the globe. Simple.
Okay. And I think most of the globe evidence is full of inconsistencies, computer-generated images, and very, very weird and disgusting past chronicles of very weird people.
Okay.
You know, let alone the very fundamental foundation of the very ideas within the heliocentric model, and which people came up with it and their background. That's what I look at. So my standpoint is always this, right? If I have a house and its foundations show me that it's already rotting, I will not take a step in it. No matter how much white paint you put on it, no matter how much you're gonna cover all the rotting up, for someone who has discernment about that house, he will realize very fast that it's obviously
Right. Do you know what a genetic fallacy is?
no.
No. It's the assessment of a claim based on who it came from or its sort of origin. You're saying because these guys are Freemasons or whatever your claim is,
Didn't
that's
say
their
that.
claim. Yeah, whatever your claim is, right? But you're saying these people that came
Did
up
you
with
listen
this
to me?
Yes.
Okay.
He's looked at the background of the people that came up with it.
Yeah, but there's something
That's
to
genetic
that.
fallacy.
I mean, if the mafia came up with a new school curriculum, would you question it?
I would look at the curriculum and evaluate it. Same as if they came up with a claim about the shape of the earth, I would evaluate the evidence. Doesn't matter who came up with an argument.
Yeah, and when you evaluate it, you go out and look at the earth. There's not a consistent obscuring of objects in the distance that would be required if the earth was a sphere. So it's just debunked right on that alone. So you go out and check all of these Jesuit toxic psychos that came up with this idea, and you realize that the earth doesn't show sphericity. It's pretty clear.
Well, again, I've got a test for drop to measure drop, but no one wants to do it. No one wants to make a prediction for what I'll measure.
Yeah, and Ruth, you know why? Because it would be a waste of time.
Really? It would be a waste of time to measure drop. Wouldn't that solve this? This argument would be completely over if we measure drop, wouldn't it?
No.
No. Okay.
No, because you have people who want to accept a rotten, stinking foundation of something they think is the truth. They just want to overlook a certain amount of that rotting, stinking foundation. But if someone sells me a rotten pizza, and next time he says, no, next time I'm going to provide to you a really, really good pizza, okay? It's not going to be stinky or smelly or bad, and it's not going to have half of its size missing, okay? And he does the same again and again. At some point, I should use discernment and say, I'm going to stay away from it. Probably this guy or whoever makes the pizza is not really credible. And that's the problem I have with almost every space agency foundation, everything regarding the history of heliosorcerers.
Okay.
It just
You should
smells
evaluate
and
claims.
stings very badly. And if something smells and stings very badly, man, I'm gonna stay away from it. I'm not gonna even waste my time and listen once more if I've already heard 10 lies before.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I get that. I get that. Yeah. But you still should evaluate claims on their merits, right? Not by who made them. And to do otherwise is a genetic fallacy. But I do understand if you believe someone has lied to you constantly, then you're not going to listen. That's fine. But to say a claim is false because of who made it is a fallacy.
The thing is, the truth is always simple, right? Just as I talked about water, what we observe of it. Lies are always
Truth
need
is
to
not
be
always
covered
simple.
up. Lies need to be covered up, censored, mixed up, changed a lot of times, change the distance to the sun, change the distance to this planet, change the speed of this and change that, explain why this happens or why we have these errors, explain why it needs to be photoshopped or this and that. If it would be the truth indeed, you wouldn't have all this big mess of a soup of stinky bits in it.
Yeah, truth is not always simple. I think that's just false. There's no reason that truth has to be the simplest.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think truth is simple. It doesn't need to masquerade as something
right.
extremely um smart and perfect and wonderful. It's just straight out um easy to understand, like even for a little child, right? Especially for a little child, you know, the truth is easy to see.
Yes.
That's why they're gonna get the kids so young when it comes to space, because that's gonna frame them firmly. But still, for me at this point, it's not even that important anymore, right? When I'm at work or around people, I really don't think about the earth that much. And I think it's also not extremely necessary for loving thy neighbor, right? If someone want to talk about it, he can talk about it. If not, it's his right to not wanting to talk about it.
Sure. But you are in a server where that's a pretty big topic, right?
Yes, indeed, 100%. I'm just saying, I'm talking about my private life,
Yeah.
like in real life, like, I always see the same globers here and the same flat earthers, so it's just, a small fraction of everyone else on this plane.
Yeah.
But it's fun, it's entertaining.
It is.
It's wonderful. I think it would be a boring world if we all would always agree and have the same opinions,
Mhm.
the same conclusions. And I don't know everything. I might be wrong about many things, but that's okay. Gotta share, um, you know, gotta share what we don't know, so to say.
Nice one, Kojo. Truth is simple.
Ruhith, even though even you agree that there is some kind of controlling corruptive groups out there, whatever that may be to you, that are causing
Do I
problems?
think people have secret, like hidden agendas? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Right.
That
Do I think that
life
extends
is
to
being
like
made-
this deep state? No.
I'm saying that life is being made worse by certain governmental agencies and so on, and controlling agents, as it were.
We're going to disagree very strongly on the degree of this happening. Like I'm at the one end of the spectrum where where politics is a shit fight and it is corrupt, right? But overall, there are mediating forces, right? The other end of the spectrum is that there are these people pulling the strings, from behind the scenes. It doesn't matter who the president is, doesn't matter who's in control of Congress. That's the other end of the spectrum. I'm at first end.
All right. Well, wherever you're at on that spectrum, do you think that, just I'll use the word if for a moment, if the Earth's not a globe, then that would be a very important corruption. That would be like a foundational piece to the whole thing going on?
Yes, but obviously I think that's just impossible.
Well, obviously you don't think it's impossible because you've been discussing it. You've got a YouTube channel focused on it. So
Well, sorry.
I was saying to Chronic the other day, like, so if there was a guy who built airplanes, right? He builds airplanes, he flies them every day, absolute whatever. And there's a group called, Airplanes Don't Fly. He would never go talk to that group. I mean, maybe he would tap in for a second. Oh my God, people saying airplanes don't fly. But I mean, he's not going to like build a channel around it and come in every day and debate them. Like that would be absurd, right? So obviously you're not on the level of like thinking that this is this wrong, that the Earth isn't a globe. So that's obvious.
I have zero doubt about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so you're like the guy who builds airplanes, and you're going to talk to people who says airplanes can't fly, and you've just been at it for years. That's your mental state?
Yep.
Okay. Do you think that's healthy or?
Fine. I've literally discussed it with my therapist many times.
You have a therapist?
I do.
And you tell them that you're into discussing the Earth not being a globe?
Yeah, we talk about it occasionally, yes. Yeah.
What does he say?
He's seen some of my videos. He laughed at some of my videos. He watched the debate with refracted curvature and thought it was hilarious.
Is he the kind of therapist that gives you an analysis and feedback?
No, it's a side topic.
Okay, fair enough. And I'm just curious. I'm just curious about that because, I'd be curious what a therapist would say about that.
Oh,
I've told people akin to therapist, and everybody thinks it's weird.
Oh yeah, we talk about why I do it. Yes.
Which
That's
is,
reasonable.
Why do
Though.
you do it?
Okay. I love to argue. I love to learn new shit. It's often an outlet. So sometimes, like if I'm shitty at the kids or the wife or whatever, sometimes I'll come in here or not particularly in here, somewhere else, and be fairly aggressive. That's a good outlet.
That isn't. It's natural.
Yeah.
so you're having problems in your life and you want to go beat up on people you disagree with?
No, I don't beat up on them. I argue aggressively. It's better than yelling at the kids, right?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I have another question. What if these people that I know you probably use the term flat earther. What if no flat earthers agreed to talk with you? What would you do then? What if every single one of them just boycotted you? What would you do?
Yeah, I'd go back to genetics. I'm actually pondering that. There was a video yesterday by Gutsy Gibbon, and she basically went over my work from a few years ago. And yeah, like it's sort of piqued my interest in genetics again. So yeah, she got 60,000 subs, which is cool. Where's the? I'll tag in the video. 1 sec.
I mean, Ruhif, I'm sure you might be, maybe some of you are, but you guys are familiar with the amazing Randy?
Yes.
He's a magician. Any flat earthers aware of this guy? He's a magician, dude.
Oh, man,
Pretty big guy.
Say that again.
No, I was just seeing if the flat earthers, any flat earthers aware of this guy? Amazing Randy.
How do I tag you, Kosho? It's fucking impossible.
Yeah, you know, Discord's going to make us change our names pretty soon. But in the meantime, you can right click on. Yeah, so a lot of times if you're on your phone or something, you can just type in SHO, and my name pops up. But yeah, Discord's going to make us change our names. People who have kind of symbols in it and
Nice.
stuff. So
Nice. Anyway, Gio, that video, yeah, Gutsy Gibbon's got 60,000 subs. Yeah. That's a
Oh,
video
wow.
about me. It's about me, kind of.
That's funny. 80% chimpanzee, huh?
Yeah.
I thought we were more chimpanzee than that.
Yes, we are.
95 or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
98.
Yeah. Depends how you count it, but I use a
Yeah.
97% figure. Yeah.
We have to talk about that sometime. But the reason I brought up Amazing Randy is, you know, I do magic, at times. Anyway, I'm fond of Amazing Randy. But after his magic career, he was a magician for a long time, but he's since transformed his profession, basically. Like his focus is based on just defrauding, people who make these claims, like supernatural claims, basically. And I don't think that's unhealthy, because it makes sense why somebody like him would do that, because he spent his professional career before that, not necessarily lying to people, but presenting to people these same sort of supernatural tricks, but not under the guise that he was magic, like real magic. And Houdini did something very similar. Second?
Oh, so Randy was a champion, yeah.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he still is. I mean, I think he's still going. He might be dead now.
He died.
Yeah, okay. But he did reveal, a few big names.
Oh yeah, the
And he had a-
guy that claimed he could move the phone book pages. That was fucking fantastic.
Is that Yuri?
No, that was the spoon bender.
Yeah.
The guy that claimed to move the phone book pages using his mind, but he was just using his body to push the air. It's so good. I gotta find it now.
But he did that huge church that was doing the whole reading thing.
Here we go, James Heydrich. This is fucking fantastic.
I don't think that's unhealthy. I think that's they're so people, how they decide to spend their time. If they think something's wrong, like you said, the airplane pilot, if he's a pilot and he decides that there's, he's going to, talk to this group that believes planes don't fly, I don't think there's anything bizarre about that. Just depends on.
No, there are people that disagree on how airplanes fly, big time. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that Randy and Houdini, and there's kind of other people who followed a similar path, whereas like they were magicians and then they later became these debunkers.
Yeah, there's a similarity between flat earthers and globers, and the debunkers, right? Debunkers get a bit of a dopamine hit by figuring it out, right? Understanding it and figuring out where the problem is or the mistake was. In a similar sort of vein, flat earthers think, oh, they've figured it out, right? They've got the trick of the secret knowledge, right? So it's similar in that respect.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm not going to finish that sentence.
But yeah, I agree. Ruhiv knows we share the same similar motivation to some degree. Not so much. I mean, I won't necessarily admit that much about the arguing, although that might be true. But yeah, with the problem solving part of it,
Yeah.
that absolutely is. That's the most fun that I can get. Basically, that's the most fun
Yeah.
thing I can do.
Yeah, like when that Israel to Crete observation the other day came up, I was like, yeah, finally we've got something meaty to look at. Like it was more fun than arguing just about bullshit.
I'm just watching that now, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it's just so I don't have to watch it. What did he claim? He claimed someone saw it 700 miles or something.
616 miles from this place in Israel to the island of Crete. I've asked 3 questions of the flat earthers. Number 1, did he plan for the sun to be setting behind Crete? The answer to that is yes. Question 2, what was the azimuth of the sunset on the date, which is 14th of May? And question 3, what is the azimuth of Crete from the observer location? No flat earther has attempted to answer those questions yet. And I wonder why.
Before I try to, so what exactly was the observation that was made? It was a silhouetted creek?
Silhouetted 3 bumps.
Island.
Well, that's the question. 3 bumps silhouetted.
Well, then your question is fair, then I suppose.
Yeah. I think everyone knows that the reason I'm answering or asking those questions is because they know the answers aren't gonna work.
Is the position of the observer presented in the video?
Yep. I'll get the position anyway.
Time and date and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, time and date, sun calc, stellarium, blah blah blah. But then the question is, how do you get the azimuth to Crete? Do you use a globe? And if you use a globe, what is the azimuth?
Well, I mean, I suppose you could use the Walter Bisland's azimuthal grid system.
Yeah, azimuth. Yep. Yeah, you can do that. Still doesn't help though.
Yeah.
And also, how did you get the distance as well? So I normally don't care when people use Google Earth to measure distances or whatever, but when they're measuring azimuths like this, it's important.
This may not be interesting to anybody, but I think you can use the Haversine function to determine the azimuth.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but then you're assuming a globe, right?
That's true.
Carlos. Has Carlos worked out the azimuths of these of Crete and the sun? That's what I was doing. I was getting the observer location, wasn't I? Oh, show.
Is this the Ben and Barney show?
Ben and Barney. Who's Barney? Who's Ben? There you go, Gotcha.
I mean, I asked Riff a question, then I asked all the flat earthers questions, but nobody answered. So I don't think that anyone's dissuaded from speaking.
Yeah.
That's what you mean, Carlos. Actually, I think Riff just asked you a question, even.
Yeah, I'll copy and paste the questions, Carlos.
Something about azimuth and Crete. What were you saying?
But you've seen the Israel to Crete claim, right?
Oh no, I haven't.
No, all right. I thought we spoke about it the other night. Maybe not.
No. Last time we spoke, it was about Utah triangulation measurements with the planar surveyors.
Yep.
And then Jeremy said that you can't trust the PDFs that those come with.
Why?
He said that the information, they're not actual measurements. I haven't looked at the PDF to verify that though.
You can't trust the measurement. Okay. Why? Why can't you trust the measurements? Like the measurements. I mean, I understand you have to have some reason to reject it, but I don't understand.
Yeah, it was it was about the measurements and the heights of those peaks. If they're all visible to each other, then you couldn't get more than 180 degrees. But how would you measure them otherwise? You know, you'd have to make sure that they're all visible to each other.
Right. Are you saying they're not?
You're saying if you're looking at 3 points, right,
Yeah.
in counter space, in space, then if they're all visible to each other, it doesn't matter if they're on different planes. You can't get more than 180 degrees.
What? You can get more than 180 degrees on a sphere, which is what they measure. So are you claiming that spherical excess is just mathematically not possible? Like what? I don't get it.
No, it is possible on a sphere, but
Yes.
if those 3 points that you're measuring, even if they're on different planes, that's fine. One or more of those points would have to be not visible from another.
Why?
Do you get what I'm saying?
No.
Because you'd have to measure down to sea level.
No.
And how do you
nowhere near the
know?
ocean.
How do you know those points, the altitude exactly?
We don't need the altitude to measure horizontal angles to them.
So do you think that if you had a triangle, like a triangle in your hand, and whichever way you rotated that triangle, as long as you could always see 3 points, that you could get more than 180 degrees?
You're describing a single triangle, right? What they're doing is they are setting up at each point, and they have a different vertical at each point, right? So their horizontal planes are not coplanar. They have 3 separate planes. That's where the spherical excess comes from.
That's that if I have 3 points and they're all on different planes, 1, 2, and 3, and I try and link those 3 points together and they're all visible to me, those 3 points, how can it add up to more than 180 degrees?
Because when you go to the other point to measure the angle between the other 2 points, you're setting up a different horizontal plane.
A different horizontal plane.
Yes, each point on that triangle, the plumb bob is not parallel to the other 2 plumb bobs. So you're setting up horizontal planes that are
right. So it's about parallel. How was that measured though? Because if you're just using if you're using a 1927 theodolite, how would you establish that one of or more of those points were not parallel to each other?
We're not establishing that. We are concluding that because there is spherical excess. Because it's greater than 180 degrees.
Yeah, but you can't have. Can you have more than 180 degrees on 3 points that are on different planes?
Yes.
How?
Because those planes are on a sphere. They are tangent planes to a sphere. That's how spherical excess comes about.
Doesn't make sense though, Ruth.
It does. If the Earth is flat and those 3 points have parallel plumb bobs, then you'll measure 180 degrees. Because that triangle is one triangle in a single plane. If you're on a sphere where the plumb bobs are not parallel, at each corner of that triangle, you're setting up a plumb bob and you're setting up a horizontal plane, which is different to the other two horizontal planes. And I'm trying to describe this in words, which I can't, but to kind of show you that as you make the planes coplanar, that's how you get back on Earth. Yeah. Anyway, it's hard.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. So you have one point with the plumb bob establishing its horizontal plane, and that horizontal plane is not horizontal with the other horizontal plane of another point.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
And that's how you get spherical excess.
That's really difficult to do over such a large distance like that. If it could have been done in 1927, why can't it be done again today?
Can be done now.
Well, can we see an experiment that's been done today, like in these days, like 2023?
No, I don't think anyone's bothered to reproduce the whole Utah surveying. No.
Wouldn't that be a globe?
Why would it not be able?
Hello?
Yeah, we present you with this evidence, right? All this evidence, and then you just go do it again.
Yeah, but Jeremy said that he looked into the PDFs and it doesn't show any of those details, how they got this measurement properly.
I literally showed you the measurements. Oops, let me post it again. There you go. These are the measurements.
What was it, 900 square kilometers or something like that?
It was huge, yeah. Whatever it was, yeah. It's a huge triangle. But they set up these massive towers, and then at night time they turn on these lights on the towers, and the other guy measures the angles. And they can do it roughly within an arc second. So if the measurements total more than that, 45 arc seconds, you've measured spherical excess. Therefore, the ground is not flat.
That's some extremely high accuracy, don't you think, for 1927?
Yeah, they had fucking massive circles on their theodolite. I think one was 12 inches and the other one was, I think, 24 inches. Gotta find that. I know they were at least 12 inches, which is a huge plate for a theodolite.
So what would be the accepted error? Like you've got 45 arc seconds there. What would be the accepted error today with our technology?
With our technology,
Yeah.
We've got this issue where what we build today is generally smaller. All right, so you've got a big. Back in the day, you had these massive circles, right, and on the edge you've got these markings, right? 360 degrees around the circle. Obviously, with a bigger plate, you could be more accurate because you can have more markings, right, around the edges. Today, theodolite plates are maybe, I don't know, 10 to 15 centimeters, something like that, and they're read optically. So my theodolite is a 2 second theodolite, so it's pretty good. But I mean, if it's not the case that simply because technology is better, it's more accurate. That's not the case. The accuracy comes down to basically the size of the circle.
You'd think in 1927 they were taking measurements. They would have had the attitude that it's close enough, right?
No, don't think so. They're measuring the United States. They wanted to be
Yeah,
as
and it's
accurate as
close
possible.
enough. They didn't need to be so accurate back in 1927 because they were just measuring parcels of land. You know.
No, this is the survey of the United States. They're not just doing a fucking house block.
Yeah,
This is
but
an enormous undertaking.
I don't think they needed to concern too much about the accuracy.
Okay, you're just making excuses now, Carlos. Excuses to
It
dismiss
is.
the
It is. It is a reason. It's not an excuse.
data. It's a shithouse excuse.
Do you think you could measure that same area and distance with your theodolite?
Yeah. Yeah, mine's accurate to about 2 arc seconds. So yes, my measurements, yeah, I would
Do you
measure
think you might
45
have?
plus or minus 3 or 4 arc
Do
seconds.
you think you might have enough time if there was a cheap ticket to Utah?
Well, I would need a team. That's not cheap. We've got to set up on all 3 of these mountains at once. Have decent seeing conditions at night, have the lights, have the towers. Fucking enormously expensive. So you think if they went to all that expense and time, they would care about accuracy, right, Carlos? In fact, there's
I'm not.
numbers in the PDF which tell you how much it cost per unit area, I think it was.
Yeah.
It was fucking expensive.
I guess there's just a little bit of distrust in their accuracy there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course there
I
is.
don't know. I mean, you to verify this, I think you'd have to use today's technology, which should be better, and you should be able to do it, like recreate it quite easily.
Yeah, not necessarily better. Like I said, it comes down to the size of the disc.
Because I mean, all you need to do is, bump that thing a couple of millimeters, and you're out.
Yes. Yeah. Do you know what they did? They actually built towers inside of another tower, right? So the operators of the theodolite stood on an outside tower, while the theodolite itself was sitting on a tower that the operators weren't attached to, purely for that reason. Fuck, what are they called? Who knows what they were called? Those towers, Tilby Towers, something like that.
Extra care
Bilby.
towers out of
Bilby Tower. The Bilby Tower. There we go.
What type
Check
of
this out,
plumb
guys.
bobs did they have? What
I
type
don't know.
of plumb bobs did they have back in 1927?
Weights on strings.
And it would have to be accurately represented to get this horizontal plane matching perfectly with the theodolite.
Yeah. Do you think the technology of plumb bobs has increased over the last 100 years? Hanging away on a string?
Yeah, it's not the plumb bob itself, and it's not the theodolite itself. It's pairing them together so that they are extremely accurate. Because if you're out 1 millimeter, you're going to be out 10 millimeters at a distance.
Right. The Bilby Tower has 2 unconnected parts: an internal tower for mounting surveying instruments and an external tower for surveyors. The separation allowed for isolating the instruments from the vibrations induced by people, which increased the precision of the measurements. Bilby Tower. Very cool. So yes, they did take quite a lot of care, Carlos.
So back in 1927, they had laser etching technology, did they?
Laser what? Who said laser anything? What?
How did they etch the markings on the theodolite lens?
The disc. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I know that they did several to sort of protect against what's the word? You might have too many marks on one side, right? Or the marks might be slightly separated on one side compared to the other side. What they did is when they were doing multiple measurements, they would actually rotate the disc was it 30 degrees or 60 degrees? They would rotate it several times to account for possible malformations in the disc.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I think this experiment would have to be redone, like the Bedford level needs to be redone.
Okay. Any excuse to reject the actual evidence, Carlos? Not surprising.
Well,
Not
I have to
surprising,
reject
no.
it because I don't. I have to reject it because I don't believe it. You know,
Of course you don't, because you're a flat
I
earther. That's all
I
you guys
don't
have to do.
believe. I don't believe there's such a thing as two different horizontal planes according to your plumb bob theory,
Okay, but the
because that's what it
measurements
is.
say otherwise,
It's a
right?
plumb bob theory, right?
The measurements say otherwise. The fact that we measure spherical excess tells you that plumb bobs are not parallel. The fact we do reciprocal zenith angles tells you plumb bobs are not parallel.
Yeah, that sounds dope. Show us one measurement, just a single measurement of spherical excess. One single one, please.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat.
A single measurement?
Yeah. 948. 48
One
minutes
single
ago.
measurement. It's not an average, it's just a single measurement.
Oh, Jesus, Jeremy.
Oh my
Hey,
God, I know. We say we have measurements. He wants a measurement. How absurd.
Right.
What a
To
maniac.
control,
I'm a maniac, I know.
to control for errors, Jeremy, guess what they do? I literally just explained that they rotate the disc either 30 or 60 degrees, depending on whether they do 6 or 12 setups. They do make
Okay, so show
multiple
us
measurements
one of the
to control for errors.
Okay, so show us one of the rotations. Let's see one of them. Just show me a
Jeremy.
single measurement.
Do you think they're going to put every single measurement in the book? Do you know how big
Do
that
you
PDF
have a
would be?
single measurement? Do you
No,
not have a
Jeremy.
single measurement?
I have the average measurements for that triangle. If you reject that, I understand. That's why
Well,
you're a flat
I
earther.
mean, I would hope so because you're claiming you have a measurement and you don't have a measurement.
Okay.
So
Thanks,
yeah,
Jeremy.
thanks. No, thank you for letting everyone know you don't have an actual measurement.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you see, Jeremy, it's easy to pull the wool over somebody's eyes if they don't show you the evidence, right? They just
They don't
tell
have
you
the data.
something.
Yeah, they don't have
Yeah,
the data. How absurd! You want to come here with some shit and not have no data for it? I mean, that kick rocks.
Okay. So with these averages, Jeremy, all right, are you claiming that there are measurements that would add up to 180 degrees?
Are there measurements? I don't even know if there is a
No.
measurement. Can you show me one?
Well, there has to be measurements that add up to more than 180 for the average to be greater than 180.
Okay, do you
So
have a
do you
measurement?
reject those measurements?
There are no. You don't have a measurement. There are no
I
measurements.
have the averages, right? For those averages
but
to be greater than 180, then
do you
individual
before?
measurements must be greater than 180. Do you agree with that?
No.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
We need to restart from the beginning. Do you have a measurement?
I have the average of lots of measurements.
So you don't have, but you don't have any actual measurements though.
Not a single one. No, I have the average
You don't
of
have any
many.
single. You don't have a single measurement of this. Okay, case closed. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Good talk,
So then
champ.
the question before you
Good
run
talk,
away,
champ.
Jeremy, before you run
I'm not
away,
trying to run away
you
from you.
are
You don't have a
running
measurement.
away. So
You don't have anything.
if the average is greater than 180, are there measurements, individual measurements
Oh
that are
my
greater than
God.
180?
I mean,
I don't
this is
know
what
because you don't have any measurements, so I don't
No,
know
the
anything
answer
about
is
this.
yes.
I'm
The
not
answer is
going to
yes,
answer
Jeremy.
this thing. Hold on.
The answer is
Okay, but
yes.
I'm not going to answer this thing. Okay, let you finish.
Right.
Let me just finish. You can laugh if you want, but you're claiming you have measurements of spherical excess. In the meantime, you don't have a single measurement. You just admitted it yourself, so I don't even know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I'm not
I have
running
the
away from you.
average.
There's nothing to run from. I'm running from your non-measurement. That's cute, champ.
Okay. So I have averages of measurements that add up to 180 degrees. Are there then single measurements that are greater than 180 degrees?
I don't know. Let's see
No.
one. Let's see a
The
single
answer
measurement.
is yes, Jeremy.
Show me one
The
single
answer is
measurement, and we'll
yes.
talk about it.
Did you
Show me one
pass
single measurement.
Did you
I
pass
thought
sixth
you were
grade
done,
mathematics,
Rufus. My
Jeremy?
bad. I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you pass sixth grade maths?
Yeah, I did. And if you have
Okay.
one single measurement to show me, hold on, I'm not done. If you have one single measurement to show me, let's see a measurement. Otherwise, you don't have any measurements and there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing for me to run away from. I'm not running away from your non-measurement. There's nothing here to even discuss.
Okay, let's say I have 10 numbers and the average of them is 10, right? but none of those numbers are actually 10. Are there individual numbers in that group that are greater than 10?
Get a measurement, champ, and then we got something to
Oh,
talk
you're
about.
running away,
As of
Jeremy.
right now,
Run away.
I'm not. I'm not running away. You don't. There's
You
nothing to run
are.
away from. You don't have.
Because you
You
know
don't have
the
a single
answers. Yes.
measurement. You just admitted it.
You know the answers, yes, and therefore you know
There's
that there
nothing.
are individual measurements greater than 180.
There's
It's a
nothing
mathematical
to run
fact.
away from.
Then you won't
There's
answer the
nothing to run
question.
away from because you don't have a. You don't have a measurement for me to run away from. So if you get a measurement, then we'll have something to talk about. As of right now, there's nothing to even talk about because you don't have a single
Okay.
measurement. You just admitted.
Run away. Run away.
I'm running away from your not the measurement you don't have. Yeah.
Okay, so
How
You
about
let's
gotta be
do
this?
it
Like,
kidding
again.
me.
Let's do it again. Hang on.
have
Let's
you
do it
ever?
again. I have
Hang on.
five numbers, and the average of those numbers is 10, but none of those numbers is 10. Is there a number greater than 10 in that set of 5 numbers?
Yeah. I'll tell you how it works. Like,
Yes.
do you know how?
you.
Do you know how? Hang on. Do you know how averages work, Ruhif?
I do. I believe I just explained it to Jeremy. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So like, if I measured a line and I got it wrong 9 times, and I got it
Wait,
right
hang on.
1 time. If
How do you know
I
it's right?
measured something and I got the measurement wrong 9 times out of 10, and I got the measurement
Hang on.
correctly
Wait,
1 time out of 10,
what
that
do you
would
mean wrong?
skew the average. So if
Right,
I
but what do you mean
measured
by
something
wrong?
that's okay, just listen. If I measured a distance and I got the arc seconds out extremely out 9 times out of 10, and then I got it correct 1 time out of 10, the averages would be skewed towards the 9 times out of 10, wouldn't they?
What do you mean by wrong and right measurements?
If I measured something and I got the measurement incorrect 9 times out of
Fuck
10,
that
and I
Carlos.
got it correct 1 time out of 10, the average would be
Did you not hear the
skewed
question,
towards
Carlos?
9 times.
Did you not
Eh?
hear the question? Did you not hear the
I
question?
did.
Ruhif, I need you to
I
stop
heard the
interrupting
question.
people, please.
Okay. Anyway,
I
I'm
heard the
expecting a phone
question.
call. I'll bail
Can
anyway.
you just stop interrupting? Ruhif, just stop and let him finish. You can go next, bud.
Yeah, he was talking about he doesn't have any measurements, individual measurements. He has averages. And I said, well, what if all of those averages are based on 9 times out of 10 being wrong? Then those averages aren't going to be correct.
Okay. What do you mean by an incorrect measurement and a correct measurement?
Well, what's the point to get an average? Because you want to get a correct, like a correct ballpark figure, don't you?
Does anyone else think he answered the question?
So, like, if you're out a little bit to the left and out a little bit to the right on all of your measurements, then you take an average and you get the one in the middle, which is going to be satisfactory. But if your measurements 9 out of 10, all out, and then one of them is more correct, and you wouldn't even know which one is correct anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
This averaging thing can be skewed so badly.
Can be.
We want to see
Can
an
be.
actual measurement, just one
Right.
single measurement.
Okay, so it can be, right? An outlier can influence the average, correct? Okay. But you're also admitting what Jeremy refused to admit, that there is a measurement, at least a single measurement, greater than 180.
You can do that every single time, knowing that they're all on the same horizontal plane. You could still get all of those errors.
Oh, theoretically you could, yeah, you could. But given the consistency in that the spherical excesses matches what we expect, do you think that's a likely scenario, that these outliers just happen to always be on that side, on the side of spherical excess?
It could be if there's something wrong with the theodolite or the plumb bob.
How? What's the bias towards measuring a wider angle? How is that possible bias?
Well, there's many things that could be taken into consideration, many variables.
Yeah, but you're claiming it's always going to measure, like the bias is towards a wider angle. It's a circle. How is that possible? Like I said, they lift it up and rotate it to account for errors like that. Anyway, I'm expecting a phone call, so I'll be
I mean,
back shortly.
You obviously think that in 1927 they had theodolites that were sort of like the accuracy of a Swiss watch, you know. I doubt that they had the accuracy of a Swiss watch in a device which is 2 foot wide back in 1927, and they're measuring a 900 square kilometer triangle. I mean, he forgets, like, that's 1927, way before the moon landings. Way, way, way before the moon landings. And guess what? When they went to the moon, they used, they still continued with the same attitude. Curtain rods, plastic, like aluminium foil, all sorts of like rudimentary materials, nothing really precise. They used duct tape to hold everything together. They didn't even have pull ties back then. I mean, that's how inaccurate they didn't need to have any type of real accuracy, obviously, because way, way, way after this measurement, when the moon landings came along, they still didn't require it. I mean, they didn't even need to know. The astronauts didn't even need to know if there was a Van Allen belt there. It didn't matter because, if they don't know it's there, then they don't know it's there. It doesn't matter, does it? I think this is a cherry picked example of spherical excess, claiming to be extremely accurate, but with no real measurements and no one reproducing it today. And the technology has gotten so much better, but not as good as it was then. Because we've lost that technology and it's difficult to build it back again. We can't get it.
Dude, this spherical excess bullshit went over this shit for weeks, man. There's nothing there. They don't have a single measurement for us to even look at. They have an average. They did a weighted average. Do we know what the numbers even were? Do we know that the guy did the math right to get the average? We have no idea about any of this because there's no data. This is the most
Yeah, well,
unscientific heap of crap I've ever seen.
the other thing is, Jeremy, back in 1927, Utah would be pretty fucking cold on the top of those peaks. You think that most people, the only way, they didn't have pocket warmers back there or Gore-Tex, clothing, fucking, what they had was a bottle of fucking whiskey. That's how they kept warm up on those peaks. So you think that these dudes fucking drinking whiskey on the top of these peaks are going to be getting their measurements correct? I mean, they just did it good enough so that they got paid for the contract that they were told to do. I don't think that these dudes were up there fucking, eating fucking, multivitamins and fucking, astronaut style fucking physical, like, brain power. That these dudes were up there keeping warm with whiskey. Yeah, that's how they got their measurements. You think you're going to drag a fucking 2 foot wide theodolite up to the top of a peak of a hill, of a mountain, and you're not going to bring a bottle of whiskey in 1927? Oh, they didn't have fucking mobile phones. They didn't have anything. All they had for their entertainment on the job was a packet of fucking roll your own tobacco, probably chewing tobacco, and a bottle of whiskey. You think they're going to drag this thing all the way up to the top of this peak to make these measurements, like, clear-minded? I don't think so. These dudes didn't have running shoes back then. They had fucking hard, uncomfortable footwear. They wanted to take away their agony with a bit of whiskey. Yeah. Even the dude making the theodolite to begin with, you think he's sitting in his lab for fucking hours and hours just like clear-minded? No. Back then, everyone was a fucking alcoholic. some people got paid in alcohol instead of money. That's why they have averages. Oh, it's an average, yeah. They don't have any real measurements. Yeah. That's why with like half of these experiments that are done today, they can, it was done by a qualified surveyor, and that it shows spherical excess. Yeah, but what if that qualified surveyor was on the juice? That's my claim anyway. I think they're all fucking drunk. How did they get the theodolite to the top of that peak? Someone had to carry it up there, right? On it, what? How did they carry that theodolite up to the top of those peaks, like back in 1927, without like shifting some of the fucking bits and pieces around on it and like skewing it this way and that way? It's like fucking hell. What, did they put it on the back of a donkey or what? You definitely would have had to have more than one guy carrying that theodolite, up to the top of a fucking mountain, yeah. Because those mountains are pretty high, right? Those peaks on that example that Ruhif gave. It would be battered by the time it got to the top of that fucking peak, man. All the instrumentation, all the accuracy would be all skew with. Fuck. "1927, you think about it, that's almost 100 years ago. And Ruhif saying that they used to have better technology then than we do now. Now we have the accuracy to write a full fucking poem on a grain of rice.
Yo.
Who you?
What are we looking at? Moist Grundle?
Sounds like my grandma's cuckoo clock.
Yo. Avon Lady calling. Do you get Avon Ladies? Or did you used to get Avon Ladies?
Yeah, we used to have Avon ladies and the Tupperware Club.
Yep. Fuck, my mum used to have Tupperware parties. We'd be like banished to the other half of the house, and just like every 2 minutes we'd be here. Ah! Like they're just fuck.
Yeah, and secretly in that Tupperware party, inside one of the Tupperware containers, they had a box of dildos.
Gee.
Because that's what they were actually selling to the housewives.
Yeah. My parents did Tupperware, they did Avon, and they did, what was the cleaning products? Fuck. Keep thinking Ampol, but it's not Ampol.
Yeah, well, my grandma, she was in the day of the coupons, and she used to like every coupon book you could imagine, and every product they have like a tag on the product, and you could write away, because back then there were no emails, right? So you'd write away and you'd submit your what do you call it? You'd submit to the prize. Yeah, and her house, my grandma's house, was absolutely full of like everything that she had in her house, from her furniture to her whiteware to all of the kitchen gadgets. Was all from winning like supermarket coupon prizes. She had like four microwaves in the garage. she she was selling stuff. That's how many she had, because she entered every competition. She won it. She won all of them.
Nice. So moist. Is there a reason why we need to know how many miles that is? Moist is such a great word.
Depends how you spell it.
Yeah.
Is moist wet?
Yes, it is. Ah, all right, that's boring. I mean, it's fun. Like me and Kosho were talking about earlier, it's fun to figure shit out. So, like, I'd like to figure out where this camera is that Moist posted, just for shits and giggles.
Are they going back to the moon one day, do you think, Ruhif?
Yes, I do think that. Yes.
Do you think they have a date in mind, a date that they've set?
I'm pretty sure they do have a date set, but as usual, they get pushed back.
Do you think there's any reason that they haven't gone back?
Hasn't been funded, hasn't it? Oh, there it is. Oh, there's a solar observatory in that shot. Moist. How cool is that?
I understand that the moon topic might be getting a bit old, but there are a lot of new listeners that probably haven't heard all of the information. But for most people that do have some bit of a discernment, is because they did find out that the moon landings were all fake. And if you don't get over that one hurdle, then you're never going to break through to the other side. And it's those ones that do get over that hurdle, that's when your discernment starts kicking in, and it's like the rust is brushed off your pineal gland, and you become sort of like an awakened soul. Yeah, it's amazing how we can talk all day about like the disbelief in the moon landings, but we can't talk about other things like towers and planes and stuff like that. You know, that's weird.
Why can't we talk about towers and planes?
We're
The
not
moon
allowed
landings are
to.
historical. Towers and planes. What do you mean?
So the towers and the planes aren't historical. Why can't we talk about them?
No, we can go and look at towers now, right? The moon landing is a historical event. It makes it a bit more difficult to do.
So you think the towers and the planes weren't a historical event that
Oh,
affected the
sorry. The
entire
towers and the
yeah.
planes. Sorry.
Mm.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, yeah.
We're talking about like towers bottom up obstructed and planes, Coriolis and shit.
No, I'm talking about buildings that free fall.
Yeah.
Stuff we can't talk about, but we can talk about the moon landings all day and it doesn't matter because they've got that covered, you know. It's been discussed so many times that there's just too much information. There's no way they could pull all of that off the internet.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a southern star, Ruhif?
Yes. Yes, I
And
do.
that, is there the southern stars rotate around that point, do they?
Well, neither Polaris or Sigma Octantis is at the pole. Right, that the stars rotate around a point in the sky. We're just calling it the closest star to that pole.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, have you ever seen Fraggle Rock? It was on HBO in
Oh,
the
yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the garbage heap?
Yeah.
Oh, vaguely.
The talking garbage heap. This spherical excess thing is like that garbage heap if you set it on fire.
All right.
The garbage heap has spoken. That's where they isn't that where they used to get all of their knowledge from? The Fraggles, they used to come out of their little caves and their tunnels where they had the doozers making like buildings out of like sugar crystals, and then the Fraggles would go up to the top to to see God, and the garbage heap would speak to them, and they'd come back with all the knowledge.
Yeah, we're not getting into Fraggle Rock lore though. I'm just saying the spherical excess thing's like the trash heap if you set it on fire. That's all.
Okay. How good is this webcam that Moist posted? It's like up a tree. How do they get power to it and everything? Fantastic. Maybe it's solar
Battery.
powered? Could be solar powered. Reckon there's enough?
Maybe it's plugged in. Maybe it's plugged into the tree. Do you know there's electricity that you can gather from trees?
I would need to be enough to power a. Oh, wow. Fantastic.
It's like a pilot light on a gas stove, So you've got your solar power up there to power your little camera, but then you need to have a pilot light that would be plugged into the tree. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Because I mean you've obviously you must have seen devices like a little tiny light bulb or an LED that's powered by a potato, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how big's a potato compared to a tree? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much or how you would get power out of a tree. Like, I assume it's possible.
Of course. It's very, very, very possible. Well, there's a thing called electrolytes, yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Thanks, Carnivore. Nice.
Are you playing a game, Ruhav?
Yeah? No,
Are you playing a game?
No, just watch that little video I posted. It's hilarious.
James Bond.
Fantastic.
I'm ready to go to the
Shit. All right, let's go. All right, see you soon.
He's gone.
Was Kosho supposed to be doing something or something? I thought he said he'd be back in 10 minutes. That was like 3 hours ago. What's up? What's going on, guys? Where's everyone at? Kosho, are you there? Yo, in this Coriolis thing, we got 4 options: straight and curved, and 2 reference frames. There's 4 options. We can definitely know which one's the shortest distance. We can label them all and then figure out, is A shorter than B, is B shorter than C, is C shorter than D.
What was your goofy ass just talking about? I heard you from a distance.
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I just got in a huge conversation with my girl about a lot of shit. She didn't know about a lot of shit. She believes in conspiracies and stuff, but
You broke her off with some Kanye, did some shit in the past, but that's the old me.
no, dude. I mean, there's still a lot of conspiracies I believe are true, dude. I mean, there's conspiracies that you guys don't even believe that I believe. So,
What do you believe?
We're talking a
Yeah,
little
this
bit
was
about
crazy.
religion too, because
Well,
I
say what are your
believe that
conspiracies?
I've said it in here plenty of times. They're just like Muslims. I believe like Jesus faked his own death. But shit like that. And I was telling her about the Federal Reserve.
What about it? You've debated on their side when we've had debates about the Federal Reserve.
Like what? I listen. Anytime I debate against, there's shit. Okay, so there's shit like in 9/11, for example. People are like, oh, you debate against 9/11. But there's people who say wrong shit. Like you guys just say wrong shit sometimes, dude. So
All right, who said
but
wrong shit?
like about 9/11. I mean, I've had conversations with a lot of you guys about it. Like people say outrageous stuff, like stuff that doesn't need to be brought into the thing. Like about what are they called, directed energy weapons or whatever. Like this kind of shit. Like it's just not necessary. Or saying that the buildings can't be taken down by planes. Like I used to believe that too, and it's possible that planes didn't hit the buildings, but it's not true that it's impossible. I think the physics does allow that to be possible. But that to me, the argument shouldn't be around the physics involved in whether or not planes can do that, because you lose the argument if you do that.
Well, people got some out there ideas, but we
Yeah.
know they were we know there was some mad fishy shit going on. I mean, at the least.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And there's actually evidence to point that out. And if you don't focus on that, then you're going to lose a bunch of people.
Yo, that stock thing was bullshit. Why you always got to find excuses?
Oh, that stock thing, that's true. That is something. Well, I mean, because like I said, at first glance, that does seem odd. I forget what the whole. Oh, yeah, right. But that was like one dude. That's the whole thing. It's like it wasn't just the stock market. That was basically one dude that caused that. So that dude could have been, in on it, or what it could have been. I forget the details exactly, but I remember. Yeah, it was based that whole stock thing is based after one dude. I think he also bet for and against it or something. I forget exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I forget my conclusion on that one. But regardless, the real evidence is with the actual, DEA reports, the arrest reports of, people they've arrested, like leading up to 9/11, that were living in and around both the terrorist groups. I don't want to implicate anybody, but all these people that they detained were Israeli, so. I know Geo. I know you're into the whole Titanic and Olympus thing. Yeah, because I forget a lot of the details. I can't talk about it right now, but maybe in a little bit you can go over some of that shit again. Because a lot of the details I know, like I said, you've talked about it in detail before, so I know that you know a lot about it. But I was talking to my girl about it, and I'm not really. I don't know a lot of the stuff behind the whole, the whole story.
Yeah, were you talking to me that whole time?
I said Geo, first of all. I don't even know if Geo's here to listen. I don't need him to respond. But if he is listening, then yeah, I'm saying in the future, in the near future, if we could get into the whole Titanic thing, because yeah, I just don't know the full details about it.
Bro, they killed Lincoln. They killed Kennedy. They took these motherfuckers out in the whole Titanic shit.
Yeah. The reason why they killed Lincoln and Kennedy, though, there's people like they'll present it as if it was the same reason, and it's not. So, like this, like the bankers did it because they were going against the banks, but there was actually a lot. There was more reasons than that to kill both those people. So, you know. Oh, Jesse's here.
Hey, Kojo, how's it going?
Always good, Jesse. Always good to see you too.
It's good to see you. Or
Yeah.
hear you, rather.
Yeah, you got evidence. You always have evidence or something or some observation or something like that. You got anything new today?
No, nothing new today. I did get the boat motor all tore apart that I thought needed rebuilding, that I am hoping to use on my canoe for the 6-kilometer string test, though.
Oh wow, you said a motor though? There's a motor for the canoe?
Well, yeah, I need a motor on the canoe because otherwise I'm going to spend like 7 hours paddling that day. There's a
Where are you doing it at? Like, there's an actual canal that you plan to do this?
It's just a freshwater natural lake, but it's kind of long and skinny.
Okay. Okay. So it's 6 miles. Yeah, I've been looking for a long enough for the lake rather than a river, obviously, because the elevation should be consistent. Portion.
Right. Yeah, and it's a freshwater calm lake, so it should be nice and even.
That's what's up. If I remember correctly, you decided to use what was it, neutrally buoyant or not buoyant? I forget.
Very slightly buoyant.
Okay. Yeah, actually, when you explained yours, it made more sense than the neutrally buoyant one, because the buoyant one should certainly be should certainly not be lower in the middle, right? Like if it's buoyant, it should certainly be it shouldn't get deeper in the middle. So like in the 3 mile part, if it's 6 miles, the 3 mile part shouldn't be where the string is deeper than near the ends of it.
Right.
Because it's
Yeah.
buoyant.
Yeah. If it was an unbiased environment, then the most effective would be a neutrally buoyant string. But because of the backdrop to the experiment, I can't have any chance of people saying, well, it just happened to sink, right? So I need it to be slightly on the buoyant side, which means that there can be no reason for it to sink except that's the shorter path.
Yeah, but I think honestly, I never thought about it until you brought that up. But I actually think it's better in any case. I don't think that the most unbiased one would be the better case, because in this case, it's almost like there's no reason for it to be lower, right? It's like you really have to search for some reason why it would just be lower in the middle when there's no reason for it to sink. Like it's supposed to be buoyant. So, same as like having a balloon or something like that. Like,
right.
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't have the same problem as just like a rope like that. It's like, well, the rope's long and it's going to sag because of it's going to be hard to pull it taut and everything, because it's always going to have that weight in the middle. Whereas the weight in this case is going to basically, it should contribute to it going in the other direction, right? So if it's going lower, there's some other agent that would have to be causing that.
Right, exactly.
It's interesting. Definitely interesting, yeah.
It's a long shot. I kind of doubt that I'm going to be able to overcome the buoyancy but it's such a slight angle. But someone's got to try, and I've already got the string, and I've already built the level winder to hopefully get the string out of the lake, so I might as well try it.
Yeah, and you said it's slightly buoyant. I guess that makes sense too, because otherwise it would have the same problem as doing it above the ground, like out of the water, in the weight, because you're not going to overcome the sag. So in this case, you have to kind of overcome the buoyant. That's a
Right,
good point
exactly.
too.
The inverse sag.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, was it hard to find a line that is like, I don't know, almost perfectly buoyant but slightly or neutrally buoyant but slightly just buoyant? Like I don't. Is it hard to find a string like that?
I think what I got is more buoyant than I need. I mean, but it's still not super buoyant, but it's just PE braided fishing line. If you go on Amazon and search for PE as in polyethylene braided fish line, there it is by the kilometer.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm kind of now thinking that because you could shoot yourself in the foot if it's anything that's if it's too buoyant because you're never going to be able to get it taut enough. It becomes exceedingly hard to do that. I was doing the math before when this guy White's World, he had this test that was kind of a forced line sort of thing. But it's exceedingly hard to get something taut above the ground. So yeah, I would just imagine it would have to be very close to neutrally buoyant. But yeah, I don't know. That's a thinker. Hey, whatever happened to White's World anyways? You guys know? Maybe
I
he
never
did that
heard of him.
test. He's an Australian guy. He had a test where it was going to be. I don't want to get it wrong, but basically he's on a beach or he's on some level ground, like some ground that's level, so you can make sure the elevation's not really changing. So that's why it's a beach. It's a good place. But uh, he's got a long. Let's say it's the same as yours, like 6 miles, and there's basically a scale at the center of it. So there's a scale, and basically it's being pulled taut, and on both sides, on both sides you pull it taut. There shouldn't be a weight on the scale that is greater than the weight of the string, something like that. Because obviously, there could be some sag. So that will cause there to be some weight on the scale, but the scale should never read a weight that's greater than that of the rope or the string or whatever it is. But if you're pulling it taut and it's a globe, technically you could pull it to where it's kind of pulling down on that scale, and you could read a weight that's bigger, something along those lines. And it might not, like 6 miles might be too long, but at any rate, we were just kind of brainstorming different ways to actually pull that test off.
That's
Yeah.
actually not a bad idea, really, because if you had the string supported high off the ground at both ends and in the middle, and the 3 points were equal height above a water surface, right, of a lake or whatever, the string has a fixed weight, so the weight on the scale, you'd probably need. Well, no, but anyway, the weight on the scale would be a certain percentage of the string that was being supported by the midpoint. If you tightened it and that midpoint was above the two endpoints, then the weight on that scale would increase.
Right.
If it wasn't above the two endpoints, then it would not increase because the total weight of the string is staying the same. And I don't think the ratio, the transfer of weights between the ends and the center would change.
Yeah, and the thing is, we done different we talked about different iterations of this, and I can't remember which one. Like a lot of people thought this was clever, but I remember there was at one point where I talked to a lot of people in gyms, and I did a bunch of math. I can't remember I don't have the notes with me anymore, but there was a problem with that whole idea, and it's to do with the amount of force required to overcome that sag. So basically, you want to pull it so that there's more force being pulled down. So it's like it's taut enough to be pulled down or whatever. And from what like I said, I don't remember the numbers, but I remember the tensile strength of the strings There was no material in existence that would make that possible. But like I said, I'm loosely remembering the notes that I had, and I don't have any hard numbers. But yeah, so it's like in order to actually pull that string tight enough to get a reading, you'd have to undergo some certain strength, and there's nothing in existence that can withstand that strength. So
Right, but what if, let's say you had 10 pounds of string in all, and half of it is supported on the scale in the midpoint. I don't know how the actual division would be, but let's say you got 5 pounds on the scale in the midpoint. Yeah, you would need to be measuring micrograms of change of weight, which of course on a 5-pound scale, that's too large of a dynamic range for a common scale. But if you had a counterbalance and you had just a physical 5-pound weight counterbalancing that string, so that the scale would only have to be, a milligram scale, and it could just measure the difference between the weight of the string and the weight of the fixed 5-pound weight.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm just like I said, this is one of those things that it requires so much thought that it hurts my head sometimes. But the way I'm thinking about it now is, like, let's say, like you said, like that half the weight is on the scale at the beginning of the test, and you start pulling it taut. As you're pulling it taut, I mean, you're going to basically be decreasing the weight that's on the scale up into a point to where it's now taut enough to be pulled down, right? So it's like almost like the function of pulling on the string is actually going to decrease the weight on the scale for a long period of time. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Or
I'm not following. Let's
okay,
reduce it to just a string hung by 2 points. It's 10 pounds of string. There will be 5 pounds of weight on each end, right? We can stretch
okay,
it
yeah,
as tight or slack as we want, as long as it doesn't hit the ground. It's still a total of 10 pounds, and it's still going to be 5 pounds on each end, right?
right, but I'm ultimately talking about like whatever this. Let's say the scale's in the center, like whatever the scale is reading, like if the scale can read the 5 pounds that's like resting on it, like let's say there's two ends, and before it's even pulled, the amount of weight on the scale is like that 5 pounds or whatever. That's just because it's resting on the scale. But as you pull that rope tighter, that weight is going to come is basically going to basically come off the scale. Is what I'm thinking. So it's gonna make the weight less until it's you're pulling it taut enough to where it's pulling down. Does that make sense?
I'm not following. Why is it going to be less?
Okay, I guess the way I'm thinking about it is you have a scale, like a bathroom scale in the center, and you have the rope that's all along the beach, and then you have the two end points, and the end points are going to be like I don't know, like a foot, like 3 inches off the ground. I don't know, 3 inches off the ground to what the rope is resting on. So if you pull the rope, if the rope was able to be straight, then it actually would rise 3 inches above the ground on either end, and 3 inches above the ground above the scale, right? On a flat plane, for instance, it's rising 3 feet, 3 inches above the ground, above where the scale is. So if it was resting on the ground when it started, then you pull those on either end, you're actually pulling the rope off the ground. Do you see what I'm saying? Or I might have to draw a picture.
I was just about to draw a diagram.
Okay.
Let me share my screen here. Hey, Beach, you
The
can
thing
draw
is, there's
something
been
too if you
so
like.
yeah, I might have to, but there's been so many people that drew so many diagrams for this thing. Because we used to talk about this test a whole bunch back, I don't know, 2 years ago or something. I'll make something very quickly. Hold on.
What's that?
I'll make something very quickly. Hold on. Okay. Actually, I'm just watching yours. I'm watching yours for now. What program are you using?
GIMP, the GNU image manipulation program. It's a free open
Yeah.
source one. It runs on Linux
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah. I use that one. It's just I don't know. I'm not good at using it. So I use Paint.net, but I use it for some things. There's some things you have to use it for. But yeah, a lot of people use it. I guess it's just kind of like there's too much to learn, too many features to learn how to use properly.
I started using it back before it had all those features, I guess.
Yeah.
So
It's like
I grew with it.
Yeah. But it's good for like GIF manipulation. If you want to edit a GIF, it's good for that.
It does a lot of things. Yeah. I can open PDFs as images and all kinds of stuff.
Okay. But you're drawing the ends right now?
Yeah, in the middle. Let's just pretend those are equally spaced.
Okay, yeah, why not?
Is that good for a rope? Whatever.
Yeah, why not? No, that's fine, yeah.
Actually, these are going to be spaced correctly because I am going to copy and paste this.
Here you go. Okay.
Okay, so I think we can agree that there will be a quarter of the weight at each end and half the weight in the middle, right? If it's all
Sure,
straight
yeah.
and flat, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Because each segment will be half on each end, and the middle segment is carrying two of those halves, and the end ones are only carrying one of those halves. So we'll have, if it's a 20 pounds of string, we'll have 5 on the end, 10 in the middle, and 5 on the end, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how tight we stretch it. That's going to be the same distribution, right?
I don't know because okay, so I don't know. I mean, it depends on, I guess, how you're stretching it. Like if you're stretching outwards, like just above, like horizontally, you're stretching horizontally.
I mean, by definition, each segment will be, half of its weight will be in the vertical axis, will be on each end pole, right?
Yeah, I guess. Let me think about this for a second. So I just feel like you're going to be relieving some of the weight off the center, but I guess not. I don't know. I guess it depends on how they're being pulled on the side, because if you're pulling it on the side and not, by the virtue of pulling it on the sides, like not increasing the amount of force acting on those poles on the side, like you're not pulling it like down and out, you're just kind of pulling it outward. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I get it. What you're saying makes sense, but for some reason, my intuition tells me that by doing that, you're relieving the weight off the center. I don't know why.
Well, if the center were shorter than the ends, then you would be.
Right? Yeah, yeah. So as long as you're pulling them horizontally, as long as you're certainly pulling them horizontally at those ends, then yeah, I think what you're saying is right.
And of course, if the center one was higher, then tightening it would increase the weight on the center, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. At every, let me think. From the moment you start pulling it. Okay. So that sag there, that's on both those two ends. When you're pulling it on either of those ends, that sag is going to start decreasing. I don't know. I feel like the two ends are going to be holding more of the weight now when you're doing that. But like I said, that's just my intuition telling me that. I don't know if that makes sense, because you're pulling it outwards. That sag should be decreasing, which to me tells me that the weight, the scale in the middle is now responsible for holding up less of the weight. But I guess that really just depends on the height of each of those sticks. Like if they're perfectly same height, and if the pull is perfectly horizontal.
Right, exactly. And that's why we have the two end sticks at the same height, so we know that the pole is horizontal.
Yeah. So as you pull it outward and that sag decreases, where does that sag go? Isn't that sag going beyond the two poles?
I'm not sure I'm understanding. I mean,
The slack, like the slack that I'm saying, this like the sag, as you pull it, the sag is going to decrease, so the slack is going to be an extra length of rope, and that's going to go beyond the two end points.
so
I'm thinking,
if we just slide the rope past the endpoints, actually shortening the rope, that will lighten the amount of rope that is on the center. So we would want to actually move the outer posts away to tighten it. That would be how we
I
would
see
do
what
that.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is one of those ones that, especially if we had different iterations of it, trying to like really think about what would be required and how it would work really would really start to hurt my head.
You know,
Remember there was.
oh, go ahead. What's that? You cut out.
I said no. Go ahead. I was just going to say that I was. It was a test at one point, and I talked to some people in GEMS, and they brought up some math that I wouldn't looked at, and like I said, it seemed like this tensile strength wasn't achievable.
Yeah. But with a setup like this, if you had a differential scale, like imagine like a balance, a little balance beam hung in the center, with the string going up through a pulley on one end and then a weight on the other end that exactly match the string's force at that in the middle, then you could measure milligram changes in weight, even though the total weight was like 10 pounds, right?
Yeah, right. I guess all you're looking for is an increase.
Yeah, an increase or a decrease or a nothing. Wind is going to make it difficult though, because there's always a breeze, and that's going to be adding a lot of random tugging to the string.
Yeah. But also, however you decide to pull it horizontally is also going to be a problem too, right? Because you got to make sure that's perfect.
Yeah.
Like the elevation and all that kind of stuff
Well,
isn't changing as you're pulling it.
you'd probably build 2 little float platforms that weighed several hundred pounds but floated, kind of large, and then they
Oh
would
yeah, I
both
see.
they'd be identical. They'd both float the same height as each other. And the one in the middle would be the same thing. So then you would just pull the platform
Oh,
away.
okay, yeah. So your way of doing this would be on the water then.
Absolutely. Otherwise, you don't have an objective source as to whether the ground you're on is in fact level, all the same height, the same elevation.
That's why. That's why the way they talked about it, they always talked about doing it on a beach, like where you're like basically at the same, the same distance from the water, but on the land. But yeah, that for me that would be difficult. Yeah.
It could be done on a beach, but anyway, the problem here I
Your
see,
floating platform thing sounds good.
the problem here I see is that there's going to be so much say, because you're dealing with the full weight of the string, that your poles are going to have to be hundreds of feet high. Otherwise, the string will hit the water in the middle and then the whole thing's off.
Yeah, but even like I said, I don't have the numbers, and so I can't confirm it offhand right now. But I remember doing this and having people check it. In order to even achieve that at any elevation, achieving the amount of well, I guess I'm trying to think now because no, yeah, because you'd be looking for a very small window, like the shorter the string, the smaller the deviation can possibly be. So the more taut it has to be, right? So it doesn't really matter how short you make it, because you make it longer and allow for looking for a bigger deviation. Now the string's heavier, so yeah. Regardless, the ability to get a string able to do that at any length, I
Well,
remember it being impossible.
remember, the weight of the string goes up linearly with the distance. Earth curve would go up with the square of the distance. So as you go, if you double your distance, you double your string weight, but you quadruple your earth curve. So
Oh
there
yeah, right.
is
So
there,
longer.
yeah, longer is better.
Yeah. You're right. But still, even still though, because I'm curious. Like I said, by the way you described it before, if you had like let's say 10 miles or something, whatever it is, and you had it set up to where you were sure there wasn't any sort of outside, wind and that the ground was level and all this kind of stuff. The way you said it was even just a small, you wouldn't have to pull it taut. You just have to pull it, any amount, any pull at all. On a curve on a globe, it should automatically increase the scale, and on a flat plane, it should, if nothing else is affecting it, it should keep it exactly the same. Is what you
Exactly.
said, right?
Exactly. In
It's not a
fact,
bad test if you could accomplish that. Yeah.
if you put your center pull just a little bit down from the two end pulls, then if it went below that, if it still got heavier, then you would definitely know that there was earth curve.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It would,
I
yeah.
wonder. I know people are listening. I know Jeremy, you're listening, man. I wonder what because like I said, they were all waiting for White's World to do this test because a lot of people were convinced that was a good test. But I think the way that you just put it, I think is at least for me, I'm back. I'm on board with that. I think there's a lot of I think it's difficult though to achieve the couple things that we said, like the floating, to the fact that they're all the same elevation, and the fact that there's no other influence. Like you can rule out any other influence. I think those two things, and then also that you're pulling it perfectly horizontal. That to me also, but if you can achieve all those things, then I think it's a good test.
Well, the height above the water at the 3 points can be measured to within a millimeter easily with constantly monitoring electronic, like ultrasonic rangefinders or any sort of sensor. So it can be known for a fact that the 3 points are their appropriate heights above the water. And
Right,
if the center point is, say, a few millimeters, maybe a centimeter or two below the two ends, that would bias it towards the flat Earth. And if it's still pulled down, then there would be really no doubt, no question.
No, sorry, but still, but you'd have to make sure the waters were calm too. Because you said about measuring above the water, that's assuming like the waters are calm. Because if there's any like like
Yeah, you
undulations or whatever,
calm waters are just a prerequisite here, for sure.
I had to close the fridge. But yeah, I mean, no one's talked about the White's Worlds test for a while. I don't know if anyone's. I know people are still waiting for Rumpus's test, and you got your test. When are you doing yours?
When I get around to it, well, I've got to put the boat
Yeah.
motor all back together. I thought it had the bearings were shot, but I took it all apart and they're not. So, of course, it's a 1962 motor, so I've got to make new gaskets because they were so old. They all, disintegrated when I took it apart. So now I got to make new
Wow.
gaskets by hand because I can't find replacements. And
Wow.
it's a Tecumseh engine. It was made by the Esca, or the outboard. It's a little mini 3 horsepower outboard, 2-stroke, made by Esca, and it was sold like in Sears and all kinds of department stores and hardware stores in the 60s. And
Does that company not exist anymore?
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think Esca, ESKA is the company.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
But anyway, so I gotta make all the new gaskets by hand from gasket paper and put it all back together. Then I gotta get the boat registered and licensed because you gotta get tabs for your boat if you're gonna put a motor on it in this particular lake and many lakes in this state. And
Yeah, or just don't get caught.
now that would be a true flat Earth victory if I went out there with an unlicensed boat and I got caught. That would be like just total proof of the globe, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You'd have a record of it too. Yeah. No, but no, yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I mean, the funny thing is, I've been talking about like a GPS test because personally, I think forced aligned can best be done using GPS. I've talked about it for a long time. I just haven't gotten around to getting the receivers good enough to do it. I was thinking that there's certain cell phones that can do dual frequency, but I don't have one of those cell phones, so it's a whole putting off sort of thing. I've been putting it off for a while.
Yeah, GPS would be a great way, except I think the problem is most people can't understand it, so to them it means nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I think because I thought about this for a long time, and I thought there's ways to get people on board with that. Like for instance, like say what?
No, I'm just waiting. Go ahead.
Go.
I'm next.
No, go ahead. You just go ahead. You're up.
Are you sure? Thanks. Well, we want to do something where there's no refraction involved, right?
Yeah,
And then it's
Jesse's
like,
just no
oh, which way
refraction.
is it bending? We don't know, right? I'm talking about this GPS thing.
Yeah, and all of the ones we've talked about so far, there's no refraction involved, including GPS. Yes.
There's always refraction involved with GPS. You can Google it. It's easy,
Yeah,
simple
dude.
Google search. It's very
This is
simple
why
Google search.
I'm not supposed to insult anybody on here or call people names. Okay, I won't call anyone any names, but if I wasn't calling anybody a name, I'd call them a son of a bitch, is what I would call them. But I'm not going to do that. Not in this case. But regardless, the reason why I would call them that is because they know full well that, especially in the means that we're talking about using GPS, which is differential GPS or like with base station corrections and all that, that corrects for any errors, including GPS, including refraction. Sorry, any errors in the GPS, including refraction.
So there's refraction involved. So we probably shouldn't use this because now it's which way did the light bend? Which way did he go?
This is what I'm saying, dude. It's already every error, anything that caused an error of position is accounted for when you make base station corrections. I
Bro,
don't know
at this
why.
point, I don't think we're going to use anything has refraction involved. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. So yes, right. I mean, Jesse, I guess you're right. It's not even. Yeah, it's some GPS.
Jesse guessed that there was refraction in GPS and that we wouldn't buy it because now it's refraction based.
That's a good one. Like, they got Wits It Gets It. Jesse guessed it. I like that one. Jesse guessed it right. That's right. He said that it's not going to be accepted for reasons.
Yeah, but that's a very, very valid reason right there, though, that I just said.
That reason is so
Not like
invalid.
I wasn't just like,
So invalid, it wouldn't even be accepted at Chuck E. Cheese's. Okay, it's not valid at all by any. So it's addressed. I don't want to say this again and again 1,000 times. This is what I told you earlier, dude. I told you there's 3 people I can think of. You're one of them. Where it doesn't matter. You can explain it. You tell somebody something, and they're just not going to. They don't listen to what you're saying. But GPS, dual free. I mean, sorry. Base station corrections. When you make corrections for the base station, okay, whatever was causing it to be out of position, anything, refraction, whatever the hell, who knows what it is, whatever that is, it's accounted for in those corrections. Anything that was error, that's what the base station does. It says, okay, what kind of errors is this position getting? This is the errors it's getting. Let's make those corrections, and it corrects for it. It's that simple. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. What did you think about Jesse's force in line, though? The specifically his version of White's World's test.
Force the string.
Force the string, yeah. Force the weight. Were you listening though when Jesse gave his iteration of White's World's test?
I think it might be too complex too, actually. I think most people would have this intuitive feeling that tightening the string would increase the weight on the center pole, even on a flat Earth.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. That was my intuition. But what you said made sense. But you're right. When you have to explain stuff to the
Right.
point that you have to convince somebody, people who are, not saying if there's bias involved, if you're biased to, that thing not being correct or whatever, then, there's reason not to follow along, or it's just,
Yeah, I think the test is valid and effective, but I don't think most people could grasp this idea that each segment will have equal amounts of weight on the two pegs, the two posts.
You know, it's funny because, like I said, there's many iterations of this test we talked about, and one that I brought up is not just one scale, but using multiple scales. In some cases, I talked about, like, you know, almost like scales at every point almost. But at least if you had a scale at like the two ends and a scale in the center, that would also tell you something.
Actually, that's not a bad idea, but it's difficult because you'd have to have some mechanism to translate or to allow it to weigh exactly only the vertical axis and not any horizontal axis at all. And that would be difficult.
The two sides.
Yeah, the two end points.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, because in your example, you're pulling the entire rod. You're pulling the endpoints, not just the rope at the endpoints. You're like moving the endpoints as well.
Right, but I mean, even if you had little scales mounted on top of each of the endpoints, if somehow the pole tipped in a little bit, then that would cause a negative weight effect, and if it tipped away, it would cause a positive weight effect because it would be changing the axis of the scale so that it was no longer measuring only the vertical component, right?
Okay, but okay, let's just go back to it being a flat plane. Like on a flat plane, in this example, and everything's perfectly horizontal. Like your movement, because you're moving the whole rod, the scales are on top of the rod. Let's just say you're moving the whole rod on a perfectly flat plane. If everything stays the same elevation, like moved horizontally, then shouldn't the rope never increase in weight anywhere?
Correct.
If
You're absolutely correct because the rope is a fixed weight. It doesn't change weight. The difficulty is in measuring that at the endpoints because they see the middle one can be over an extremely low friction roller on the scale. And so no horizontal component will become part of what's measured. But you can't do that on the ends because that's where the rope is anchored.
right. Yeah, I guess it depends on how you have it anchored then, because I'm just imagining it that, like, I was imagining like what you said, like it's basically the whole thing's moving. Yeah, actually, I know. Okay, I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, because you would add some downward, you would add some force on the scale. That would be part of the horizontal component as you're pulling it outward.
Now, what you could do is you could have, instead of 3 poles, you could have hundreds of poles
Right.
closer together, and they wouldn't have to be as tall, and all except the end two would have scales on them.
Right. That would alleviate some of that horizontal adjustment thing. I think that's, like I said, we'd come up with all these different examples, but really, the more you do this kind of stuff, it really makes the test kind of just impossible. Like, it's just silly, to think that it's ever going to happen. This is so impossible or so complex.
Yeah, doing it underwater is complex enough.
I think your test, though, I think the ultimate success is going to be based on. Hold on, my girlfriend is about to shred some papers, but it's going to be based on the how close the buoyancy is to being neutrally buoyant. I think obviously, like the further from that is, it's going to be a lot of the problems you'll have doing it above water, like I said.
Yeah. So I guess the density of polyethylene is like 91% to 94% of water is.
Hold on.
Is that a roofie picture?
No.
What is it?
It's a string strung up on 3 poles of equal height above water. It's a thought experiment.
A what experiment?
Never mind. Someone else and I were talking about it.
So what does it represent? It's better. So is anybody else here?
Not much. One thing I want to know is, let's say my house has 5,000 cubic feet and there's a fly in it and it has to buzz around my head when there's all those cubic feet it could be buzzing around in. Why is that?
What do you mean? A fly buzzing around 5,000 cubic feet.
Right. What with all the space the fly could go fly around in, how come he's got to buzz around my head? That's what I want to know.
Oh, what do you think?
I don't know. Maybe he's lonely.
No, he's coming to you because you're giving off some type of odor or smell or food or chemical that he likes. Because insects are attracted to certain. Oh, you should know this stuff.
Well, now he's sitting on top of my monitor.
Well, why don't you swat it?
I don't want to break my monitor.
So where's all the mentally ill globe earthers today?
Trolling over in Gem Pandas, I think.
Whereabouts?
What's that?
Where are they trolling?
In Gem Pandas, I suppose.
Can you send me the link or to the invite to that server? I've never heard of it.
No, I'm not a member there.
I hope you're fucking ready to rumble up in there.
What's that, Jeremy?
That's Kosho's people in there. I said I hope you're ready to rumble if you go up in there.
No, I'm not even a
Have
member there.
you got an invite, Jeremy, or you got a link to their server?
Give him one.
Hey, yeah, I gotcha.
No, I owned Kosho yesterday. Just posting that ship over the horizon, the ship over the horizon picture. And I pointed out to him, no, you've crouched down lower. And then you've re-zoomed a picture to make it look like it's curved. That's the biggest lie I've ever seen. Message requests. Okay, got it. Are you Hammer Sock?
Sorry, what's up?
Are you Hammer Sock? Or is that somebody else?
You think I'm a sock account?
No, Hammer's talk just showed up. Hey, Hammer.
Yeah, someone
not-
just sent me an invite to a server.
I'm not Hammer. It was me,
Okay.
yeah.
What's up, Jesse?
Oh, you're Hammer.
No, I'm not Hammer. I'm Jeremy.
But Hammer's here too.
Server's pumped. It's got like 30 people in it.
Did your computer just fall onto you?
Sunday, isn't it? What did you get for this trigger? You got.
I'm over that micro. Yeah, I mean, call me crazy, but at this point, we're not going to base anything definitive on anything that's got anything to do with refraction.
Oh, what did I just walk into? Jeremy making a proclamation about refraction.
Nah, that's your guys' game.
What do you think?
I said no. That's your guys' game.
Oh, well, the only way to remove refraction the way it sounds like you want to is just close our eyes and not see things, right?
I don't know, some kind of weird straw man thing you just did. I don't know what that is.
Oh, well, light refracts, doesn't it?
Sure.
And the only way to see things is if light exists, right?
Dude, just saying, I'm not taking a pop quiz with you, man. What's your point?
Well, you said we can't base anything off of anything that could be affected by refraction, right?
I didn't hear you. It was very busy in the house.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to say it again, or you just want to do what you're done?
You're deaf. I'm not deaf. I heard you. No, I gotta go. I gotta go, man. Somebody else will maybe pick it up with you.
Hey, does anyone know if there's like any actual evidence that that redshift is a Doppler effect? Is there any like actual scientific evidence of that?
I don't know. Is there evidence the Earth is flat?
That actually wasn't the subject that I brought up.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know there's evidence the Earth is flat, so I don't see the point in talking to you about it.
There isn't. You know there isn't.
Yeah, well, you think that all the evidence that shows that the Earth is flat just so happens to be an illusion and works on a globe. So then you lie and say there's no evidence for flat Earth. When you, what you mean to actually say, your position actually is, it's all just an illusion.
Oh.
Yes.
What's the illusion?
Whenever the stuff works exactly like it would on a flat Earth, you're like, oh, well, that's just an illusion. We can treat it like it's a flat Earth, and we have to make sure it works. But it's just an illusion. But that's not evidence for flat Earth. So I'm not interested in your low IQ games. Does anyone here that actually know any evidence that I'm trying to figure out if there's actual evidence like at all ever in any situation, like in a lab at all ever, like in any way? Like it's a genuine question. I'm trying to figure out like.
Oh. Well, let's go back to stuff we can measure. Like
it's way over your head, Negator. Chill out.
You know you can't do it. That's why you don't want to talk about it.
Okay, yeah, I seen line of sight microwave transmission over 250 miles from a 100-foot antenna where there should be hundreds of feet blocking the microwave transmission, but it goes point to point, and the maximum radius value of the wavelength is actually less than 1 meter.
Can you give me a link to that?
See, there you go. So you guys agree that if that's real, it debunks the globe? No, of course not.
No,
this is a waste of my time talking to.
No, yeah, we can do easy things like sun angles and star angles and reciprocal zenith angles. Or
okay, so they don't have any.
Horizontal.
That's what's up. Cool.
Do all these different measurements, but no, you want to go with a microwave that you think you understand. I've worked with radios.
I think that you're retarded.
I've had to raise radios because curved Earth got in the way. I'm sorry, bud.
Do you think that taking angles to the sky proves you're a ball? I promise you, it doesn't make anyone else stupid. Okay.
Does I don't know. Are angles not real, or are they real?
Trust me. I get that you think that proves you're earthable. I promise that doesn't make anyone else stupid. I'm not just going to keep saying it. So this is what's funny, right? The entire heliocentric model is built upon the required interpretation that redshift is Doppler effect, and it's identical to sound when we know sound is patently different than the Doppler, or than anything to do with light. So you guys make retarded low IQ claims and blindly believe them, and then you come in here and someone asks about redshift and you start teaching them the Doppler effect like they're stupid. But do you have any evidence? Because without it, your entire model falls apart immediately. So can I get some evidence that redshift is Doppler effect?
You with it? Are you asking if electromagnetic waves are subject to Doppler shift, or whether the specific redshift from outside our planet is specifically caused by Doppler?
No, any evidence on the Earth at all that based on which direction light's going relative to me, it'll redshift or blue shift because of the Doppler effect?
I think the answer might be yes.
Because you have a religion. Why do you think the answer is yes?
Well, for one, Doppler radar does work that way. And if light and radar are the same thing, just different wavelengths or frequencies, then radar definitely is subject to Doppler.
Completely not. So there you go. So can you show me the visible spectrum of light becoming red or blue based on what direction it's moving, please? Or are you just going to keep bringing up nonsense?
Well, saying red or blue is just a straw man because it doesn't go from red to blue. It changes slightly towards red or slightly towards blue.
Do you have any evidence of this slight change, Jesse, or are you just going to keep ignoring it?
Hey, Whit, you don't have to act like so childish, okay? Just talk to him.
Says the guy that literally obsessively stalks flat earthers for over 7 years. Let's talk about maturity.
Okay, hey, I'm just acting like there's no reason to speak condescendingly to him.
Says
like
the most
grown. He's grown.
Ever that comes to my YouTube live streams to talk condescending in a chat of a flat earther he claims is stupid as he obsessively stalks the conversation for 7 years. You are certainly an archetype of maturity, Negator.
I mean, everything I said is still true. But go ahead, Jesse. Maybe he won't speak to you like that.
Well, if we take a laser beam and bounce it off a mirror back towards its source and recombine it with a copy, with some of the original laser beam, and we move that mirror, then a beat frequency is generated as if those two lights are actually different wavelengths. So that's actually pretty good evidence that visible light can also be slightly redshifted or slightly blue shifted, depending on whether that mirror is moving closer or moving farther.
But so it's not evidence again. So you don't have anything. So if you want to drop a paper that show we can see visible light actually shifting towards red or blue, that would be cool. So if you're just making up suppositions, oh, this is pretty good evidence for it. Radar works like that. Like, can you provide actual evidence of it, please? It seems like a simple point blank request. I don't show the visible light spectrum actually shifting towards red or blue.
You mean enough that the human eye could perceive that it was more red or more blue?
Isn't that what we claim to be doing?
No.
Oh, so we aren't looking at it in the visible light spectrum.
No, I'm saying that a blue shift of, say, a few parts per million might be detectable by equipment, high accuracy equipment, but your eye is not going to be able to see the difference, right?
Oh, we can just see it in space, though.
Yeah, I don't even know how much blue shift or red shift there's supposed to be. Let me Google it.
Yeah, so you're just ignorant. So like, then the question wasn't for you then.
Well, I think
No,
I think
when
Jesse's point is valid, right? What's
No,
it?
it's
How do you think they detect the red and the blue shift?
I know that you don't know, and I know the answer, and I'm not telling you because I'm asking someone that actually knows about their belief and doesn't have a religion, blindly believes that redshift is Doppler effect, but doesn't even understand how they look at it, but then proceeds to pretend to defend it, but doesn't even know how it's observed.
So what's your angle here? Like, why don't you just, if
I
you know what it
want
is, just say it, and then you guys can talk about it, because you're arguing about what it does and how it relates to the universe.
Actually, I just asked for evidence of the claim. I don't know if you're very good at keeping up with things. Actually, I'm positive that you are, and you're
Oh my God, Austin, bro! Like, you're in your 30s, dude. I'm almost 40.
You stalk
Can you
flat
please
Earth,
stop
and you're
acting
in your
like
like
a teenager?
50s, dude. How old are you, Negator?
I'm 39.
Okay, and you stalked flat Earth for 7 years.
Why do you keep referring? I'm just asking to have a normal conversation we can all listen to. It's literally just 3 people in this room. It's just Jesse, him, or Jesse, you, and me. Come on, man.
Well, what actually happened, right? I came in here super chill. I asked a question about the redshift. You being the little gamma that you are, you immediately jumped in and started being antagonistic, talking about flat Earth, started like insulting me, started changing the subject, started just being derogatory, and now you're the victim. That's
How did I insult you?
That's what you do, dude. That's what you do, Negator. No
Yeah,
one's.
but this is a good thing here. Is there any evidence here on Earth that light causes this red and blue shifting?
Well, they're sort of talking about it in between. What's it talking down to everybody here? But
You started it.
Like something in a lab or something?
There's not. I haven't been able to find it. So I'm asking them if they have evidence because I'm open to seeing it. Because you can explain it many other ways. A light attenuation would cause it itself. I have many papers on it. Light attenuation would cause it.
There's also a thing with plasma that would cause it, that Grimm was always on about.
And you get a real Doppler effect within magnetic fields. So, I mean, these are like actual verified science. We can verify scientifically and physically that those things will call redshift or blue shift. So, like, where's the scientific evidence of the other one?
Wow, I just took that for granted this whole time. I just thought that was a thing that they had all sorted out.
I haven't found it. They require just saying that it takes immense distances in a vacuum.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
It gets even worse though, because then when you look, the observations make sense with attenuation being the cause, and they don't make sense with Doppler effect specifically because it's not homogeneous distribution within an assumed accelerative expansion, which it would have to be if it's Doppler effect.
Oh my God.
So it's terrible for you guys. Like it's not only just an unfounded presupposition, it actually doesn't match the observations. So I'll just drop some papers.
Yeah, they don't even know if that is a thing. If the thing they're saying is a thing, they don't even know if that's an actual thing or not. That's weird. Well, it's about par for the course, but
yeah, I mean, I'm certainly open to there being something I don't know about, but so I'll just drop papers to back up what I said. Here's
Mind blown.
this destroys the entire heliocentric model.
Oh, it totally does.
It literally does. Do you not know why?
I came in late. Sorry.
Okay. Do you know what redshift?
Sounded good though. It sounded good though.
Okay. Anyway.
But doesn't it make sense that if the wavelength of, let's say, a green laser pointer was shortened a little bit, that would be a little bit of a blue shift? And if the wavelength was made longer or the frequency was made less, that would be kind of a red shift? Isn't that what that is?
That's what you think it is.
Are you trying to make sense?
See, and this dude's just an antagonistic little dude. Like you couldn't have this conversation ever, but you pretended to understand Jesse's point and that it made sense. You couldn't ever talk about it.
What?
Stop. Just stop.
Well, it's pretty easy. Like you were talking about Doppler, which technically it's not like Doppler specifically. However, when you talk about Doppler, right, the sound wave itself stays the same. However, if it in movement, as it's going away from you, it would artificially seem extended to your ear, and
What does that do with
artificially
light?
if it came towards you, right, it would artificially seem, you know, to be smaller
Because of the medium.
So you would hear the sound, right?
Because of the medium of air.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's totally non sequitur and not relevant as an analogy at all.
As I said in the beginning, that it's not like Doppler shift, but you mentioned Doppler shift, so I was going to use it as an example. But if you want to say that you didn't mention that and that it's a terrible,
that's
example,
what your
I'll
side
agree with
claimed. You guys claim it's a Doppler effect.
Who claims that?
Your entire belief system.
Did I just claim that it was a Doppler effect?
So you disavow
Or did I
the
use it
entire
as
current
an
model. Okay,
example?
cool. So you're not the one we're talking to.
Well,
then.
it's called red shift and blue shift for a reason, right?
It's called a Doppler effect in your paradigm.
Is it?
Yes.
Okie dokie.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't actually. No, thanks for teaching that to me.
Not a problem, brother.
Great one.
Yeah. Well, now you know. So.
Okay. Well, great.
So now you agree that that's completely not analogous to something in air, a physical medium called sound.
Well, it's analogous, but it's not. Yeah, it's just an analogy, right? Like, so no analogy is perfect, right?
Okay, so
just talking about the effect in a general sense, so that we can talk about it in a simpler manner than the specifics of what's going on.
Actually, it's just
If you can understand
the assumption so that you can save your heliocentric model that got absolutely dunked on by redshift because it showed that the Earth was in the center of the universe. So you had to make up the story that it was accelerating in all directions away from you, and then you had to redefine redshift without any scientific explanation at all whatsoever, no experimental evidence, and then just blindly presuppose it, apply it to the sky, and ignore over 4,000 anomalies that don't match it.
Yep. Good job. Awesome. So like I was saying, we talk about analogies so that we can talk about talk about the effects in a simplistic fashion, so that one that might not be familiar, not saying you're not, but like one that might be unfamiliar with the idea, to try and get the general idea across. And then once you get to that, then you can move on to more specifics if you'd like to talk about that.
That's incorrect.
I mean,
like the
you have
highest
to understand
levels.
If you have to understand the basics of the idea, right? If you can't understand the basics, then you're just jumping into the deep end without learning how to swim.
Okay, it's not just some dumbed down analogy to tell like the layman and pop sci articles. It's the official explanation at the highest levels of academia. Is that it's a Doppler effect specifically. It's nothing to do with dumbed down analogies for people to understand the concept.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going there. I was just talking about the general conversation that you were having earlier, and how I was explaining to you by Doppler effect and why I use Doppler effect. I wasn't talking about some high-minded scientific papers or experiments, was I?
You use it because you heard someone else say it, and you handed your
Yeah,
ability
you
to
said
think
it.
over to them.
Just now. You used it just now.
I'm saying you believe it. You
Rewind it
heard other people say it, and you handed
and clip it.
over to them.
Would you like me to clip the statement that you made
Okay,
Sounds a
so
lot
you
like the
and
sounds a
show
lot
it
like the
back to
Creed
you?
video, right?
So
Oh
you're allowed to
my
use it as a
God.
Doppler as an example, but I'm not allowed to talk about it? Is that what you're saying?
What, dude? Your model claims it's a Doppler
Not my
effect.
model.
Do you comprehend those words?
Why do you say my model? What are you talking about?
Do you believe in the mainstream model?
I believe in whatever is proven by science.
So none of it.
What do you mean?
What part of the mainstream model was proven by science?
Well, proof in a colloquial sense. Of course.
Okay, there we go. Now we've already resorted back to some like stupid subjective.
Well, I mean, no. If you're going to play the semantic game
relativism.
about proof, then yes, I'm going to fucking caveat it. I mean,
that's
I'm not
not
a
what
moron.
I was doing, though. Like, you don't
That's
have
exactly
scientific
what you were
proof
doing
in
because as
any.
soon as I fucking said proof, you jumped on it like a monkey on shit.
No, you are trying to divine my purpose or my intention, but in fact, that's not my.
I haven't been listening to you for fucking 4 years yet.
Oh my God, you
Whatever.
people, miserable people, dude.
You are miserable.
I'm very happy. I only come in here and get frustrated with grown men that play little games on the internet about a subject they claim is stupid, but they've been obsessed with it for years.
Grown men that play games. Right. Well, first of all, you have to grow up first, but yes, you are playing games.
Good one.
Well, just because you're fucking 30 doesn't mean you're grown.
Good one.
I mean, he did kind of come in here like, I want to preach to these guys. I got this thing fully memorized.
Yeah,
I go through my whole argument. I'm just going to repeat everything.
I have nothing memorized. I fucking sell everything.
Dude, this moral degenerate even interrupts his own
nothing
side.
about fucking shit.
You have no self-control at all.
What was unself-control? Because I talked.
You talked right through the middle of his sentence after interrupting me 7 times.
Well, he had a stupid point, so I interrupted him.
Wow.
Hey, I actually think it's an interesting question that you asked with it.
Of course it is. I think
I thought so too, but he's incapable of having a conversation.
But I don't understand why you think that a change in frequency of a laser pointer due to the change in velocity between the observer and the source isn't Doppler when it's quite clearly describable or observable.
Okay, so let me explain it to you. I'll just read it out of this article. So, in 1915, astronomer Vesto Slipher observed that light from some spiral nebula is redshifted, meaning that its frequency drops towards the end of the red end of the spectrum, and its wavelength correspondingly increases. He falsely presumed that this phenomenon is a Doppler effect in which a light source moving away from the observer stretches the wavelength of the light it emits. If he had understood that the true wavelength of sound actually remains constant during the Doppler effect, he would have realized that redshift is an entirely different phenomenon. Doppler is distortion. Sound consists of uniform longitudinal waves passing through the elastic medium of air at a constant frequency. When its source moves towards you, identical length waves hit your ear more frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a higher frequency. As a sound source moves away from you, identical length waves hit your ear less frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a lower frequency.
But
you're not going to.
I mean, the definition of Doppler effect is the apparent change in frequency of a wave in relation to an observer moving relative to the wave source. And I think that's true for laser light.
Okay, so it's not actually changing. It's just apparent.
Right. But it's measurable.
So you don't understand it, dude. You don't understand. Okay.
If you take and line up this returning, like in the case of Doppler laser, if you take and line up the wavelengths of the outbound and the return beam, the return beam will be will have a longer or shorter wavelength compared to the outbound beam. Isn't that the definition of Doppler effect?
No. So this isn't helping you when it comes to space redshift, and this is what you're not understanding. So I'm just gonna have to just read it again, dude. So it says right here, and if you want to argue with it, that's cool. It's not that it's true, it's because the paper is making a very clear point here, right? Which is that he presumed the phenomenon is Doppler effect, in which the light source moving away from the observer stretches the wavelength of the light it emits. Physically, Jesse. But if this is the guy who came up with it for your model, 1915. If he had understood that the true wavelength of sound actually remains constant during the Doppler effect, he would have realized that redshift is an entirely different phenomenon than some type of physical stretching, which is your current model's definition of redshift in space. Physical shifting. Okay. Doppler is actually just distortion, and it's constant. So suppose an ambulance heading towards you at 70 kilometers an hour emits a musical note A, frequency 440 hertz, wavelength 0.773 meters. Suppose also that the first note you hear as the siren comes into earshot is BB, 466 hertz. As the ambulance passes by, you hear the true A, 440. After the siren passes, you hear in the distance AB, 415.
Oh, that's flat.
The wavelength of the sound emitted by the siren never changes. Both the BB and the AB are distortions of the true A440 sound. Light waves are transverse and travel at 3.0 times 108 meters per second through space, where there is no medium to resist their movement. Thus, light waves can neither bunch together, creating the illusion of increasing frequency, nor drift apart, creating the illusion of decreasing frequency. Whatever frequency is measured to the actual frequency of light at the point of observation.
That B is pronounced flat. You say like A flat.
Whatever, dude, address the point.
That doesn't really... No, you're not really addressing the point.
Okay, and you just blatantly project. Like, it whatever, man. You guys don't have an answer, I guess. I was hoping like Kosho would know or something. I'm not interested in wasting my night talking to sophists. So you guys don't know. It's fine. You have
Do you have any evidence you can present that does back up your claim that attenuation can cause red or blue shift?
Yes.
Cool. How do I do this experiment?
I'll go give you a paper. You just alter the density of mediums. Duh. You can even just go look at Cherkanoff radiation. Why is it blue?
I don't think that's blue shift.
What is it?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Oh.
But if you're having to resort to extremely high radioactive controlled nuclear bombs to
Oh my God.
illustrate attenuation causing blue shift, then you're probably not illustrating attenuation causing blue shift. Like, yeah.
Dude, you can demonstrate it 1,000 ways. But what's really funny is this is what always happens, right? You guys don't have any experimental evidence. So what do? You immediately try to just focus on the other possible explanations and be like, I need very specific, definitive experiments. And then you try your best to find what's wrong with it. But you literally just avoid the fact that you have nothing. And you think that everyone doesn't notice it. You think we don't notice that you have such a gross, disgusting double standard for evidence? You think that no one notices it? When you can't even define gravity, but you want to talk to me about electrostatics explanation for 14 hours, asking for 50,000 experiments and controlling every variable known to man? When I specifically asked you for evidence of the redshift, when we know that plasma can do it, magnetic Doppler effect can be a real effect that causes it, and we know attenuation of light can cause it with actual experimentation on the Earth. You couldn't provide any experimentation that's simply going away from you or coming towards you. Specifically in a vacuum, mind you, can do it. But you just skate past that and then start trying to critique the alternatives.
No, I didn't skate past it. I gave an example both in visible and in invisible electromagnetic radiation where blue and red shifting were easily demonstrated.
No, they're not, though. I just refuted it. Did you not even understand what I said though, bro? Did you not understand why I refuted it?
Well, did you hear what I said? When you bounce a laser beam off a mirror and the mirror is moving towards or away from the laser source, and you compare the wavelength of the outbound and the reflected laser beam, they objectively have different wavelengths. Are we in agreement there?
No.
Then why do they create a beat frequency? Why do they go in and out of phase?
You're saying that they're physically changing wavelength because of distance.
No, because of change in velocity off of the mirror.
Oh, once it bounces off the mirror.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you could,
Hey man, do you have any physical scientific evidence of light traveling away from me and red shifting?
Well, you would need two lasers that were exactly the same frequency in order to do it without a reflection. But
So you don't
it would
have any.
it would be the same thing if you had two lasers that were identically, or if you had any way to measure exactly the wavelength of a laser, yes, the frequency and the wavelength would change as your velocity towards or away from the source changed.
So do you want to cite it? Or are you just making it up?
Let's see.
We both know the answer is the latter. You've never seen any such experiment ever. You just made it up.
Well, I have seen it with a mirror and a single laser because that's the equipment I have.
Hey man, do you have any scientific experimental evidence that light will move away from me in redshift?
That's an invalid question because redshift involves the relative motion of two things, the source and the observer. You haven't specified.
The source doesn't have to be moving at all.
The source and the observer being at the same location.
The source doesn't have to be moving at all.
You
What do
mean
the observer doesn't have to be moving at all.
does there have to be any delta or
Does the
delta
observer have to be
velocity?
moving?
Does there have to be a difference in velocity between the observer and the source for a Doppler to take effect?
I don't believe in your fairy tale where you say that sound and light are just the same thing and that there's a physical change but you can't verify it. Don't ask me questions about your reified concept. You just said it depends on the velocity of the source and the observer. The observer can be completely stationary relative to the source. It means that's what your paradigm claims, that we're stationary relative to the source on the earth and we're looking out in the sky and seeing redshift. Do you have any experimental evidence of light moving away from me, redshifting?
Where's the light source? Is it at you or is the light source moving away from you?
Wait, it's supposed to be moving away from me.
Oh, the light source is moving. You said the light was moving away from you. Like if you turn on a flashlight, it'll be traveling away from you if you're holding the flashlight. Okay, so you're asking if
I'm asking about your belief, dude. You know what your belief is. So why are you doing this?
Well, I can definitely show you that if the light source is a mirror and it's moving away, that the return beam is definitely Doppler shifted, red shifted. Let me see if I can find any experimentation that shows that with the actual light source itself moving.
So now you've just kind of taken it on faith.
No, it's the same. It's the same physics. It's just something I haven't personally done.
So you just take it on faith. You've never seen an experiment or anything about it.
No, I've personally done the mirror experiment.
And what's funny is the person that came up with the Doppler effect in the first place, he made a fundamental error, right? And I just told you what it was. Everyone in the room just ignored it.
You mean assuming it was the same as sound?
Yeah. No, I just explained specifically why.
Well, I ignored it because if you're applying it to me, you're straw manning me.
This is your model. Like, okay.
Look, how many times have you said you don't have a model? Why can't I not have a model? Right?
Okay, Jesse now has migrated to disavowing the mainstream model. That's fine.
I'd seek the truth, whatever it is.
Okay, so you'll never claim that the Earth is spinning around the sun again. Awesome.
No.
Yeah, exactly. So you do have a model.
No, there's a difference between claiming something isn't and claiming that you know that something is. Just because I can't put it in DMOC's bucket and show it to you, that doesn't mean that I'm going to claim that it isn't, right?
So you blindly take it on blind faith, and we're back to first question. You can't even show, so we can show physical demonstrations of redshift actually occurring, like as in an actual phenomena with plasma and light attenuation. You're claiming that the light source can move away from me and it'll cause redshift, but you can't demonstrate it. So which answer is more viable?
I was going to say something, but I'm going to just let us bask in the silence.
What's that, Jeremy? Oh, I was pushing my wrong push to talk button.
I bet.
No, I really was. What did you ask?
Well, if you were push to talk, then you were given an answer. You should know what it is.
Well, I kept responding. You asked a bunch of different things, and I kept responding. I didn't realize you weren't hearing me.
And instead of asking me questions, can you answer the question?
He was asking you to repeat the question.
Yeah. Which specific question did you want me to respond?
I want you to actually answer the question when I repeat it. Okay.
Oh,
Don't ask me questions. Don't change the subject. Don't avoid the question like you always do. Answer it. So if we can show with demonstration, physical demonstrations, that plasma and light attenuation can cause redshift, but you claim that the light source can move away from me and cause redshift, but don't have any physical demonstration or empirical evidence, which explanation is more viable?
Well, the one with the more evidence. But let's say it's the other way. Let's say I have evidence that velocity difference does cause redshift with light, redshift and blue shift, and you have no evidence for your claims of other things causing red and blue shift. Then which? Now tell me. Answer the question. Don't change the topic. Put your big boy pants on and don't be a little beta. But which one makes more sense if mine's the one that has the evidence for it?
Whichever answer has empirical evidence, Jesse. How triggered he got that he had
which one has the evidence? Which one has
already-
the evidence? Can we show it?
Unlike Jesse, who just reverted into like calling me names with little like non sequitur make believe hypotheticals, I specifically pointed out the actual situation, which is there's real empirical physical demonstrations that can show that plasma causes it and that attenuation can cause it. And I asked for the real physical empirical equivalent demonstration of light moving away from me causing it.
Well, I'm looking for mine. Do you mind posting yours if you already have it? Remember, you already planned out this argument before you came here. You already
I
had
literally
your
came here just
sources
to
all
ask.
in a row, and
No.
we didn't know what the topic was going to be, so we didn't have a chance to research ahead of time like you did. So while I'm looking for what you asked me to find, why don't you post that document that you said you would post for me that shows that attenuation can cause redshift?
Okay. Which, by the way, I already posted. I already posted 2 papers explaining this, but I'll go find it.
Did you tag me?
No, and of course, in reality, I didn't come here planning anything. I literally came in here and thought maybe Kosho or Chronic or someone maybe would be in here, and I was asking a genuine question, which is like, what like experiments did they do on the Earth to show that this happened? I wasn't actually trying to talk to Negator, come in and start, gaslighting me. But you have any evidence for the flat Earth? I wasn't trying to deal with you, be a sophist, and run away from the question. I wasn't trying to deal with the Damon dude come in there and just interrupt incessantly and change the subject. I was actually hoping that one of the informed ballers that actually understood their belief a little better would have something I could learn from. But you know,
They're even claiming it happens, and this is almost mainstream. This attenuation thing with the redshift.
Yeah, which I think your opening words were, and I quote, "Does anyone here know?" ... Unquote.
yeah, that's right. If you had known, I would have been happy to hear you, but you don't know, but you chose to engage with sophistry. Negator had no idea, chose to change the subject.
Actually,
Yeah, they're claiming it happens
prior to
with
you getting here. What's it?
dust attenuation in high redshift galaxies.
Well, even on the Earth, right here's like redshift of photons penetrating a hot plasma.
I know, but they're even claiming it now in some of these galaxies that dust is causing them.
Yeah.
Redshift.
Here's Harvard doing that. Plasma redshift cosmology.
Redefining redshift as attenuation. Tons of shit in here.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Dust attenuation in high redshift galaxies. Institute of Physics. What are you talking about? Yikes. I had no idea that.
Yeah, this is all over the place there, I know. Just off an initial Google search, I mean, there's tons of shit.
Dust attenuation in galaxies up redshift.
Yeah.
Yikes. Doesn't work for them though. That cannot be the primary cause of redshift. That's what they try to invoke different stuff like this to explain away their discrepancies. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, we need something else. Our redshift prediction doesn't work, basically.
Yo, this one's from fucking, hold on a second. This one's from nationalsciencefoundation.gov. The dust attenuation law in galaxies. What the fuck? Attenuation curves of galaxies at redshifts less than approximately 0.0. Yeah. Why has the National Institute of Health got articles on high redshift star formation? I never even heard about this attenuation thing. I heard about some plasma shit. What was other ways attenuation or redshift can happen? I forgot. I think there was another thing.
It can definitely happen with like a magnetic field. What's so crazy, man? It's like you just need one. You just need one that can actually be demonstrated, you know, because they can't even demonstrate theirs. Like they didn't demonstrate anything. They were just like, the light has to be accelerating away from us in all directions to save the heliocentric model. Like that's just what happened. And then they said it was the same as the Doppler effect of sound and air. It's hilarious. I can I can go a little bit more here, right? So he says So thus light waves can neither bunch together, creating the illusion of increasing frequency, nor drift apart, creating the illusion of decreasing frequency. Whatever frequency is measured is the actual frequency of light at that point of observation. Redshift is simply the measurable tendency of light to attenuate. The velocity and energy of light always remains constant. However, over extreme distances, the frequency of visible light gradually diminishes towards the red end of the spectrum while its wavelength increases by a corresponding amount. So this dude, although still deep within the paradigm of space and vacuums and stuff, like he does make a very good point about their redshift assumption. They assume it's the same as a sound wave in the air, which physically actually changes, and it's not the same at all when light's supposedly constant. So he made a base blunder, right, in 1915. He assumed it was the same. Right, like he skipped over the fact that the true wavelength of sound actually remains constant during the Doppler effect. Very interesting. I'll drop that paper. Because this is what's even more interesting. Like for someone that's actually looking for truth, though, not just looking for some desperate way to get rid of it, right? Like actually looking for truth. I have a paper about redshift anomalies, and it has like 400 citations. It's just that the amount of redshift anomalies is just insane.
Does it mean redshift doesn't occur?
Do you have evidence it does?
I posted a paper in there that talks all about it, tells what it is and how they do it and everything.
Okay, so they looked at the sky and they assumed that redshift was caused by light physically moving away from us. So do you have any evidence that that's a real thing? That's the actual question. And anyway, when we assume that and we look out, we assume that everything's moving away from us and it causes redshift. It doesn't work. There's tons of anomalies where things should be moving away from us and redshifting, but they're not. They're blue shifting. It's not evenly distributed redshift. But if it's accelerating and expanding in all directions away from me, then I should have an even distribution of redshift in all directions away from me. But they don't. So you don't have physical evidence or empirical experimentation to show that that's even a real thing. That light moving away from me will cause redshift. That there's not even any empirical evidence that's even a real physical thing. It was built upon an ignorant conflation of sound in a medium of air and light in a vacuum. And then we have the assumption applied to the sky and it doesn't work. Now we have another explanation that can be scientifically shown on a small scale, like plasma, for example. It can be experimentally validated and could explain all the discrepancies in the sky. So, what are we doing here? This is not a religion, right? It's science, right? So, I thought this was science, not a religion. I thought it was actually rude of me, apparently, when I call it a religion.
Well, I don't mind as long as you don't mind me calling yours a religion.
But mine's not, though.
Well, I don't think mine is either. But if you can call for me what you think's a religion when I think it's not, then isn't it only fair that I can do the same for you?
No, because yours requires blind faith and mine does not. So that's the fundamental difference.
Yeah, but see, from my perspective, mine doesn't require blind faith, but yours does.
Okay, well, do you believe that the Earth revolves around the sun, thus the universe expands in all directions, and redshift is because light's moving away from us in an infinite vacuum?
Do you believe that it doesn't?
No, I see no substantial empirical evidence at all that that's even physically possible. And whenever I entertain that assumption and look at the data, it doesn't work. So that's right. I don't believe it because I don't blindly believe things. So you blatantly avoided the question, do you believe that? And you answered with, do I not believe it?
Yeah,
Just like a religious person would do, right?
Well, you're trying to frame all of your beliefs as fact and all of everyone else's facts as just beliefs. That's just a fallacy. It's not really actually talking
That's
about the topic.
incorrect, dude. I don't make any definitive claims about what happens in the sky. That's what you do. Don't respond again. Yeah, every time that it gets pointed out, right? Like that there's a clear distinction and there's a difference here. You just tactically ignore it or then flip it over on me and never answer. So like you're demonstrating that you are intentionally being dishonest, intellectually dishonest, right? Like that's what you're doing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Seriously, Jesse, it's not cute though, dude. It's not cute, bro. It's super annoying. It's actually pretty disrespectful to the person that's like entertaining the conversation as if it involves good faith.
So I'm looking over some of these documents you posted. Thank you, by the way. I was not aware of plasma causing redshift. As to the claim that attenuation can cause redshift, tell me if I opened the wrong document, but the document I opened on that is titled Dust Attenuation in Galaxies Up to Redshift Approximately 2. We want to study dust attenuation at ultraviolet wavelengths at high redshift, where the UV is redshifted to the observable visible light wavelength range. Is this the one that is evidence?
No. Is that an experiment on the Earth?
Okay, so let me.
I have to find the other one.
Did you just take me on the
No,
one?
I have to find the other one. I've already mentioned one off the top of my head though, and you just ignored it and then said, you have to use something with a lot of energy. Like you just dismissed it.
What's interesting to me about this is actually about 20 years ago, I suggested to friends of mine that it's possible that dust could cause redshift, but of course I had no evidence for it. But so this is actually interesting to me.
Well, it debunks all of heliocentrism. So,
well, not really.
Yeah. Oh, really?
It's heliocentrism.
Yeah.
How's that? How's that?
Here's where you say the same dumbass thing about how it's just the solar system and what's outside of it doesn't matter, which is just stupid and a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, but isn't it true that what's outside the solar system is not heliocentric at all?
If you make like and you did it anyway. And I know you guys have heard me explain it. I know you guys can't rebut it. I know you guys understand it. You wait a few days, it comes up again, and then you just do it again. And I can just prove it. I can prove it right now by explaining it. It's so annoying, dude. So when you make the claim of the heliocentric model, you cannot isolate that claim. It automatically spills over into the regions outside of the solar system because you're making claims of how the planets move that we see in the sky in relation to the background stars based on us moving around the sun. Therefore, we are having to be in a galaxy called the Milky Way galaxy. Thus, you're claiming the system is inside of the Milky Way galaxy that's inside of the universe, and you're claiming the relative relationships of all of this at the same time as soon as you claim that we're flying around the sun.
We can describe that without reference to what's behind them in the rest of the universe. That's not necessary.
So what you're trying to say is I can ignore a lot of the stuff there, and I know that if I don't ignore it, then I would be wrong, but I can just choose to ignore it and then pretend I'm right. That's your argument.
Yeah, the heliocentric model doesn't depend on what's going on in the universe to be the heliocentric model.
So you just did it again.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, what do we need to take into consideration in the heliocentric model with regard to the universe?
If you claim the Earth moves around the sun and the planets move around the sun in the solar system, then that means we have to be inside of a Milky Way galaxy doing that.
No, we could be inside of the Andromeda galaxy, or we could be
No,
not
we
in a
can't because
galaxy.
we've
We
observed
could
the Milky Way
be
galaxy.
we could be the heliocentric model all by itself without the Milky
No,
Way.
we can't though. We've actually
It's
observed the
irrelevant.
Milky Way galaxy.
That just happens to be where we're at.
Okay, so we've observed other stuff in the sky. So if we're going to believe the heliocentric model, we have to integrate that into everything else in the sky. You can't just pick out like less than 0.000000001% of the sky and then talk about how you got it right. Go play with crayons, Left Land. That's the stupidest argument. It's a waste of my time. Dude, if Professor Parks was in here, he would laugh at you. If any astronomer or astrophysicist was in here, he would tell you to please shut up. So it's like a waste of my time. Kosho's even agreed with me and corrected you. Many people have corrected you, and you just keep saying it.
No, they haven't. I've not been corrected on that point. That the heliocentric model is independent of the universal observations.
It can't be.
I've not ever been corrected on it.
It's just an intellectually dishonest position, right? It's like, let's just ignore all the other observations and evidence that our model has to make sense with it. Let's just ignore it. And if we ignore all of it, then I can say that mine works.
Okay, let me ask my constituents. Does anyone disagree with me that the heliocentric model is independent of the universal observations?
No, you guys are in a cult. So
That's not a cult. No, it's not a cult. It's a legitimate question.
No, it is a cult. So even though they know you're wrong and they know your argument's stupid, they're not going to say it out loud in Discord.
No, I'm asking the question. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're saying in the claim of the solar system itself, in the claim of heliocentrism, is what you're asking? Because if you're asking if it's about a claim of heliocentrism versus geocentrism or something like that, then
versus the universe versus this redshift and universal expansion and all that other stuff.
Please answer the question correctly, dude. Yeah. Okay. So if the Earth is not in the center, right, we have to explain why it looks like we're in the center.
Hold on, dude. Oh, I'm seeing Left Lane's claim. I'm trying to see Left Lane's claim because I wasn't listening.
Did you know his claim? His claim is as simple as, well, we can just ignore everything else in space and the solar system works just fine. It's not some profound point.
I don't know if that's his claim. I'm just trying to see what he's actually saying. I wasn't listening. I just heard someone say my name.
That is for sure his claim, dude.
Yeah. I just say that the way I understand it, that the heliocentric model works independent of the universal observations of redshift and universal expansion and dark matter and all that other stuff.
I mean, yeah, I would say the heliocentric model, is specifically pertaining to just the solar system. I mean, it doesn't pertain to anything else.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm just going to keep explaining it over and over, and you guys are going to keep ignoring it. And then I predicted it would just be a waste of time and that it'll automatically just be you guys being dishonest and you'll never change. So I've explained this to Left Lane many times. Kosha, you were here one of the times. Actually, Charlie was here. So when we looked out at the sky, okay, we thought we were in a heliocentric model, which means that we have a random position relative to the rest of the sky. What we saw was that everything was moving in the distance relative to us. So even though we were looking at things beyond the solar system, it's directly related to our solar system claim because that's how we understand our position within everything else we're seeing. What we saw was it looked like everything was moving in relation to us. The distant galaxies were moving specifically in relation to the Earth. They shouldn't be doing this, though. We're in a heliocentric model. That's just in a tiny portion of the universe. Okay, so our specific claim of the solar system did affect our interpretation of the rest of the sky, objectively.
You're talking about Hubble's observation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to disagree with that.
Profound.
Hubble's observation wasn't in any way related to the solar system.
I just said that.
I think it was. I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. It's not related. So there's no There's no relationship between it and the solar system or the Earth being at the center or anything.
That's incorrect, dude. Oh my god. Either you're lying or you don't even know. I don't even. This is so annoying to me, dude. So this is where the whole accelerative expansion idea got cemented. Everything had to be expanding away from us in all directions to make it look like we were in the center of the universe. That's what happened.
That's correct. That's correct. But in that statement, us is not the Earth. Us is our local group of galaxies. So it's not at all specific to the Earth or the solar system or anything like that. It's specific to the local group, us, Andromeda, and a few other galaxies.
No, we have observations that show us that we have to be inside the Milky Way galaxy. Since then, we've done CMB, and we've specifically looked at the fact that even the distribution right close to us shows us that we're in the center. This is why it's annoying. This is very low IQ. It's like, oh, well, yeah, sure. If the Earth is in a heliocentric model, then it would require us to explain the rest of the universe this specific way. And it would 100% affect how we explain the rest of it. If the Earth's in the center or moving around the sun. So if the Earth is stationary and the sun moves around it, or if we move around the sun, would affect how we understand everything else in the sky. But we can just ignore everything else in the sky and it works just fine. It's like, how is that not a waste of my time? Like, dude, if I talk to any professor of astrophysics or astronomy, they would literally laugh at how stupid of an argument that is.
Okay. Well, if you look at Hubble's actual observation, the expansion wasn't within the galaxy or even the local group. It was everything outside of the local group, which is why there's no preference for any position in the galaxy, let alone the solar system.
Okay, so you're not going to address so if the Earth is moving around the sun, then it changes how we view the rest of the sky. So either we're in the center, and that's why it looks like we're in the center, or there's another explanation that caused us to look like we're in the center, even though we're moving around the sun, and in relation to the closest galaxies, the proximity of galaxies, and even distant galaxies and everything else, it just looks like we're in the center. And there has to be a different explanation for it. Two fundamental different explanations. To exclude the vast majority of observations that we make in the sky, so we can just talk about solar system, is very low IQ. It only exists in this Discord realm, which is why I started the In the Field show, to just bring like professionals on with credentials and not do this anymore.
Yeah, we're beneath you with it. I know.
Well, no, your intellectual dishonesty is
Fucking hell.
beneath good
Fucking
faith.
hell, man.
Yeah, your intellectual dishonesty is beneath good faith. That's right.
Fucking hell. That's ridiculous.
But did you hear what I just said? It's your lack of good faith.
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, you're just in Discord to try to win an argument and be pedantic and semantical and divert away with bad faith, right? Like if I'm talking to someone with a PhD in astronomy, they're never gonna say what you just said, never, because they have a professional reputation to uphold.
Yet to be seen.
I just did it the other day. What are you talking about?
That is a new show that he's doing, actually. I've seen it on his channel.
Oh, drop a link. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of links, did you get me the paper on attenuation causing redshift?
I dropped you a Cherkanoff radiation and a medium that will attenuate the light more, and we get blue shift.
Is that your only evidence for attenuation?
No, but you got to hand wave it. Okay, so.
Well,
okay.
I just want to know if that's your only one, because I'll take a look. I didn't know that was the one. Because
Your own paradigm and knowledge that this happens. Simple attenuation will change the way that the light is perceived. This is like basic stuff.
Well, that could be. I just didn't know that you had any evidence for it.
Your own paradigm acknowledges it and actually invokes it specifically to try to explain away redshift discrepancies within your model.
But that's not an experiment on Earth, right?
No, I already showed you one.
Is that tricking off whatever radiation?
Yeah. Where it actually moves faster than the speed of light, by the way.
Light attenuation does affect how you see things. I was literally just at a conference for ground penetrating radar, and the main way it works is through light attenuation. That's how you see what's underground.
And we're talking about redshift.
Like for example, when the redshift data doesn't work, they're like, oh, there must be dust out here by this nebula that caused the attenuation that changed the redshift.
Wait, so our assumption didn't work, so we add on another assumption onto it, like a band-aid.
Well, this is what's funny though, is the other assumption they're building on it is actually like much more physically legitimate. Like you can actually show that mediums, right, can attenuate light and then cause a difference in the visible spectrum of light, right? But whenever you're claiming that the light source can move away from you and then cause redshift, and they just baselessly compare it to sound and air and claim it's the same. And this is why Hubble got way out in front of it and said, if we're wrong about this assumption, then everything changes. And like now people talk about it like it's not an assumption.
So are you claiming the redshift is caused by attenuation in a medium instead of actual physical expansion of galaxies?
Yeah, that's what I think, yeah. And it can also be demonstrated with plasma. And that's why it does it in plasma, is because of attenuation, right? So you can look at the light, the redshift in plasma on the Earth in experiments.
I mean, that doesn't seem unreasonable on the first hearing it.
Well, that's what I was asking them. If I can give you an actual experiment that shows that this is the case, like that would cause it, and you don't have any experiment, then which one's more viable? I don't know. Yeah, seems simple. I gave you a specific experiment about the light in the plasma. Well, why do you think the light in the plasma redshifts?
Hey, this article on Sharkanov radiation does it mention attenuation? No. So it doesn't even mention attenuation. How is this evidence for attenuation causing blue shift or redshift?
It's in a medium, and that's why you get the blue glow, bro. You get the blue glow if it's not in water?
Well, no. Just like you can have blue phosphors and red phosphors, and you hit them with UV or radiation, and they glow whatever color they glow. But red shift and blue shift is specifically where you have a light wavelength that actually apparently gets a different wavelength.
Actually, I have no idea. I have no idea. Like I sent you the paper about the light in the plasma, and so why do you think that the plasma causes the light to redshift?
It had something to do with the high energy region. I didn't have a chance to read all there is available on it, but that's you just changed the topic. I'm asking about attenuation. There's no evidence of a wavelength being changed. There may be a wavelength being created in Sharkanov radiation, but there's no evidence of a wavelength being changed or being apparently changed. So that doesn't have anything to do with redshift. I mean, if you just take a red LED, are you going to say it's redshifted because it's red?
Well, it is towards the red spectrum for a reason, but that means that anything that's directly altering the wavelength is going to affect it. Like, why do we see red in a rainbow?
Well, the red was already there. We see it when it's mixed together with all the other colors, it just looks white. But when we separate out the colors, then we're looking at just the red by itself and it looks red, right?
So anything that changes the wavelength will cause red? Can cause red?
No, anything that creates a red wavelength causes red.
Yeah, that's why I said can, buddy. So,
Yeah,
they're right back to the just blatantly dishonest on purpose shit.
Well, no, I'm asking, how am I supposed to, what about Sharkanov radiation implies a shift in wavelength?
No, I don't care. I retract that one. I don't care.
Oh, the one about attenuation?
No. Like why dude? If it affects wavelength, does attenuation affect wavelength?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of, and that's what I'm asking for is evidence of that.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Yeah, sure. That wavelength is affected by attenuation.
No, that wavelengths can be changed by attenuation. Redshift and blueshift is the changing of an existing wavelength to what appears as a shorter or longer wavelength, right?
Wait. So did you
Maybe
just say
you know
that?
yourself.
Wait, real quick. Did you just say light attenuation changes the wavelength, and then you said red and blue shift changes the wavelength, and then that's all you said?
No, Whitsitt is saying that attenuation can change the wavelength of light. I'm saying it doesn't, that I know of. So I don't know that it does. I don't know of any evidence that it does.
Well, it'd be much more like the perception, like in the relationship of the wavelength with the rate of attenuation relative to the medium, right? Like the rate of attenuation is going to be specifically relative to the wavelength. So,
but that's not a change in wavelength, though. You said that attenuation can cause redshift, right? Is that what you said, or am I remembering incorrectly?
yes, I have to find an experiment to show it though, because it doesn't even. Like, but that's why I specifically said like magnetism, attenuation, and plasma. Okay, if I can show you any experiment that physically demonstrates causing redshift and light, but you cannot, but you built your entire model upon it, then you have a problem. I even explained the logical problem with the assumption and explained why attenuation would actually explain it. But the only thing left for me to do is to find an experiment that specifically tests the attenuation, which will be difficult. It has to be like a gradient medium, seemingly, with a pretty decent distance. But I don't know. Maybe it's been done. I'll have to find it. But like, yeah, but that doesn't change anything. Like the plasma causes redshift there. Physical experiment. Like in principle, attenuation also would, which is why even your model claims it to save the model when the redshift's wrong.
Okay, so at this point, we don't have evidence that attenuation causes redshift, so we're pulling that one from the table until you can find your evidence. Good enough.
Well, wavelength can change when it goes between different mediums. I know that.
But it doesn't change frequency. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about
frequency. Well, no, yes, frequency and wavelength are directly proportional. If one changes, the other automatically changes.
Well, it depends. If we're talking about Doppler, they both change. If we're talking about the light just going into, say, a denser medium that slows it down, the frequency is still the same. It still takes, if it's 300 megahertz or if it's 300 terahertz, it still takes exactly 1 second for 300 trillion cycles to happen.
No, that is what they claim. Just so you understand, like a very basic, like layman understanding would be that the frequency doesn't change in denser mediums, right? That it just slows down, the wavelength decreases, but that the frequency stays the same.
When light travels from one medium to the other, the velocity of light changes. To compensate this change, wavelength changes too, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Due to these compensatory changes, frequency remains constant. So the wavelength does change, the frequency remains constant.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I was talking about wavelengths the whole time, and I literally started by saying wavelengths change between mediums.
The reason I redirected it to frequency is because as soon as it comes back out of that denser medium, it resumes its previous speed and it's back to its original wavelength. So there was actually no permanent change in wavelength because there was no change in frequency. What the Doppler effect actually causes a change in actual frequency, a permanent non-reversible change to the frequency and the wavelength.
No, see, this is what you don't understand, dude. I just explained it to you. So in redshift, there's an actual increase in wavelength. But in Doppler, there's only the illusion of a change in wavelength. So redshift and Doppler are fundamentally different.
When you say Doppler, are you talking about light?
Dude, it's an effect. Doppler is an effect. So right now we're talking about light, Jesse. So
and it does affect light, right?
that's, dude, your claim is that redshift is Doppler effect. Okay, but in actual Doppler effect, like with sound, like when the ambulance goes by you, it's just a apparent or perceived change in wavelength. It's not actual. And Doppler effect in reality, it's just the illusion of a change in wavelength. It actually remains the same.
But the frequency is different, right?
Can I add in real quick? So, Compton scattering involves the scattering of of photons from electrons accompanied by the change in wavelength. The change in wavelength is a function of the scattering angle as described. And there's a lambda final minus lambda initial, or the change in lambda, which is the wavelength. And they have some constants, and then it has the angle and how the angle changes it. So attenuation, the main cause of attenuation is scattering. And if Compton scattering changes the wavelength of light, wouldn't that mean attenuation could do that? Because
because Jesse doesn't understand it. Jesse seems to think that the actual frequency changes. He doesn't even understand the Doppler effect. So in your paradigm, the frequency of light isn't changing. Why do you think that? The frequency doesn't change.
I was reading like a biography on Tesla, and he thought that this was kind of earlier. It was like in 1989 or something. Something that light was actually like a ultra high frequency alternating current or something like that. And like his electricity was like a low frequency alternating current or something. I don't know. I just read that today and I found it kind of interesting.
If you're going to compare it to like the Doppler effect of sound, like we just explained this, like Doppler, look, I'll just read it again. Let me pull it over here. Okay. So in 1915, the astronomer observed Vesto Slipher, right? Observed that light from the spiral nebula's redshift, meaning that its frequency drops towards the red end of the spectrum and its wavelength correspondingly increases. Slipher falsely presumed that this phenomenon is a Doppler effect, in which a light source moving away from the observer stretches the wavelength of light it emits. If Slipher had understood that the true wavelength of sound actually remains constant during the Doppler effect, he would have realized that redshift is an entirely different phenomenon. Doppler is distortion. Sound consists of uniform longitudinal waves passing through the elastic medium of air at a constant frequency. When its source moves towards you, identical length waves hit your ear more frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a higher frequency. As a sound source moves away from you, identical length waves hit your ear less frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a lower frequency. So you can't claim that there's an actual change in frequency and wavelength with the redshift. You say it's because of the Doppler effect, when the Doppler effect isn't an actual change.
So could we try a thought experiment that maybe would help either me understand your viewpoint or you understand my viewpoint?
Can you address specifically if the actual wavelength and the actual frequency changes in the Doppler effect with the sound?
That's exactly what the thought experiment is centered around.
I've already given the thought experiment. I gave you the specific example of the ambulance.
Well, that was not light, though. That was sound.
But answer the question, does the actual frequency and wavelength change with sound with the Doppler effect?
Yes.
It does. The actual frequency and wavelength changes.
If you were standing there on the side of the road and this truck went by blowing its horn and you had a microphone hooked to a frequency counter, at a frequency counter, you know what that is? And you measured 600 hertz while he was approaching, 500 as he was right by you, and 400 as he went past you. Do you think the frequency is not changing if you measured 600, then 500, then 400?
No, the actual frequency is not changing because it's longitudinal. I just explained it.
But the frequency that's hitting your ears is changing, is it not?
No.
The vibrations in your ears don't start out at 600 times a second and then drop to 400 times a second?
Because you are perceiving a small portion of the actual frequency, Jesse. I just explained that. Let's read it again. Doppler is distortion. Sound consists of uniform longitudinal waves passing through the elastic medium of air at a constant frequency. When its source moves towards you, identical length waves hit your ear more frequently. Identical length waves hit your ear more frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a higher frequency. As a sound source moves away from you, identical length waves hit your ear less frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a lower frequency. So he says right here, suppose an ambulance heading towards you at 70 kilometers an hour emits musical note A, a frequency of 440 hertz. Suppose also that the first note you hear as a siren comes into the earshot is, you're saying it's B flat or whatever, I don't know.
Exactly, B flat, good.
Okay. As the ambulance passes by, you hear the true A440. After the siren passes, you hear in the distance A flat, 415 hertz. The wavelength of the sound emitted by the siren never changes. Both the B flat and A flat are distortions of the true A440 sound. There's no way around that. The ambulance is doing the same thing the whole time. What's coming out of the ambulance is the same the whole time. It is the distorted perception of it relative to what you pick up as it moves away from you or comes towards you.
Yeah, apparently the distortion changes the pitch, Jesse. That's it.
It's not distortion, it's redshift or blue shift. This is what Doppler is. It objectively changes the frequency with which your eardrum is vibrating. Your eardrum will literally be vibrating measurably at the A flat or the A sharp.
What is the actual sound that's coming from the ambulance changing?
From your, I hate to say this word, but from
Reference
your
frame. See, this is what I'm saying. You guys are lost in the sauce.
From your frame of reference, it is a different frequency.
What's it in reality?
Can I add something real quick?
Not if you're not going to address it.
I'm going to totally address it. So remember how you like to go about talking, and this is just a real vague analogy, but it's very applicable. You talk about you can't tell whether the Earth is rotating around the sun or the sun is rotating about the Earth. That's kind of what Jesse's getting at, is it's all reference frame basis. So even though you are perceiving the actual frequency of the sound that is a B note, let's say, and you're getting an E or a D out of it, that's what you actually are reading. That you're actually receiving a D. You're seeing that frequency of a D, or you're seeing a frequency of an E. You're listening to it. You hear that tempo. It happens to be generated by a B or a B flat, but it's because you're moving that frequency increases. So you want to call it distortion. Here we go with the language semantics again, but it's just basically, it's relative. Like Jesse mentioned, it's a relative frame for which you're looking at or measuring a frequency that's being emitted by a source to the receptor. I mean, it's not that complicated. There's no doublespeak here. And we can do very simple. Can you hear me?
More or less.
You're loud and clear, man.
Okay, so we can do experiments with that assertion very easily. And one of the things that Jesse mentioned as well, we can do. And even you gave a good example, an ambulance, and what note we actually hear as it's coming, as it passes, and then it goes away. The note coming out of it is whatever frequency it is, 600 megahertz or hertz. But going away or coming, it changes because that's what your ear will pick up because the source is moving.
Just like I'm talking about my. Yeah, I gotta go do something real fast. But like I've explained it very simply, right? The actual, I might have missed what you said. I'd be surprised if it was specific to what I'm saying, which is that
it was exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't actually change. The wavelength and the frequency coming from the ambulance doesn't actually change. It's a distorted perception of it. Okay.
Just like Coriolis is an actual, is actual straight line path of something. It looks from a rotating reference frame, which actually from that frame looks curved. So we see the exact same thing happen with a reference frame of an observer or a receiver for a signal of sound.
Okay, but we need
sound
to be actual change. For
well,
space.
it's actual from your from that reference frame. It is actually a 500 hertz note rather than a 600 hertz note.
Are you arguing that with Coriolis that on the turning on a turnbuckle that it would actually be like changing direction? Would you be going against Newton's laws of like an object in motion stays in motion? You're just saying that you can only observe it in a certain way. I don't know where you guys exactly came from, but like you can only observe
Stop, I'll tell you.
Wait,
You're cutting out, Lou.
That it doesn't mean
That's me.
It's actually happening.
I think I know what you're saying, but if you let me answer, I'll be able.
Go ahead. Tell me.
So it's very. So there's a record player.
You said you were going to tell me.
You're going to keep on talking.
What I missed.
I'm going to.
I don't know
if
where
you
this
stop talking, I
argument
will.
came from, but
Just stop.
I just
pause
gave
for like a
you
second, and I'll tell you.
10 seconds of quiet.
No,
Dude, I'm doing it
every
for
time
a
I'm
second
saying
time
something,
now.
you're talking.
You're behind. You're behind, dude. You're robot
You're
and
good.
stuff. Leave and come
Is
back.
there a lag going on?
No, you're roboting pretty bad. Okay, you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. All set? Ready, set, go. Here I go. Okay. So you would agree that if I have a record player and a needle's on it, the needle would actually be able to hit the grooves and be able to take, several hundred revolutions around a record. Even though if you don't look at it from that reference frame, that needle could be taking a straight line path. You throw a ball across a merry-go-round, it takes a straight line path from the inertial reference frame. But if a merry-go-round is spinning fast enough, it can spiral like a record player. You could do 100 revolutions in that one straight line path. So it really depends on what reference frame you're looking at things from. Really? Go ahead.
That's a weird analogy, though.
I mean, am I still lagging? Because I do want to say something about that too. His example is not very good. A record player, you know that the record is going in a rotation, right? And the needle though, what it will read, if you wanted to plot it, the data, if you wanted to plot it, it could be represented as being a straight line, like graph of the information because it's coming underneath of it, right? But it doesn't mean that that's the case. That's not reality.
Well, what does reality mean? Again, I think maybe that's a little too complicated of an analogy. So let's go back to the merry-go-round. I throw a ball across the merry-go-round, or I roll a ball across the merry-go-round, and the table merry-go-round is actually spinning super fast. Actually, let's throw it. It'd be easier. We're about friction.
Are you trying to tell me that a merry-go-round is actually moving straight?
No, I'm saying that if you throw a ball that from the reference frame of the rotating reference frame, it would look like the ball had a spiral path around your head if you're on the merry-go-round. Hey, that ball was thrown by this guy.
Yes, but no, that's the issue. Like when you talk about relativity and you talk about in this reference frame, you would see it this way. Just because you see it one way doesn't mean that that's what's actually happening. And
Well, now
I
you're
didn't
going
hear
to
Witz's point.
Well, okay, I get that, and I've already agreed with Jeremy because he brings it up all the time. So I'm no problem having to agree with you to say that the actual path, meaning we're talking about the inertial path, is a straight line. Everything else is just circumstantial or dependent on things that are spinning and whatever. It's not real. I agree. Fine, call it not real, but it is something we can actually reference and plot against. So even if you want to call it not real, fine.
You can't plot. You can't base reality off of something that you admit is not real.
I didn't say it's not real. It's real, but I'm saying I
You
can
just
plot
said
something.
it was not real.
Well,
You admitted
we're
to
playing
it.
a word game.
You
We're playing a word.
literally
We're playing a word. I know, I did. I know, but I'm trying to help you understand that you can be on the merry-go-round, spinning around, and look at something that looks like it's spiraling. Now, is it really spiraling? Yes, it actually is spiraling in that reference frame, the rotation. Yes, to you, correct. Yes,
Only to
yes. I'm
one
not going to argue with
person.
you because you're not wrong. I'm not going to argue. I'm on your side. I want to make sure we get the verbs and the correct words in. So yes, to me, the person looking at it looks like it's spiral. It looks like actually it's not, but it looks like it is. Fine. Stop there and move on. Okay. The Doppler effect with sound is the same exact thing. The actual
No,
wave we
Xanax,
know is
it's
still
not, dude.
the actual
You're
wave is
making it
still.
more complicated by the way you're trying to
Thanks for letting me.
describe it.
Thanks. No, I'm not. It's actually
Well,
very
you've been
simple.
talking for 2 minutes. I've been waiting to get
No,
in. I'm trying to
well, let me just finish the
contribute.
last sentence here. So,
Okay.
the hint was I rolled it over to the actual discussion, which was the actual wave of this frequency, noise, sound, whatever coming from some speaker, and that doesn't change, but it will appear to change by the receiver if either the receiver or the transmitter is moving, and that red shift or blue shift does translate into a signal that is received to be a different frequency, and that's real. Now, the actual frequency, like whoever just said that, we were talking to Big Bear, whoever, yeah, it's still that same 500 hertz frequency. Could be 550 one direction and 450 the other, but that's how it's received. So it didn't alter the wave; it just altered how it's received, which is no different. There's no distinguishing between an altered wave and a actual wave. By the way, for the same reason Winston talks about not being able to measure the sun revolving around us or us revolving around it. Thank you.
I just don't think it's an accurate way to kind of describe it by using the reference
Extremely
frames.
accurate.
I think. Well, I'm talking.
It's the only way.
Let Regis.
So
I
I just
got
think.
wound up there. I'm sorry.
Oh boy. Okay. So I just think it's.
I was apologizing. I said I got wound up there.
Guys, you gotta let Regis go now.
I just think it's more of a motion issue, period. I mean, it's putting out, like in the example, the ambulance, it's putting out a frequency. But because it's moving by an observer, right? Not different reference frame. I mean, you could break it down that way if you want to, but just because it is moving by and because of the nature of frequency and sound, you're going to have a different frequency when it's approaching as opposed to when it's moving away from someone, right? So that's why you're registering it at a different frequency. But I don't think
that's how you do it.
I don't think it's super helpful talking about different reference frames. I think we should just kind of break it down with relative motion.
Yeah,
that's the same thing. Those two things are brothers, twin brothers, even.
I agree, but I think the semantics actually helps a little in this situation. I think we should consider it by speaking about the motion. I think that's talking about the entire Doppler effect. I think that is the main component to it.
Yeah, but motion is intrinsically relativistic.
Not all.
It's intrinsic. Thanks, Lou. It's intrinsically relativistic. Doppler shift, specifically, which is a type of redshift, is intrinsically relativistic. So, you can leave that out, but there's no point in leaving that out. It's reference frames or relative frames or whatever, motion. I mean, all that stuff's completely interrelated.
Yeah, but it's
By the
all
way, I just gotta
the
mention,
effect is specific to that observer. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of easier to just describe it in one frame and say what's happening. But I get your point.
Well, no, but even in that statement.
Can I jump in for
Go
a minute?
ahead, Zach.
Just for a second. Like, first of all, there clearly seems to be a lag going on. I'm on a 4G connection. I'm in the process of moving. I don't have Wi-Fi in this house yet.
Just let us know that in the chat then.
Well, no, but look, I keep trying to fucking interject, and then it's coming through too late. You gotta tell me I'm roboting and stuff, and like it's relevant, but it comes through too late or it gets stomped on. Sorry.
Regardless, what you said just now, Regis. So go ahead, Xanax. You were trying to get in.
Real quick, you may say it's not helpful, and maybe you don't like that way we're presenting it, but Kosho is exactly right, and I mentioned as well. That's how you mathematically represent it. It's really the only way to do it, the only correct way to do it. You start calling things actual, not actual. That doesn't work in math because math doesn't have preferences. There is no preferred reference frames, even though intuitively you're thinking, hey, I throw something, it goes straight in the inertial frame, because the inertial frame seems like to me that should be the preferred reference frame. But in actuality, it's not, because mathematically there's no difference. And it's no different than Witt's argument.
Okay, well, I apologize if
Here's how
everyone
you-
was
here's
understanding
how
then.
you-
I thought it was silly.
Well, I understand what you
Here's how
said too, though, Regis.
Here's how you stomp
And
on all of that reference frame bullshit that Xanax tries to pull. Please let me get in
Okay.
because I'm late. Like,
Well,
no, just give me a second. Obviously, there's a delay.
how many seconds do you need, man?
I don't know. I don't know what the delay is, but for some reason, I'm like 2 or 3 seconds late on getting in. Xanax loves to pull this reference frame thing as though that it's reality, and then you get to pick and choose what your reference frame is and say that this is reality. Now, the way that you stump this is by adding 2 or 3 observers or more. You know, like objective reality instead of subjective.
Okay, so I think that made. I'm not even gonna criticize that, but to be clear, I'm gonna respond to Regis real quick because I think Regis, you basically, because I agree with what you said, Regis, about it's probably clearer to just describe it from the reference frame of the observer, like from the person. I guess like it's a sirens on a car and the person stationary or something like that. And you can choose. That's the thing about the observation is depending on which observer is experiencing it or where it's being experienced from, they're going to experience different different things. And I think the important point is that there's not an actual event occurring. Like you can describe the event occurring from where the sound's being emitted from, but that's just preferring a reference frame or whatever. When in
Well, that's
actuality,
where I disagree, though. Like, there is an actual reference frame that is playing the frequency that we're talking about. So that's why I didn't want to get into different reference frames, because then that's where you'll bring that up. But there is an objective truth that an ambulance is playing a sound at a certain frequency, So
Right,
the
yeah.
Doppler effect is just that motion, that sound when it's traveling by an observer in the way that they interpret it. But they're interpreting it inaccurately. They're hearing different pitch than what's actually being emitted from the sound source. So
There's no
The
difference.
Royal Astronomical Society, dude, like they have a paper recently published. They're talking about how basically obstruction in the sky affects redshift. Attenuation changes redshift according to your own paradigm. So that's
Different than training a laser to on the highway right now, going 80 miles an hour, and this car in front of me is going 70 probably because I'm gaining on him. I could see with lasers, an infrared laser or a blue or red laser, any laser I could measure and meter. I could tell that I'm going a 15-mile-an-hour closure rate. Now, this is just demonstrable. It's very simple to
It's demonstrable.
explain as well.
So you're saying we can do an experiment to show that light will redshift as it moves away from me. Can you please provide the citation of that experiment?
Lasers.
Can you provide the citation of an experiment that shows?
I am the citation. I've done the experiment too.
Don't use that just because we made.
No, I do. Let me hold on. Let me explain it. When I measure this car that I visually can actually see it hitting markers on the road, I see that I'm approaching him, or now he's going away from me at 50 miles an hour.
No, that's not.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck
No,
up. You
don't
are
have
not
to
the
shut me down.
citation.
You do not have.
Okay, you're no longer the citation.
Boy.
What he's asking for is an actual citation, not you just saying what you've experienced.
Blueberry pancake.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
agree
so
with this
like we
thinking.
know there's acoustic attenuation, and that the frequency is directly proportionate to that. And your own paradigm acknowledges it. And I'm asking specifically for an experiment that shows that a light can redshift just because it moves away from me, because that's your claim. But we know that frequency is proportionate to attenuation. And we also can show that plasma causes redshift in experimental ways on the Earth, very, very precise experiments. So then when I look out at your claim and I'm like, oh, it doesn't match the data, or like there are tons of redshift anomalies. And then one of the main fixes is they claim that dust attenuates the light and changes the redshift. I'm like, okay, now this is interesting. So we can do an experiment to show that plasma causes redshift. All right, and we know that like even with acoustic attenuation, frequency is proportionate to attenuation. So, like, where's the experiment for your claim in the first place? I mean, you're having to invoke my claim just to fix the discrepancies within your claim. So you really have no leg to stand on to go against what I'm suggesting. But can you even substantiate your claim in the first place?
Of course. I said you can measure a car knowing you can have 2, 3 cars, one monitoring the speeds of both, and with your laser, this is, you can buy this thing for $300, see that you are getting outpaced by him by 15 miles an hour. And then you can verify that there is a 15-mile-an-hour difference in pace. The reason that you get the 50-mile-an-hour reading is because the laser interferometers, the laser detectors are able to have a timing mechanism and a frequency reading mechanism that actually tells you that it has been redshifted by that amount, because the miles per hour is 15 more or 15 less, depending on which way it's traveling away from you.
Yeah, but you're literally talking
don't
about
speed
on the
don't
road,
speed guns
like
work?
a cop pacing somebody and hitting with a
What?
radar. Like, what about on a grand scale? Like, how do you know
It
that this
doesn't
is
matter.
what's going on?
Well, I
It
don't
doesn't
see any
matter if it's on a
evidence
grand
that
scale.
light
This
even.
is how speed.
You
This is how
disagree
speed
with me?
guns
You
work.
disagree?
I don't see any evidence that light even blue shifts at all. Like if light starts more towards the blue end of the spectrum, and then it begins to redshift, right? You could see just blue. But like from
Oh
my
no,
understanding,
it's
right,
a frequency.
light only redshifts, and you're claiming it does both. If you want to give me an
Yes.
experiment of visible light redshifting because it's moving
Please
away,
allow me.
you're just
Please allow me.
begging the question and reifying the
Please allow
concept
me.
with radar. That's all you're doing.
That's how they work.
That's what. Yeah, we need visible light moving away from me, shifting. Okay, because your own paradigm invokes attenuation to explain away the redshift anomalies. Specifically,
Yeah, I don't understand how Xanix's explaining what it say.
It's not.
It
Can anybody
sounded
hear
like
me?
he just didn't even listen.
Yeah, no,
Hello?
he's definitely not. That's what I said too.
Test one,
He's talking about a
test 1, 2,
cop
3.
pacing somebody and using some kind of fucking radar gun,
Test,
laser,
1, 2, 3.
whatever.
Test 1, 2, 3. Did you guys mute me?
We
Yes.
can hear you.
Oh, we should though.
Okay, listen. Just seriously, the laser color does change, and by how much that laser changes is the Doppler effect. It is a redshift or a blue shift, and that color change is how they know how many miles per hour faster, or in the terms you really want to talk about in absolute terms, what percentage faster you are traveling, or what percentage slower that light is coming.
You
And
just
that
made
is the
that up.
color. That is,
You just
hold on. That is a specific. Hold on. It's a specific color that you can actually determine by the frequency. This change, just like the sound wave
So
differences.
does the cop
Hold on.
see
You can draw the
a
color.
red light or a blue light depending
No,
on
of
if you're
course
going
not.
Yes,
slower or
the
faster?
laser sees. Yes, the laser sees a proportional change in color. That's how the laser works. That's exactly how it works. By that color change, it knows whether you're approaching or going away. Whether
No,
you're
it's not a
stopped to look at
color
a car going away.
change.
Yes, it
No,
is. Oh my God, it's a color change.
no, it's
It's
not.
a wavelength. Yes, it is.
No, it's
Absolutely
objectively
is.
but you can say it's a color change in the sense that we know that there's a spectrum of color relative to frequency and wavelength and whatever. That's fine. But my point is that in reality, right, when the ambulance goes by you, it's just emitting the same frequency, right, the whole time, and it's actually just a perturbation of the air, right? It's just a disturbance of the air. It's longitudinal disturbance or perturbation of the
I told you
medium,
there's no
the
difference.
elastic medium
There's
of
no.
air So there's no difference in sound and light now. You guys sound like Nikola Tesla. This is cool. So light is not a physical particle. It's actually just a wave like sound waves. And it's just nothing more than an excitation within the background medium. And light's nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. Yay, you guys are coming around. So like that's what I'm asking you to substantiate, is that it actually physically changes when we look out at the stuff in the sky. Because that's what it needs to do. That's what it needs to do. And I'll just repeat it again, right? Like, I'm open to some type of experiment. Begging the question isn't an experiment. And Jay says he does it, which I find interesting. But you say it's silly, Kosha, but you can't address what I'm saying, which is your own paradigm assumes this is the cause of redshift in the sky, but then it doesn't work. It has tons of anomalies and discrepancies. And one of the primary ways to explain away the discrepancies is to say that attenuation in space changes redshift.
Why don't you post that?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll take a look at it.
10 of them.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Just show me where you posted it. But regardless, I know of experiments that were done like classrooms, like like public school classrooms or whatever, where they simply observe the redshift from the sun throughout the year, like just regular observations of the sun. Whether we're going towards it or away from
Does it
it.
ever shift to blue?
Yeah, it shifts. So just so everyone's clear, just so everyone in here is clear, because I feel like people might be confused. Redshift and blue shift have nothing to do with the colors red and blue, or even completely changing colors. What it has to do is shifting in a direction, either right or left on the spectrum.
I
That's all it's
understand
doing.
that. I understand that. Like red means it's going farther away, and blue means it's coming closer. But also, the way that you visualize it when you're looking at it, like objectively, when you're like actually observing it, like a star. You know how some stars seem a little bit more blue and some seem a little bit more red.
Hey, Lou, you just said you understood it,
Yeah,
and now you're telling me that you don't understand it. It has nothing to do with the colors blue and red.
It
has to do with the direction
wavelength.
that it's moving on the
Wavelength
spectrum.
The wavelength is observed. That's why some of them twinkle. That's why, that you like literally it's about the
It's the
wavelength of the
direction.
light. And if you as far as light goes, like you'll get blue light and you'll get red light and in between basically. But
No, you can all be outside of it can be completely outside of the spectrum, and it can still redshift or blue shift.
Exactly.
Because it's just about if it's moving right or left.
Direction we're talking about. No.
How do they see it move left or right?
Left or right on the spectrum.
I don't know a lot about this, but I will tell you that what I've understood what I thought I understood was that at least when you're looking at the stars, like when the reason why some look red and some look blue was because one was going away and one was coming towards you.
That's not what it is.
Now the red shift and blue shift, I do understand. It doesn't necessarily have to do with what you're actually seeing for like that. I guess that's my question. Like it has more to do with like how they're reading it.
I thought it did. I thought spectroscopy, I thought you saw literal moves to the red side of the spectrum and to the blue side of the spectrum when they did spectroscopy.
Yeah,
like I said, they can be. It can be completely. Hold on, Lou.
I'm trying to explain it scientifically.
Lou, I'm trying to respond to his question, man.
Well, hold on. What you just hold on 1 second, because I'll be quick.
Yo, I don't think you will, man. I don't think it'll be the only time you'll do it.
Instead of incandescent light G ready and like LED light tends to be more like blue and purple and like bright, like white, whatever. It has nothing to do with necessarily your distance from it. It's just the type of light. So it could have something to do with that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're figuring it out, Lou, but at the same time, Regis, it doesn't have to necessarily be moving Because, like I said, they can be completely outside the visible spectrum. Like they could be, let's just say, radio waves of some size, and they could be redshifted or blue shifted, and that just means that the wavelength is getting bigger or smaller. It'll be the same spacing between the bands of the light in the spectroscopy, but the entire pattern is going to be shifting on that spectrum.
Okay, I get what you're saying. That makes sense. I got you.
But how do you know that one thing is happening and not the other? Like you got a lot of variables going on. You know, like what is the source of light? You know, when you just look into the sky and you look at a star, how do you know what that thing is made of? What kind of light it's emitting?
It's a great question.
And whether it's moving forward or backwards.
It's a perfect question because something like hydrogen, for example, hydrogen is like a barcode. Okay, you're gonna get these
but how do you
lines.
know that
Yeah,
that star?
you're gonna get these barcodes. You're gonna get these barcodes that show up as spacings between the emitting light, right? And so you're gonna be able to see that this is indeed hydrogen, right? But the problem is hydrogen on Earth will show up on one part of the spectrum. So if it's redshifted hydrogen, you'll be able to identify that it's hydrogen and know that it's being redshifted just because it's moved over
Yeah, but you can do
towards
that
the.
on Earth. You can do that on Earth with
No,
hydrogen. You
you can
can't
do
do
this with
that when
any
looking at the
spectroscopy.
sky. You can't
That's the
do
thing
that
with
while looking at
spectroscopy.
the sky.
The patterns will they're consistent. It's just they're going to be in different parts of the spectrum.
You don't think possibly something that's, according to your guys' model, like a billion light years away, that it might appear to be one thing while also being another?
That's a strange assumption, but I think a fair assumption is
Why
that
is
if
it
the
so
patterns
strange?
are
Why is
identical,
it so strange? Like you're
because
looking through
the
layers
patterns
of
are
all our
identical.
atmosphere.
They're identical. They're so different from one another. They're basically unique in their own.
So you can literally just look at something and tell me what it's made of.
I mean, I personally can't, but somebody who's doing spectroscopy and has a detector to do so, they can. Yeah, absolutely.
I think I disagree. I think most flat earthers disagree as well. Like, perhaps you're looking through a lens. Let me put it that way. You're looking through a lens, and so because of the atmosphere that's around us or whatever, like all light has to travel through that lens, and that's all that you ever see. So you will, of course, you will assume that what's out there looks just like what you see in here because that's all you've ever known. You've got a lens around you. You've got a lens, a barrier, a firmament, or whatever else that's
Don't
clouding
dox me.
your. It's clouding your idea of like the possibilities. Like you're literally so narrow-minded in this thought, and it's so narrow that it can only be what you've already been told. You can't imagine a world where they might be wrong.
There are no indications. There are no indications in any way, shape, or form that what they are telling us is wrong. All the math
They're right. They're right. Like right now, we have Zanuck. Right now, science has it figured out. Like all through history, they've been wrong, but now they got it figured out.
Right for a couple hundred years on this topic, or at least 100 years on this topic. We do things with mass with spectroscopy.
A couple
That
hundred years is a blink of an eye. A couple hundred years is a blink
Oh
of an
well,
eye.
yeah, well,
That
a
goes in.
thousand years ago, we were running around on horses. You know, so less than 100 years ago, we went from Kitty Hawk to fucking landing, people on the
And
moon.
I think you're exaggerating about a couple hundred years. I think it's like 100 years at most.
We've understood light for maybe definitely in the last 100 years, most of the advancements have been made, and actually in the last 50 years, we've had incredible advancements in the understanding of spectral analysis.
Yeah, but so in this 50-year fucking time period, we now have the answers.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they claim that like astronomical redshifts are expansion redshifts.
Yeah.
Like due to space itself.
Yeah, cosmological redshift. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
What are most of these celestial bodies that you're measuring with spectroscopy? What are they comprised of? Kosha.
Hydrogen.
Or Zanuck? What is the upper levels of our atmosphere comprised mostly of?
Same thing as the lower atmosphere.
The upper atmosphere and lower atmosphere, like ground level, surface level, and I don't know, 30 miles up. Those are comprised of the same stuff.
30 miles, yeah, basically.
What is that?
Just
What's the
the same
composition?
stuff. Where the cutoff is,
What is that stuff, Kosho?
Of nitrogen.
Nitrogen. So our atmosphere is nitrogen, and what else?
Oxygen.
Those are the two largest components.
Yeah, by I think 90-something%.
How much hydrogen is in the atmosphere?
Very, very little.
Very little.
Yes. CO2's 400 parts per million. 400 parts per million.
Right.
CO2.
Gotcha. So most of the celestial objects that we see are comprised of hydrogen.
Mostly hydrogen, yeah.
Mostly hydrogen. Gotcha.
So that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that we're looking through a whole bunch of hydrogen.
Well, we're not, and emission spectrum and absorption spectrum are literally opposites.
Dude, that's what's funny though. Like you guys, it's not actually Doppler effect though in your paradigm. According to GR, it's space itself expanding.
Yeah, those are two types of redshift: Doppler redshift and cosmological redshift. But yeah, and some schools,
bingo,
confusingly will call it Doppler redshift. I mean, I guess. I mean, I've heard people say that wrong, but yeah, they're just two different types of redshift.
Question is how they tell the difference, and that's where that's the R form.
That's the
All right,
serious
educate me. So like two different types. Educate me. So like you got what the expanse of the universe and the expanse of the stars themselves. Like what's going on there?
You have space expanding, which has lights traveling through it. The lights, you can almost visualize it as it's being stretched out as it's traveling through space, which is very different than
I get it.
Doppler redshift, which is just like the same as with sound. It's like, just because of moving away or towards you.
Okay, I understood that 100%. In fact, I kind of prefaced it. Like, how are they different now? Ooh, how are they different? Go ahead.
I thought I just said
How are
that.
they
I thought I
different?
just told you how they were different.
No, dude, you said think of it as okay. Oh, okay. So, what is the universe expanding faster than the stars? They're not able to keep up. Is that what you're saying? So, like the stars themselves, there's a lag behind the expansion of the universe.
With the light, yeah, the space is expanding. The light's traveling through it. That's in the cosmological redshift. So even if the light was being blue shifted because they were moving towards us, the stars,
Whatever happened to your
the
great
cosmological redshift will still cause that to expand.
By the way, what happened to your great strength thing? Strength thing, like that idea, that theory, like where it was possibly like a balloon that was expanding, and then it would also like reach elasticity and like bounce back in, like you would have everything collapse in on itself. Whatever happened to that theory? Ever heard of it?
Yeah, that's a theory that there's not enough expansion, or the expansion, accelerated expansion is not enough to overcome gravity, which would bring everything together. But I don't think they think that's the case. I think they think that the
So are we
expansion
just going
can
to
overcome
expand
gravity.
infinitely? In your opinion, are we going to just the universe? Is it going to expand infinitely, just forever?
That's not my opinion. That's kind of just what the evidence is given right now. But that could change.
No, but
Sure.
you guys really have no fucking actual evidence. Like none of this stuff. This is all on a grand scale, astrological, just observation, looking at light. Like no tests, no fucking experiments. It's literally just the indoctrination that you guys want to present to us. It has nothing to do with science. Nothing at all.
As,
This is
as long
pseudoscience.
as long as you omit all the experiments and observations, you could say that.
You can look at the sky all you want. Unless you test on it, you don't know what's going on.
Dude,
We're
all
doing
their
tests
claims
on
about the sky don't work. Like all it just takes, it's just the easy position to go around and just pretend it all makes sense, and there's tons of evidence. Even though you don't understand any of it. Just the easy way out. It doesn't work.
So according to who?
According to your own side, the highest levels of your own side.
They say the evidence doesn't work.
Yeah, that there's tons of discrepancies and anomalies, that even just the basic causal mechanism or dynamic relationship.
Okay, that's a different story. That's a different
The
answer.
primary causal physical
Hold on.
mechanism is a
I'm still
different
talking.
story.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I was responding back to you. That so you say
You interrupted me,
the evidence
dude.
doesn't work because there's because there's anomalies and there's circumstances. That's not evidence that there isn't any evidence. That just shows that the evidence has flaws.
Not evidence. It's definitely not fucking supportive evidence for your side.
Yes,
You guys notice that Zanuck interrupted me and then started screaming about how he wanted to finish when I tried to get back in. Like, why do you do that?
No, I was because you said something and I responded. And then you started.
I
You
was
didn't
in
like
the
what I
middle of
said.
talking. No, I wasn't even done answering.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it that way.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there are tons of discrepancies and anomalies within your own paradigm, and it boils down to an incomplete nature of the fundamental physical mechanism of your entire model. It's probably too big deal.
So it's not, that's how you start talking again. So I heard you the first time, and I'll respond with the same thing I said the second time, which was just because we have evidence that has some flaws or inconsistencies or anomalies doesn't mean the evidence doesn't support the theories.
You see, tactically omitted it again. The fundamental physical mechanism for your entire model.
Yeah, the fundamental foundation for the model has some anomalous occurrences or measurements. Doesn't mean the entire model is incorrect.
It just doesn't work at all. It's off. It's off by an insane amount.
Always? Is it always off that amount? Or only sometimes?
On its last leg.
97% of the time.
It's lived already.
You're robot.
It's already been along. You guys are, but even when it comes to admitting, they are already admitting that that the model needs to be corrected. That the model is wrong. Now you think that.
Okay, so tell me, you made the claim. How is it wrong?
Can account for 97%.
No, how is it wrong? How is that wrong? How does that create the foundation?
Speeds, the galaxies will escape the clusters, mass distribution of the entire universe, the accelerative expansion being 4 times faster than the speed of light, but not having sufficient amount of energy to do that.
Okay, so there's something else there. There's something else there causing these visible and observable occurrences. And
What's the other option? What's the other option?
Don't seem to follow the foundational evidence or the foundational theory that you've read. And that may be true. So that's where they come up with dark matter, dark energy.
What's the other option?
Yeah, or it could just be wrong.
That the universe is actually rotating around us.
Okay, there you go.
What's that?
Yeah, that's not a bad answer. You're correct. That is one of the solutions. I mean, of
Yeah,
course, the answer that you should have said right there.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem entertaining that because it does fix a lot of problems. And maybe a good hybrid of that. I'm not an astrophysicist, but I've put it to my astrophysicist friends. I said, what if we have just like physics has some local restrictions? What if we locally have a solar system that moves as it does, even our galaxy, for example? But in larger scale, the entire universe is actually revolving. All these other galaxies are revolving around ours. They say, well, that's also possible.
Yeah. Yeah, the answer would be like, yeah, that the model could just be wrong. Like, I think that at any point in time, you can save a model by saying, oh, there may be something else there there's something else there that we don't know. Like, you can always say that. Like, I mean, it's oftentimes true. It's oftentimes true. We don't know everything that's present. Like, that's how science works.
Before we came up with the electron microscope, we had a lot of those theories. Suddenly, when we did delve into being able to see at a much, mind-boggling greater level in with these instruments, it kind of fixed it. It validated some of our assumptions or theories, and also corrected some of the errors we had.
Has it ever crossed your mind, Zenik, that maybe technology, like perhaps an electron microscope or whatever, could be more useful if you weren't so reliant on, like, okay, you could use the technology, but perhaps you need a refresher in like what science is, instead of like treating your scientific model like a religion. If you just started over and use it fresh, and you said, okay, perhaps this information, it doesn't jive with that idea. Let's start over. Let's start over and rethink this. You know, like that type of thing.
Okay, so your example about the electron microscope has an ill fate here. Ill fated because we have utilized it.
Nothing but verifying.
Can I finish?
I know what you're gonna say. It's just
what am I gonna say? You're gonna mind fuck me. Go ahead. What am I gonna say?
Yeah,
what am I gonna say?
Essentially, you're gonna say it's done nothing but support your model. That's what you're gonna say.
Okay, no. Please tell me what I was gonna say.
Well, why don't you just say hold on, Lou, just don't interrupt him, let him say his thing. So please.
So when we use the electron microscope, we've been able to do some fascinating things with it. It's just validated and corrected some of the errors that we might have had before we had it, but we're able to do things at such a astronomically small, kind of contradiction in terms, but small level, and do things correctly, not only in the medical field, but in the scientific and technology field. My God, the things we can do using electron microscopes in the semiconductor world, for example, is mind-boggling. And we haven't found anything that contradicts the theories that have either were there before the electron microscope or have been clarified and become more precise by using the electron microscopes. So I think what you just said was a little bit, fallacious.
I don't think the quiet here. I don't think it really. I think it's because no one knows what the fuck you just said.
Well, let me put it in simple terms. We use the microscopes. We see things that we see. We utilize the information that by seeing something we get, and then we utilize that to actually build and fix and understand things. And we have not been contradicted in those observations in any way, shape, or form. Electron microscope.
Bullshit.
So it is exactly what. No, shall we give me an example of one that we've been confused, that we are not right, and we can't use it for productive type of as productive tool.
Why? First of all, why are you looking inward to try to explain outward looking? Microscopes are looking inward. Like, these are things we can like test on. all the stuff we're debating have to do with outward thought and logic and observation. So like it's all the things that we cannot test that we're talking about, not fucking things here on Earth that we can.
Yeah, well, how is
Sun.
the electron microscope relative to the or relevant to the conversation that was just being had? Can you explain that, Zanuck?
Yeah, he brought it
Excuse me,
up
talk.
because he had to jump in and interrupt when I was saying, yeah, I mean, science always, like, there's always possibly variables that we don't know, but that taking that fact and bastardizing it to somehow pretend it's justification to turn our head to a 97% discrepancy we've known for over a century is just absolutely a joke.
Yeah, it's kind of like non sequitur.
It's just sort of
Well, no,
attempt to bring up the fact that it's to make it's a tactic, right? Where it's like science learns things over time, and we discover new things as we advance, as if that just blanket acknowledgement, which is true, somehow justifies the fact that your models has a 97% discrepancy, and it was first observed over a century ago.
Yeah,
Like,
you have to follow. You have to Zanuck. You have to actually follow the science.
Oh my God.
You can't just make the leap.
keep on saying that, but you're not letting me say anything. And Gio even gave you an opportunity to let me, and you still didn't let me talk. So I brought that up because we were talking about how science has been bastardized and it's not used correctly. I brought up the electron microscope, or someone else did. I can't remember who brought it up, but it was a valid point because we do use these tools and we do test them often scientifically. And we do think even, and then he's brought up inward. Okay, let's go outward. Let's go astrophysics. Astrophysicists use tools like telescopes and other types of spectroscopy, for example. And that tells us so much. And it is, look at our own sun, we can tell so much about and predict so much about it with the tools we have. Yes, we can. And just because we see things in the universe that don't seem to comport with these laws of gravity, then we say, you know what, there's something else out there because we see the motion, we observe through science. Can I just finish? I'll finish with this last. We observe those. Let me finish. I'm almost done. We finish. We see those anomalies. And we say that doesn't comport. So we got to fill it. We know we see this happening. So something's got. Versus doing it. We'll call them dark energy and dark matter.
Okay, there's so much wrong with the stuff you're saying, right? So, first of all, like even when we discovered the electron microscope, we still don't, to this day, even fully understand what the electron is, and it's disputed. And Jace will pretend he does and make fun of me for that or something. Right? Stop, dude. Stop. They've actually updated the
Don't be a hypocrite, Zach.
They've updated the definition of the electron since the electron microscope multiple times. Okay. And to the extent that now we just can never actually find it. We have no idea where it's at. Okay.
Right.
So my point is that I acknowledge, yes, in science, there's always variables we don't know. It's the etymology of science is to know, the process of knowledge, like trying to gain knowledge. Of course, there's things we don't know, but taking that fact and using it as a justification to run wild, where therefore, according to that logic, any theory goes, because even though the evidence will directly refute it and go against it, we can just say, well, there's probably something else there that we don't know that makes my theory right. It's stupid, and it's not in any way analogous to the electron microscope. 97% of your model is unexplained for. It's been that way for over a century, and people run around saying relativity is the most experimentally valid and proven theory of all time. It's a joke.
Yeah. The majority of their model is begging the question. Like they are so set on their ideals, their idea of the universe, that they will justify anything and beg the question. They'll say, okay, well, we can't be wrong, so there must be something else happening, and then they'll go out and seek out to prove that.
We observe things. We always think there's some type of force, a pseudo force associated with it. fictitious force, a Lambert force, inertial force, and then we figure out by these observations and what we see things doing, what has to be happening, what could be happening. And in some cases, at the galactic level, we're seeing things that are not explained by the way we understand modern day physics today. And so we're filling in the gaps with things that create these either pseudo forces or actual forces.
With things that cannot be tested on or proved, or
No,
just
no,
literally they're just like ideas that people have had. Yeah,
no,
that's what you're
we're not
filling it
trying to
in.
say. I don't think anybody says that's exactly what it is because no one really knows what dark matter is or what dark energy is. They think they have an idea, but it does allow us to say whatever this is, it's doing this, and we'll call whatever that is dark energy, dark matter. We're just calling it that. We don't know what it is, but we're gonna. It's like a placeholder until we get.
It has to be there because your model is right.
Like, you realize that it's just, there's not something that just eludes the grasp of mankind or any ability to observe it if you don't have the presupposition of the Copernican principle, the heliocentric model, and relativity, or any form of current version of gravity. Like, you don't have that problem. If the Earth is in the center, you don't have the problem at all. So it's like really weird to me that people can even utter the word science out loud when there's an answer that completely solves the problem of 97%.
How would you think? So how would you? Well, you're making it so ubiquitous, so all-encompassing to make yourself right by saying 97%. We don't know. We do know.
What?
And then went around the orbit of the moon. Hold on, let me finish.
You don't have to.
You're roboting, dude. But it's whatever, bro. But what I'm saying is, like, that's the opposite of science, right? If you have a model or theory and then it's off by 97%, it's cool to maybe look into it for a few years, but like, what is it here that we're missing? But when there's a solution that can answer all the observations that's right in front of you and it doesn't have the 97% discrepancy, and it's even worse than that, that's actually what we see. So our old model said, well, it looks like we're in the center. It looks like that, but it's just a stubbornly persistent illusion. Everywhere it looks like the center. There is no center, but yeah, it always looks like we're in the center, but it's just an illusion. And then we now have a situation where the evidence shows us that the current model can't work. It's off by 97%. But the fact that if we were in the center, which is this illusion, apparently, it's what the actual evidence shows us. If we were in the center, we wouldn't have that problem. And it's not even entertained. It's ridiculed and demeaned. Anyone that even brings it up is laughed at. It's not published. They literally won't publish the papers. So it's so far away and removed from science, it's a joke.
I agree 100%. It is really, really odd that they don't even consider it. Especially when there was no proof to even say the universe is expanding to begin with. The whole Hubble redshift thing. Like, they just
It breaks all kinds of laws for that. Like, in order for the universe to be expanding, you could never have a constant pressure anywhere within the universe.
No, we can't.
Now they say the space is
can't.
the universe expanding
Why-
4 times.
Is it me, or I just every time I?
No, you just suck.
Well, you're roboting.
You're roboting and we can barely hear you because of it.
If I'm roboting, then you have an.
Yeah, we all think the evil for that.
Okay, well then I'll be easier on you. Let me just finish one sentence, and maybe you can. If you were, let's say hypothetically, I took you with it in a spaceship. We ran around the Earth, we ran around the Moon, and we ran around the Sun. You proved that we can keep our rotating. Still a problem. You talk about, right? Problems.
Yeah, he's doing great.
Dark matter and the. We still gonna have that. So
Zan, if you can hear us, dude, I'm muting you. It's listen. We can't hear anything, bro. It's all just breaking up.
Yeah, and of course what you just said is ridiculous anyway. Going around the Earth in your own paradigm doesn't prove the Earth's rotating because everything is relative and the coordinate systems are equally valid to flip them over kinematically and dynamically. Of course, going around the Earth is a kinematic relationship. So that doesn't mean
Which
anything.
he loved to point out, by the way. He loves to point out the reference frame thing, yet he doesn't when it's convenient for him.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like the main thing they bring up is reference frame to explain away everything, but they ignore the primary like result or like consequence of reference frames, which is that the Earth can be in the center. But the main point just always gets breezed past, bro. There's one model, right, that says we're in the center, so everything's going to move in relation to us and look like we're in the center. One model says we are going around the sun and we're a tiny little portion of this universe, and the universe doesn't care about us at all. The evidence showed us that we look like we're in the center. Everything moves in relation to the Earth, just like it would if we were in the center. They changed the other model to say, oh, well, that's just an illusion. Turns out it does look like we're in the center, but we're not actually in the center. It wasn't their first prediction. They changed the model. And now we're in a situation where it's off by 97%. But the first one that they had to shift over to and absorb their observations, the Earth in the center position, right? Like, doesn't have the 97% discrepancy, and it's not even entertained.
And now you got the CMB problems too. So the cosmic micro, the CMB issues now that are coming up as well is like it's like a flashback for them to that exact moment when they decided to do this, you know? And still they don't say, maybe we should bring this back and reconsider it. So it's obviously on purpose.
So even if you believe that you live on a ball, geocentrism makes more sense for the grander scale for their model. Like, it's this idea that like that we are the center. Like, that makes more sense, even if you believe in this model. Like the gases are formed here, like the way that we think of things, like the whole paradigm, like it's all very geocentric in nature. But then they use geocentrism and then they disguise it and they adapt it to this heliocentric idea. Now, what if all of that is wrong and it's a flat plane that is the floor to the universe? And that, yes, it's geocentric, but it's not orbs floating around. We are the ground floor of everything that exists, and everything that exists for us.
Yeah, but if they can't even see that geocentrism is way more viable than heliocentrism, I mean, at this point, there's no hope for flat Earth in their eyes.
That's why I bring it up all the time, because you have no chance, bro. Like, you're gonna talk about flat Earth. These people think there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. The sun should be visible. You should see across the entire Earth, and that the sun would light up the entire Earth. Like, this is what these people think. You think you're gonna reason with someone that thinks that after 7 years? They can't even accept that geocentrism is significantly more viable. It's like not even close. It's a blowout. And not only is it not like, oh, well, let's put them both on the table and look at them. Okay, these are two options. One is completely excluded religiously, as if it's like saying Satan in church. You're not even allowed to utter the idea. You'll be mocked and ridiculed and scoffed at and excluded from any academic publication. It's an absolute joke. It's so far beyond acknowledging that the Earth's a plane. Like, they're so lost in the sauce, dude.
Yeah, it's really weird that they can't at least admit that much.
It's like, oh, we have this crazy problem. It's a crisis. We have the dark energy crisis. We don't know what to do. The dark matter, dark energy, we can't figure it out. There is a solution that would fix all of it, though, but no, we're not even going to consider that.
But then you have people like Robert. Yeah, real quick, you have people like Robert Sungenis, though, who goes geocentric, but then he writes papers called "Flat Out Wrong" or whatever, and he goes after flat Earth. So it's like he's a guy that is, he's pretty.
Also after flat earthers.
Yeah, but whatever. Like, at least it's a step in the right direction. Like, the two major things that come with the truth of the Earth is that one, and clearly the most significant one, is that we're in the center, and therefore this place was created. And the number two, seemingly, is that there's land. Like there's more land. There could be more land, and we don't know what's in the center, the North Pole. And again, it's very interesting. There could be more lands, but like the first one is the most important. It's the most philosophically impactful, and geocentrism does at least absorb like arguably the most important takeaway. So yeah, I mean, obviously, like the lie about the finite land is a big deal, but I would say that this geocentric position part of it is probably the biggest, personally.
So for me, when I talk to people, normies or globies or even a lot of flat earthers, I've already said this, but like what I just said about the floor to the universe, the floor to the world, the floor to the earth, whatever, like imagine like a density layer. Like literally this is ground level. This is all of reality. Like this is the bottom of the sea. Okay, so like everything that exists is above you or outward from you. You are the floor to it, the foot to the universe. I think even though the way I'm phrasing it is in the most basic terms. It's so simple. I think it's very hard for people to grasp.
Honestly, like people are just afraid of the implications of it. I mean, yeah, like the only way Robertson Jennings is able to think that the Earth is like a geocentric stationary ball is like he invokes God. I mean, there are physical explanations though, right? Like I guess the inertial forces of the angular momentum of a rotating cosmos would actually keep the Earth in place, right, and keep everything moving around it. That does physically make sense in theory. Right, you would have pressure coming omnidirectional towards the Earth, but
How's that angular momentum change? Anything? How's the angular momentum converted to the Earth?
What? How's it converted to the Earth?
Tell me, explain the mechanism of the angular momentum being conserved in the universe because it's rotating around us.
Yeah, so you have centrifugal force that comes from the cosmos moving around us. You also have a Coriolis force. Only it would be real, not fictitious. It would be real. And the absolute frame of reference would be the Earth. It's not moving. And that would cause a net centripetal force, which would be radially accelerative inward towards the Earth. This is basic physics. You can just replicate it 1,000 ways on the Earth, of course. So, yeah, I mean, then if you had an ether, it gets even more understandable because that would facilitate instantaneous action at distance, which would actually be the only way that like anything like Newtonian physics could even in theory be true, is to have instantaneous action at distance. So whatever. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. Obviously, like just transfer of energy based on the angular momentum through a medium would be the easiest way to explain it. And that can never be refuted. I mean, even within your own paradigm.
Use the easiest way to explain it. I mean, instantaneity of what? Of apparent gravitational forces, or how is the centripetal force affecting the Earth? How is it? Tell me the mechanism that actually allows the centripetal force to act on the Earth.
Well, it depends on what framework you choose to adopt. So, like, if you use
any framework you want.
You can use both Newtonian and Einsteinian, and it would be gravitational. The actual gravitational relationship itself. Like, I don't buy that. I think everything's intrinsically electromagnetic and in a fluid-like dense medium, and there's an ether. So I think there's a plasma-like medium and an ether, and everything's intrinsically electric. And that you can even demonstrate perpetual motion with something like quantum locking or something like that. Now, it's
really doesn't shock me.
more local. It's even better. It's more local. It's got ellipses inside the toroid, and it's perpetual. But sorry, go ahead.
Doesn't really shock me that Robertson Jennings isn't really keen on flat Earth, at least yet. I think he could get there, but if you look at it from his point of view, he was like the OG, like found out all these differences between the two models, and it's just so blatantly obvious that it would be geocentric over heliocentric, especially with everything he found, and he kind of pioneered that. And I think the jump from heliocentrism to geocentrism, after you see all that work and research and everything that he uncovered, I think that's a smaller leap than it is to go from a round Earth to a flat Earth, even though I do think flat Earth is definitely more convincing than a globe. I still think it's a bigger leap. So he maybe just didn't look into flat Earth as much as he could have.
He has not. That's correct.
No,
think he
no,
could get there.
I think you're right. I want to agree with you on that, 100%. But I'm an analogy. Like, look at the people who don't believe in NASA and moon landing. Like the moon landing was faked, and so on and so forth. Yet they're unable to say that the Earth is flat. Like they look at all the evidence and say all the shit is bullshit. But no, the Earth is still a ball.
Well,
But,
Robert
like,
Sungenis even goes to the point of he claims he's debunking flat Earth.
Yeah, but the reason that he did that, right? Like, I will say it is kind of interesting to look at it, like step out, right? Like what he just said is pretty eye-opening, right? So a lot of flat earthers became flat earthers when, like 2014, 2015, 2017. This dude was doing this in 2002. So he stood up and called out the model in face of ostracism and attacks and all kinds of crazy like pushback way before flat earthers were doing anything. So in that respect, he's been fighting the fight against heliocentrism way longer than flat earthers have. But yeah, I think what happened was he started getting lumped in with flat earthers because flat earthers started taking his work. And what he perceived that as is all of his life's work was getting undermined by something that has way more of a vicious stigma attached to it, where like he say you feel like you're finally making some progress, and all of a sudden this other community comes in and takes your work and shows it everywhere and spreads the principle everywhere and talks about it over and over, but they're saying something else that's even more outlandish according to the mainstream. So it's like
concave Earth,
your life work.
kind of like concave Earth.
I guess what I was saying about the analogy is like when you're set in your ways, when you're on a train of thought and you think you've got it solved, you become closed to like any other possibility. Like you still won't be able to even see, even when it's presented to you. You won't be able to see like another option that might solve your problem.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't
really,
fully looked into
all
flat
about
Earth. Like, I think he may start watching my channel though, and I don't know what he's gonna do with some of that, right? But, I heard him in a flat Earth debate. He just didn't know some of the basic stuff.
Yeah, no, I do hear you on that. That like his kind of position in that way, but I don't know. He also wrote a whole book called "Flat Earth, Flat Wrong." So I mean, he is like, it's like if he's seeking truth, something's going on here. So.
Yeah, but when you first heard of flat Earth, Geo, didn't you think it was stupid the very first time you heard it?
I personally
Like, maybe
no,
just...
I never did. No,
Really?
I never even had an inkling of that. No. The first
Whenever
time I
saw
heard
videos of it, I
agree with
just...
Gio. Like when okay, for some reason when I first joined Flat Earth, when I got in, like like I was looking at Mandela effect and all kinds of other like shit that was like breaking reality. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden it got suggested to me, and I was like, why am I getting these suggestions? I was irritated by it. I was like, I'm not clicking on that. I'm not clicking on that. And eventually I was like bored, and I was like, fine, I'll click on that. And then I got like I think maybe ODD 21 proofs or something like that. And that was one of the early ones for sure. And it didn't take long, and I was like, damn, that's true. That's true. I got to look into that. I got to look into that. That's also true. Like, and stop being stupid, you know? But yeah, I fought it at first, you know, but I'm also an open-minded person. I was looking into, like, literally, like I said, Mandela effect, you know, like, you know, where reality can literally change. So maybe I'm easily influenced. You know, I don't know, but I don't think I am. I take.
Hey, what's it? He was really impressed with your intelligence during that interview, so that might be all he needs to look into it more. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a harder hit for him. It's going to be a harder hit to be like, oh, I'm just looking at his website here. It's a 400-page book. It says detailed analysis covers most of the arguments that flat earthers use to defend their model, including NASA and photos of the Earth, the Chicago skyline as seen from Lake Michigan, Antarctica and the ice wall, gravity in the vacuum of space, and 40 other topics. So I'm just saying for him, it's going to be that he wrote a whole book about it. You know what I mean?
the problem.
He could have just kind of chilled and been like, well, maybe just not responded to it or something, but he kind of went after it. So I'm just saying.
I agree. It's going to be really difficult. Yeah.
It's going to be a harder move.
I mean, it would be very impressive, honestly. If he did that, that would like earn a ton of respect, right? Like to be able to, like publicly admit you were that wrong. That's to such an extent you made a 400-page book. I can't even imagine. And I know that it's probably difficult, but what can he do? I'm just saying I can kind of understand why he did. I think he had an emotional reaction to his life's work being trampled on by people that, frankly, some flat earthers do just watch a couple YouTube videos and then run around and just like pretend they know everything. And
absolutely true.
Yeah, so he's like, these people are literally like, I've like sat down for consecutive years and read every book I can get my hand on, you know, and I've like contacted physicists across the world, and these people watch the YouTube video and they're ready to tell me how stupid I am, but they don't know even a fraction of the history and the stuff I learned, and they're jeopardizing and undermining all that work I did. And so I just think it was like an emotional reaction that kind of like fueled the book. But once he wrote the book, I think it really kind of cemented that he wouldn't look into it any more, right? Any more seriously. So
yeah, it makes sense on those levels. I mean, I could see that. Yeah, because I certainly understand. I've seen it for so many years in multiple different fields within like the graduate level, you know, master's, PhD, graduate level of like education and a lot of these different fields. And yeah, like there's a tremendous amount of avoidance and, like you said, emotional connections and the way that people can filter information and how that links to like what they want their life's work to be and how they want it to be perceived and even like financial, reputation wise. So yeah, it's a big situation. And I do understand, like, in a sense, his position and the kind of position that he has been, like the realms that he's been working within, you know, that he wasn't perhaps, he's just not the one to kind of integrate it all, essentially, at least not right now.
I'm fascinated by especially people like that, where they're geocentrists, but they still can't let go of the ball. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, because to do that, you have to face that we really are being lied to, you know, because maybe he could, that's the thing. I think a lot of it is like facing evil within oneself, ultimately, in the nature of being and what that even means, you know, of how that's happening outside of one's own being, and then how we receive that and think about it. Because like, I don't know if that's the case for him, but I'm just saying when there's all those pictures of the globe, you know, he might want to stick with that and just take a little bit of a different philosophical position on how it's all moving or how the position of it is, rather than being able to be like, oh, wow, that whole thing is a deception. And
Correct.
There's literally a group of people behind computers just fabricating fake globes and pumping them out to the world. Like, it's a big
that's exactly what it is, bro. Because like, I saw him in a debate and he's like, there was some super chat asking about satellite stuff. He's just trying to make me out to be a quack, you know? So like, he still thinks that NASA really goes to space, but they don't understand it. Like, they don't understand space.
Yeah, he just thinks they're wrong, right?
Yeah.
Not that there's like a trick or people are lying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You nailed it, bro. That's the actual thing. It's like
That's a special kind of sickness, man.
Well, it's understandable. I mean, I totally understand him seeing it that way.
but what he did for me, like I'll always just respect the work that was specific to geocentrism. Like, and that's kind of how I looked at it. I very tactically had that conversation because whether he likes it or not, that conversation's on a flat earthers channel, and people that hear about flat earth are going to come to that channel. So he's doing true earth's work regardless, and that's why I knew it wasn't beneficial to get this real emotional. Like, I told him we'd set up a debate in the future, right, where like we talk about the things we disagree with. But at this point, we've built some type of rapport where hopefully it'll actually be like a productive conversation, where in which, who knows, maybe he would wake up that way, but maybe not. I think it's really difficult to have someone wake up if they're publicly debating something because there's so much.
Either way, you handled it perfect. You did it exactly how you should have, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, he's dipping his toes in for sure, just by even having that discussion with you. He's willing to. It shows he's actually willing to look at it, honestly, because otherwise he would, and he didn't really even have that much resistance. Like in a lot of ways, like he's definitely curious in that way to look into that there could be more going on. I think it shows that.
It's high hopes. It's high hopes for somebody like that. I don't think I watched that debate, but it's high hopes to think that somebody who is public in their stance is going to change their stance. So like this is what I was talking about. It's like more about like the psyche of people, like the
whole world's going to. The whole world has to.
He's unlikely to change his stance because he has he's already
written a whole book.
I don't care. Who cares though? Like burying the heliocentric model is beneficial to flat Earth, right? So it's like this is one of the things flat Earth doesn't do well is they don't realize what we're up against and they don't use the same tactics against them. It's like that's what I'm doing with audit NASA, where it's like we're having compartmentalization and clearance levels, literally, because you have to sign an NDA to officially be a part of audit NASA, because we operate in such blind good faith because there's this beautiful aspect of flat Earth that we don't really interpret the magnitude of what we're up against, and we're up against very tactically and methodically placed deception. Like that's why I'm tactically speaking, I'm gonna have this guy bury the heliocentric model. We're gonna go back and forth. Friend of enemy to my enemy type thing. Like we have to be more tactical and much less prideful. And like what happened was like prideful as in it's like it's okay for me to start I can't even say that, but it's like I just think like QE was burying me the last few days because I did that, right? And I'm like, well, you're just thinking with your pride and ego, like you just want to be like the flat Earth guy and scream at people, but we have to be much more tactical about what we do. That's why like I think even going on shows and talking about geocentrism first, like going on a big show and the title be the solar system's fake, instead of like just going right for
I've actually thought that for quite a while with it, like because it's your transition. It's your they're already thinking of a ball, and now you need to get them to question heliocentrism versus geocentrism, and you have to warm them up to the idea before you shock them with flat Earth, because it is a big difference. It's a big step.
And so then they will ask about flat Earth. Like on my tour, when I would do a part of it where I'm like talking about Hubble and how they're denying that the Earth's in the center. People will come up to me and ask me if I've heard of flat Earth or if I was a flat Earth. When I would talk about Antarctica, they would do the same thing. Like there are tons of people who think something sketchy is going on in Antarctica and they're hiding stuff and they think the Earth's a ball, right? But like, because something is sketchy in Antarctica regardless of what you think, if you're even slightly honest. They're hiding something in Antarctica regardless of what you think. But like if you're honest. But they'll come ask you about flat Earth. So like as soon as you chip away at the mainstream model, once they can enter the state of mind that's like, oh well, maybe this model everyone was told when they were 5, which is that the Earth's a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning around the sun, right? Like maybe it's wrong. Then you have them in like an actual position to have a true conversation. That's the only way anyone wakes up. So that's just my opinion. I think that's what I say this all the time, but we're fighting against the fear of not being accepted or the fear of being stupid, right? And intelligent people don't care about looking stupid, but stupid people do. So
I'd also like to add, when it comes to the fear, like I'm thinking back to when I first came across flat Earth, and I basically had accepted it, but I that's what drove me to join these servers. I wanted to ask questions, but at first I literally had like a real fear. Like I was like, I don't want to be a fish in a fishbowl. I don't want to be I don't want to be stuck in a terrarium. I don't want like like are you telling me that I can't escape this if I want to? You know, I think that's the big problem. I think that's a big wall that people have. They want to believe that they can leave here if they want to.
yeah, but that's like a few layers down in my opinion. Like it's for sure just like not being accepted or the fear of looking stupid. Like going against the main something so fundamental like what the Earth is, and that you learned when you were 5 what the solar system was, and you had to make a model of it when you were 12. Like this fundamental thing, to be the guy that goes against such a fundamental idea and belief is scary for people. And you have to find a way to let them feel comfortable.
It was, and it still slightly is, but
it seems connected to, like, in my view, it's like actually connected to, in a sense, like if we were to view this whole heliocentric globe idea as like a trauma, that's part of the trauma, is like the feeling of, yeah, this whole thing of people calling others stupid and dumb, and for this specifically, it's like that's like in the programming, it seems, because even when we were all children, we were told the Earth was a globe. I mean, you guys can tell me what your experiences were, but I think a lot of us would agree there was like this general, very strong like social programming to ridicule that as the most absurd idea ever, because the heliocentric globe Earth breakthrough, as they call it, the Copernican revolution. So it's like to bow to the authority of that Copernican revolution and that Copernican principle that they push. To go against that means you have to be so off base, and so they've done everything they can to try to ridicule this position more than just about any other, and try to get everybody thinking that you're stupid or a caveman or whatever it is that they've tried to, desert wandering, ancient human that doesn't know better because, oh my gosh, it's Copernican revolution. And then all the computers and science that they claim and all the, technology that they claim goes along with it. So yeah, it's like in the programming to see people who would question this as being like the least mentally fit, even though it's actually the complete opposite.
Yeah, it's emotional and psychological abuse by definition. Like if you look into that, it's like, say you're in like an emotionally or psychologically abusive relationship, like the person will gaslight the other person, right? And like try to make them, beat them down to the point that they internalize what they say to them until they believe it, and they live in a state of fear, and they long for acceptance, and they psychologically manipulate this longing for acceptance to control them or have power over them. And then they hope that they internalize the inferiority that comes with any disagreement. And so like that, like that's what the globe is built upon. It's emotional and psychological manipulation and abuse, frankly. And the biggest part of it is what you're saying. It's the story that it was a revolution of ideas in pursuit of truth, and that it was a struggle, right? That's like, it was a struggle for science to win over religion. That's how they sold it. So it's like religion held back the scientific progress for so long, and it fought through it. And people were so brave, when in reality, it was the people that were actually trying to read the Bible for what it said that got killed and tortured, and the people that made up stories about the sky got to stay in castles on house arrest, quote unquote, right? So, but that's the whole thing. That's the main narrative. It's like the idea that science overcame religion, And so, like, how stupid would I look to go back to this position that was like really kept for so long because of the like church? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's fear of looking stupid, and it's an emotional abuse.
It's really funny how today we see the blending of the religion with the science, where now it's scientism, and I don't know, what would you call it on the adverse of that, like religious science or something like that. Like everybody's like getting this gray matter, you know, like where they're doing that, and that's how they're going to bring in that one world religion. That's how, like, this is how they're going to control us next. They're going to say that science and religion work together. Science was unable to defeat religion, and religion was unable to hold up to science. But somehow they work together.
Yeah, and I mean, this is how they got this current control position they have, at least ideologically and in terms of worldview. That switch, who really knows what was going on in, like, you know, even 16, 17, 1800s? I mean, could be very different than the history we were told. And basically World War One, well, it seemed like there was like all the world fairs, and then there was all these destroying of a lot of cities in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Then that led right into World War One. And then after that, they came with Einstein. They came hard with Einstein and others to really start pushing the globe model. And even in the 1920s, I was researching the other day a bunch of these maps and things that were made in the 1920s. They were like publications that were, you could send your money to, and they would mail you one. And it's like they were still trying to get the information out in the best way they could. But the globalists essentially were doing their takeover, and World War One, and then Einstein, then the Great Depression, which was a huge financial reset. And then that went right into World War II. And then right out of World War II, Werner von Braun and NASA, all the rest. So, I mean, it's really like a fairly recent phenomenon that they've gotten this many people in, you know,
Yeah,
in
no,
this level of like worldview.
Everybody on board. They're really working towards it, like dehumanizing everybody, so they have to take faith in something. And what do they have left? They've lost their faith in like mainstream religion. They've lost their faith. They tend to lean towards science, but science doesn't have the answers, and science is actually leaning towards ideas of philosophy and religion itself. So like they're gonna get this really muddy gray fucking answer, like, and they're gonna escape off into the fucking metaverse, you know, whatever. It's transhumanism, honestly. That's like the big thing that brings us all in.
Yeah, it's like a worldview destabilization trauma on a mass level, and it destabilized the whole world through world wars and genocide and completely psychotic activities that they're doing. They were able to, and the takeover of the financial system. That was the big one. That's when it was kind of, unfortunately, kind of over for the people for the next 100 years at least, was when they got control over the Federal Reserve.
Let's not be ignoring like modern so-called science or technology or whatever. Like AI is taking the place of both religion and government and society, whatever. All we will be in the next 10 years bowing down to AI as our both God, our ruler, our government.
What are you doing right now?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
You
I'm
need a
saying
hug, bro. Like, you gotta chill out right now, dude. No one's found down the AI, man. Calm down, bro.
dude, you might not, and I might not. Like, I'm gonna always fight it, but society will be following AI in the next 10 years.
This went straight off the rails. In a few years, we'll be bowing to AI. AI will be our god. It's like, where did that come from, bro?
Dude, sorry, I'm big into the whole transhumanism fucking.
I do know where you're coming from. But if people find out the truth about the Earth, for example, that would not work.
No, look, I hope we win and defeat that. But that is like often flat earthers are talking about how it's a fight against, like God or whatever else. I don't think that's exactly what it is. I mean, that is a big part of their fight, but really when you look at all the agendas that are going on, it has to do with transhumanism.
Well, you know what I think that Lou, like, okay, I hear what you're saying with that. I understand that they do have their certain, like, what they want to do, but I guess I was going to make this quick analogy, just popped in my head. So if you're these whatever you want to call them, controllers, and they really want to get humanity in a particular state, so they have a whole series of systems as to how they're going to do that. Destabilize their worldview, destabilize their health, destabilize their families. We could go through all the long lists of what has led to that. So if that's their goal, I kind of see it this way. I was just thinking of this analogy. Let's take the analogy of like you're raising rats. I'm not trying to say humans are rats. I'm just using the example. Let me finish this whole thing. Okay, so like I'm not saying we're rats, but just to use that example. So these controllers are trying to control the rats. Let's just say, again, we're not rats. I'm just using that example. Now they've gotten the rats, as it were. The non-analogy, they've gotten the rats to like go through a maze and do some shit. But the next thing they're trying to do is to get the rats to like play violin, and they're never going to play violin. So I think that's kind of how I see transhumanism going. Like they've gotten us to this level. It's like they've gotten us to go through the maze. We're going through the thing. We're doing, the jobs and the money and the going in and out of the holes of our homes and our businesses and everything that we're doing, our cars, it's all in and out of holes. Like they've gotten us to do that. And they've gotten a lot of mental control and the whole worldview and the earth. They have gotten a lot of coverage in those ways. But the next thing they're going to trying to do with whatever transhumanistic type agenda, that would be analogy to like getting the rats to play violin. Like it's just we're not going to go to that level, and I do think there's just going to be this natural resistance that humans do want to, in general, be natural with the family and with everything, to where they're never going to get that accomplished.
I completely disagree. If you look at what they were able to do to us through technology, over the last few years, right? Like they got people to wear masks indefinitely. They got people to fucking work from home. They changed society and completely, all through their manipulation. This is them you have to understand, transhumanism is not you becoming a machine, like a metallic, like a cyborg. Like it's not like the movies, right? Is you being able to be programmed like a machine where you work for the system, a biological machine, okay? Where you literally do their will.
Yeah, that's what they want. They're never going to get it.
And they've
never going to happen.
They've done it.
No, it's never going to happen. It's just not it's not in the future for humanity whatsoever. They've only gotten like a very small percentage of that, and it's already not moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. People like so many people like have woken up since they're like one push in the last 3 years. I just don't see how they could possibly really accelerate that right now.
I understand there's a lot of resistance, but we're not quiet about this. We're waking a lot of people up. I've done it myself. A lot of people are waking up to this shit.
Like 70%.
I think it's too late. I think it's too late. As far as society as a whole goes, I think that they have the majority of society, and that we will only be the resistance in the background for the upcoming future.
Lou thinks it's Kool-Aid, buddy. Drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, Lou, I know you're wanting to drop the dark pills because you're sauced up and wanting to drop dark pills on us, but don't hit us too hard, bro.
No, what I'm telling you is we can resist all we want, but we're gonna get dragged along. And yes, I understand.
Lou's like on the back of the boat, like in like you're like water skiing in the back, and you're just like getting dragged behind, and like Oh man, we
Yeah,
can't
well,
have.
it's like that. Look, we're all on a boat, okay, and there's a hole in it, and it's slowly sinking. A lot of us are like trying to figure out how to put the boat together. Lou's sitting there with us, like trying to fix the boat, but he's like, I mean, I'll help you try to fix it, but it's not gonna work.
Dude, if you have a good plan, I'm behind you. But like, if you think you're gonna fucking stick a finger in the hole and save the ISS, I'm gonna be like, dude, Don Pettit, you're a fucking idiot. We're dead.
I think that I think their plan is many years before being even slightly possible. Their plan being a new world order, a homogenous slave state. I don't really see it. America alone stands in the way.
Although they are kind of doing it, like in North Korea, for example.
Yeah, and like what we know of China, even right, but like just America is such a wrench in the system. I don't know. Are they gonna wipe
Not
America out?
anymore. It's not. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Look at how compliant most of America is.
not really, bro. Not really. Like, you only need like 10 to 15% of the population to say no, and they have a problem. We got 75% now. Like, it's coming out so bad. We can't even talk about it, right? But the stuff coming out like every day is like insane for what they did in the pandemic. And
Dude, but that's all
Yeah, that's the thing.
engineering.
That's the
It's
thing,
all
Lou.
engineering. For some reason, here's the thing. I can't tell you exactly where they're gonna go, but I think they're 2 steps ahead of us. Like I don't know. I don't want to call it like 5D chess or anything like that. But like they know how they're steering the people. They know
What if
that.
I were to say that they're 10 steps behind at this point, and we actually have already won?
And they're running
Dude,
around with cut
that
off.
would be awesome if I was wrong. I would love to find out I was wrong, but
No, because
I
if say it came out that you were wrong, you'd be like, oh, they're actually doing this to trick us. Like if we won, you'd be like, they're just letting us think we won.
yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Oh, that would be
Well,
funny.
I mean,
They're
no,
just
no,
playing the really long game. They're just gonna let us win for like the next
listen.
100 years. They're gonna give us a 100-year break, and then they're coming back
Dude,
hard.
you could hang, dude.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
the
yeah.
traitors
No,
in the top could get hung,
If
dude.
that's
All the
it,
pedophiles could
if
get
that
exposed.
point,
2200, it's over.
if that point is in question, then we're doing way better than what we're being presented with. Like, what if they're just letting us think? You know, like.
Yeah, but what have they done after the whole scamdemic? Like they did that whole thing. It was quite a flex move, and I think we all would agree that it was surprising to see how many people did comply.
Look at all the
However,
shit that's
but people were trying to actually like technically protect their fellow humans when you think about it. Like a lot of us saw it that they were bowing down to that authority. That is true, but like unconsciously though, they were being manipulated into thinking that their breath was going to kill their fellow man. So, I mean, we do have to consider that, and that people actually were trying to help each other ultimately. And yes, they were buying into the control as well. So it was a mixture. But coming out of that, like, what have they done since then? You know, very little.
I'll have to push back
there's
on
a huge
right?
trick going
Gio,
on.
real
There's
fast.
a huge trick going on right now.
Real fast. Gio, what I think though is like, to be fair, if they ever were to pull off some major move, they would do something like that, right? Like it would be psychological manipulation out of fear. It was really fear. I didn't see too much selflessness. I saw a lot of virtue signaling, empty virtue signaling, because it was fear and stuff. But they will do that, right? Like that's the only way anything could ever, even in theory, take place, is if they got the compliance of the people, and they'll do that with virtue signaling and fear. And so
Yeah.
that'll be a part of whatever move is next.
You're just saying don't underestimate their
about this
ability.
with it.
Don't underestimate their ability to still manipulate people in those ways.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
they're 2 steps ahead of us. So like they know that what they do will drive us in a certain direction, right? So like all of this extreme woke fucking agenda and just everything that's attached to it. It's going to drive people into more of a conservatism, right? Or they're more I don't know. See, like this is
It's
where
like
it's
an
hard.
electric fence.
I can't predict.
It's like an electric fence.
I can't predict why they want it, but like, I know that it's being steered. I know that they have an agenda, and that they're doing it intentionally.
So what you're saying
Like,
is, I can't predict the future. I can't predict the weather, but I know it's not going to be sunny.
well,
Well,
I
like I
know,
said, it's
I
like an
know that
electric.
as long as they're steering us, it won't be sunny.
Well, I actually would have to agree with that. Yeah, they're still as corrupt as they. But I mean, I think they're actually like losing strength though, dude. Like, because the thing is, okay, I hear a lot of what I hear. There's all these points, and I agree with actually all of them in a lot of ways. So, but the thing is like the whole scamdemic situation was such a flex, and it was a lot of different things. There's many different layers as to what that whole couple years was. But since then, see, I think what they wanted to do, that was their move to really try to do a larger takeover to get all of those lockdowns to be standard around the world. And I think they found like that they weren't really able to do it much of anywhere. Other than like, yeah, they have like North Korea, China. There's some areas that they are doing stuff like this. But so I just think that they found that it's like, let's say you're trying to you're herding fire ants. So you're trying to get all these fire ants to be herded, and you're kind of trying to protect yourself the way they were doing it. They're kind of doing it. And the thing is, like, what was the overall reaction from 2020 until today in your guys' view? Like, was the overall reaction that they totally herded all of us successfully and now we're all more controlled? Or was it that a bunch of fire ants got out and, and now they're just, in a sense, we broke down the wall already of the control they were trying to put forth, because they wanted to have the passports be, V passports. They were ready to try to have everything be locked down, like try to get everyone working from home. And it just seemed like there was a natural resistance where everybody was just not going along with it. And so
I
now
don't think it's a binary. I think that they knew that maybe it wouldn't work, and they were hoping maybe it would work, but they're like, oh, it's not quite ready yet, because we definitely still took losses. Like, we took net losses to this day. Like, the overall environment of censorship is different now. Like, it's way more egregious. Like, the desensitization to censorship it'll never go back, right? Like, where they pulled out the big guns of big tech censorship right in front of everyone's face because of that, and now it's just still here. It didn't go away. It didn't go away.
No.
That got worse.
That got worse. Anytime something is introduced, it never goes back to the way it was. So, like, all they have to do is just do it incrementally. So,
right, but the thing is, I would agree on that, and the censorship on the internet has been increased, and the control of information on the internet has been increased. But the thing is, so yeah, I agree that they're still trying to keep their control there, which is why they still have a general control. Because let's be honest, most people are on the internet all day.
It's self-censorship. What they need is compliance. So all they have to do is give you the threat. The threat might be meaningless. They might have no ability to actually do anything to you. But the threat alone was enough to make you comply.
Well, let you finish first. Let him finish, because I'm interested. This is a very interesting aspect of it, because it looks like they're guiding us to the internet, where everything is there. Everything. And they are simultaneously creating a prison there, right? Where it's like two hands are doing it, but they're all moving to the same goal. And so I don't know. I think in that sense alone, that is a huge win for them, because that we did take that loss. I don't see that we didn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I do.
As a collective, we took a big fucking hit, a huge hit.
I agree, and that's in this way. I agree, and that's why they still have the level of control they do. That's why things are not actually moving and grooving in a bigger way right now, is because they did maintain that. But here's what'll be interesting: the internet, as it is now, I don't think is going to serve their ultimate goals, like what they really want in terms of the level of control. So I think they're going to do a huge transfer where, using a lot of these, their own co-opted blockchain networks, because everything's going to blockchain in the future. The loan for your car, your deed for your house, all your contracts, everything's going digital. There's not going to be warehouses full of paperwork and that stuff anymore. Everything's going digital to that point. And hold on, Lou, please, man, come on. Please don't interrupt. Just let me say my thing, and then I'll pass the mic.
Really, those 2 words.
All right, just don't. All right, I'm just please. Okay, so now you just totally disrupted what I was trying to say.
It's all going digital. There's not going to be any warehouses of paper.
Yeah. So it's all going, because whatever one thinks about blockchain, where it came from, that's a whole nother topic. But it's here now, and it seems to be where everything, in my viewpoint, is headed in terms of all the digitalization of everything and the currency and all of that. But so I think what they're going to end up wanting to do is some kind of a shift over to a new form of internet, essentially, like a new, like that's run through blockchains, where it'll be way more controlled. So these AI things, which I don't even think AI is even like a real thing. There isn't really artificial intelligence. These are just collating digital technologies. They're able to collate information, organize information a particular way. And it is very appealing. Some people can just ask any question they want and they get this answer. So I do think they are going to try to roll out like it's like a new like AI internet run on their co-opted versions of their blockchains, to where they're going to try to get everything. And when in that system, you're going to have to only pay for like a certain, like you have to pay to get your service, but you're not actually connecting to the internet, the way it is now. You're actually connecting to their service directly. So I think that is where things will be interesting, because you're right. They do have the control right now still over the information and still over the people, because of, like you said, coming out of the scamdemic, they maintain the control on the internet, the information. They even upped it because they had more money and they had a little bit more ability to even do that stuff. The way that so that was I hear you on that. But the thing is, if this system doesn't serve them ultimately for whatever their goals are, if there is going to be some huge shift, then there are other blockchains that are actually truly not, like they actually are decentralized and transparent, and they actually are built on integrity and trust and honesty. Like those do exist out there, in addition to all these corrupt ones. So what I'm saying is that, like, I don't think we're ever really going to win on this current internet system. It's going to have to be, if that shift happens, you're going to have a lot of people that go to the new government whole one, but then there's going to be these other ones that still exist. And then people are going to have a choice. And that's where I think something was really going to shift to where, because we're going to have to shift to like a whole different network essentially to really get the information out and to move forward in that way, because they're only going to censor this one even more. But it's not even this one. It's the new one that they're going to roll out, that they're going to have even more lockdown to where it won't even give us a chance. So that's when we're going to have to, I think, shift to a decentralized net, or have the option to shift to other networks that are not part of their whole system.
Look, Gio. Okay, Web 3.0. That's the thing that they're shifting into. Okay, so and with this, it's all about like authentication and so on. Like everything that you do is verified. Like you have to prove your identity. You have to prove your freaking your location. You have to prove your biometrics, your DNA. Like in order to even say something online. Like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's on a controlled network.
This is where they're going. But the problem is that the institutions, the government, the corporations, whatever else, they're not transparent like we are. Okay, they want to make sure that everything that we do is transparent and open, but they are hidden.
Well, this is what cryptography, like the whole invention of cryptography, allows for these two new things. There can be more control if it's used that way in those networks, but it also has the ability to have actually more transparency and honesty and decentralized, like a healthy actual nodal system that actually could be run in a way that actually does benefit everyone and runs on honesty and transparency. That's what the cryptography technology has allowed for. Like it brought in this double-sided coin.
But but we can't like just do it to each other. Like our government has to be as transparent.
Well, I think one of the things, though, I will say is what did happen also is there was this huge demand for uncensored content, like Rumble. Sorry, I sneezed. Like BitChute, Rumble. Like Rumble's a good example, right?
Telegram.
Yeah, Telegram. Telegram's just fire now. So like Telegram and Rumble are actually byproducts of how people are not going. Like they're not going, and Rumble's just going to keep getting bigger because eventually something's going to happen to someone. Like their loved one's going to die because all of a sudden they got cancer when they were 26 or whatever it is. And they're going to want to find out what's going on, and they're going to be forced to somewhere that's not censored. And before you know it, that will be the only trusted way to find information. It is right now for a lot of us, but the normie hasn't caught up yet. But so I say, like, yeah, we took a huge blow, but at the same time, maybe we didn't, because Flat Earth was already being shadow banned before the pandemic. Now we live where it's like we can't trust these big tech companies, right? Where it's maybe a positive in that way, where it woke a bunch of people up because they had to come out and show that they were censoring us as opposed to doing it in the shadows. And so really it may have woke us up.
That's even a bigger power move. That like when they have no fear, when they show you that they have no fear, like what they've been doing over the last few years, like literally we're going to censor the shit out of you, and on top of that, depending on what country you live, we're gonna dox you and we're gonna fucking steal your money out of your bank account because you don't go along with the political agenda. We're going to turn you into literally like where you have no ability to live because you don't go against it. It's a power move. These people are so cocky right now. They are sure that they have us on lockdown. Like not just like choosing for yourself to fucking lock yourself into your home, which a lot of people did. But if you don't, they got you.
Yeah, but like platforms like Rumble and others that there is, they're not run by this kind of larger agenda. If those networks end up like the spirit of those, essentially the one like Telegram and so on, that are at least not just egregiously censoring in the ways that the big tech ones are. If that kind of general energy, if there is like a split where they're going to try to get everyone on a whole new currency and a whole new system, which will be like the new kind of like digital government, basically, that they do whatever. I don't really think it's artificial intelligence, but just to use that term, the AI stuff because they call it that, these like machine learning, it is going to be backed by that. But the thing is that that's where I think that'll be the ultimate shifting point of how many people stick with that and how many people are going to look elsewhere and have other alternative. Because I mean, ultimately, like people have different viewpoint on what cryptography and blockchain, like whether it came from a good side or an evil side, like people have different viewpoints on it. But I actually do think it came to liberate humanity. Like it came to put the final nail in the coffin to the New World Order in that sense. And I think it's been co-opted. It's been massively co-opted in a way that like they instantly have started. I mean, they co-opted it right with Satoshi Nakamoto. They took over Bitcoin right at the beginning, and then they created Ethereum and all of the Ethereum platforms and operating systems and networks. And then they got everyone else to build coins on Ethereum, so that there's all these other things that are now connected to Ethereum. So they've already co-opted it right off the beginning, and they're building like a massive network.
It's not even a co-op, Gio. Satoshi Nakamoto is a fucking CIA fucking front from the start. The whole idea.
Yeah, but they co-opted
Bitcoin. It wasn't co-opted. They literally created it.
I don't think that's the case, but if you do, that's your viewpoint. But that's not mine. I definitely don't think they created it. I think they co-opted it as quickly as they could, and they've been co-opting it ever since. But the actual technology cannot be eliminated. Like they can't control everything now. It's not possible for them to.
All right. Well, think for a second about what would the implications be if this was all of their device?
Oh, then we're done for. Yeah. Yep. I mean, well, first of all, I don't really think that there's even, I think we've already won in that sense. I don't think that we could be done for, but theoretically, in a sense, if blockchain was able to only be used for evil and did not have the ability to actually transcend the evil, then that level of control would be very threatening, let's say. And I think it'd be a different.
Don't ignore that as a possibility.
Well, no, but you can't ignore it. Technology's already proven that's not the case. Like I can go purchase something with Monero and no one knows anything about it. So
Right. They can't
How do you
control.
know? How do you know nobody knows anything
Because
about
you
it?
can literally try to go find it and get into it, and you can't.
So because you can't, nobody can.
No one can, because it's like self-destructing and replicating, basically. Like, how are you going to find it? There's like a huge layer of privacy encryption methods that were basically self-destructs. So how do you find it? It self-destructs and transfers. It like
Are you telling
erases
me
each step as it goes.
this is ignorant? This is ignorant, man. Everything that goes on the internet, there is a fucking like a backlog. Like it can be traced by somebody. Maybe not you, but somebody can. Like everything that you do.
But that's what I mean. That's what's different about blockchains and about how this technology works. It's different than like just holding information on a server, for example. And
well, they use like stealth addresses, and they use like what's called ring signatures, and so it hides the sender and the receiver and the amount. And so it literally hides every part of it. The sender, the receiver, the amount you send or receive, and then the addresses themselves that are send and receive. They use like stealth addresses. So, and it's just basically in layman's terms,
Stealth meaning encrypted. But by how many bits? And if you believe that like supercomputers exist, perhaps even quantum computers like D-Wave or whatever else. Like, you don't think that they could crack your encryption?
Sure. If you, I'm not going to say it's technically impossible. I don't know. I think that I think there's no doubt that you can create private transaction with blockchain technology, and that it can't be stopped, and they won't even attempt to stop it. What they're going to do is they're going to make it where you can't actually use it. Like what can you do?
I would argue that all technology is the tool being used by the controllers to enslave us.
It obfuscates the transactions, basically. It bundles them all up in stealth addresses. So it's like you can't track them. And I'm just saying that technology, whether that's the end all be all or anything, I'm not arguing that. But like, what they're gonna do, bro, is not try to hack different Monero addresses. I can assure you, what they're gonna do is not let you use it.
Lou, come on, man. Please stop interrupting, bro. It's pretty hard to have a conversation because you're clipping and interrupting every time. If you could please not do that. Were you done with it?
Even if you're doing it now, like even if you were safe now, you don't think given 5-10 years that they could crack you?
I'm saying there's no reason for them to do that. It would take so much time to get one person, especially whenever you do what I do, where you have it in like a bunch of different addresses and wallets, and it's all fully encrypted. And it's just basically self-destructing. So it scrambles up all the time. It's like even the system itself couldn't track you because it's set up in such a way that it like self-destructs basically. So I'm saying that to say like that's not what they're going to do. What they're going to do is try to prevent you from being able to use it. Like you can have as much Monero as you want, and maybe no one knows who has it, but what are you going to do with it? But that's actually the glitch, because, well, if you have Monero and I have Monero, we can choose to use it, right? They're just not going to let you cash it out, and they're not going to let you use it in their system. All they can do is exclude you from their system. So if enough people choose not to use their system, that technically people can still survive outside of it using blockchain, in my opinion. And they're going to take all power away. I don't think they'll do that, but that would be the only real way. And technically, you can use a ham radio to make Monero transactions. So, I don't know.
That's awesome. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It is a huge topic in terms of this situation, because if everything's going digital anyways, as it is, like Lou was saying, like if they did create all these blockchains and they have ultimate control over all of them, that's why I kind of said like, yeah, that would be a much bigger threat to us right now, humanity, because I actually think that it's the opposite. Like I think the blockchain actually came from the cryptography technology, and blockchain I actually think came from like an angelic source, from actually a source of light that was actually literally coming to liberate us to have the option to get our sovereignty back essentially as humanity, because the current control system that they have, like whatever we came from, let's just say the gold standard, if we even take that narrative, but whatever all came before, they sunk okay, JP Morgan built the Titanic. He paid for it, the 3 ships, all 3 of those ships, including the Titanic, he paid and financed to have built. And I even think it was a whole psyop from the beginning to build those ships and to try to get all of these very wealthy, politically connected people to get on it, because they hyped it up so much of being, this maiden voyage of the biggest ship ever. They hyped it up to the point that they got those people to, like James Jacob Astor, and others that were opposing the Federal Reserve. Once the Titanic sunk and those people perished, they were able to get control over the Federal Reserve. Once they had that, it's kind of game over in a sense, because we all know. I mean, it's like if you're playing Monopoly and you're the banker, you have all the money. You literally can just print. You can just put as much in your pocket as you want. Anyone that has that position, if let's say you're going to cheat in Monopoly, you know that it's just that guy's going to win because he has stacks and stacks of money. He can just keep replenishing his money, keep buying up all your property. So that's a huge power move that they did. But the thing is that the question is now, though, is in this whole kind of shift that's happening towards everything going digital. And I think they're going to have to do a financial reset because of that. So I think they're going to end up shooting themselves in the foot even more, because if they do a whole financial reset rollout, then they're going to try to get everyone to go onto their networks. But if blockchain actually did come from an angelic source and they can't actually control all of the other blockchains, then that means that we all will have a choice. Now they could maybe do some crazy, like, make it illegal or, try to put you in prison if but then it's like, how much will people fight back against that? So yeah, I just think it's a lot of layers. And I think that if blockchain, it does depend on whether it's sovereign from their control or not, in terms of like
it is a lot of layers. You're right. But that's the way that they're playing. Like literally, if you think that blockchain was created by us to defeat them and that it will somehow save us, like, you are buying into their whole trick. Like that is the goal.
No, I think he's making a good point. I mean, why would they need to change it? Like, I will say that cryptocurrency will be such a death blow to freedom, in my opinion. And you'll have to have alternative blockchain networks to even compete. But whether or not that was subverted or not, who knows? And and it does actually offer freedom in a way, ironically, but it will be used as the exact opposite, and it has the ability to do exactly the opposite. But like when you look into why it happened in the first place, like Jacob Astor, he wasn't like some like super nice guy or something. He didn't oppose the Federal Reserve out of principle. He owned like 85% of the mortgages in America. So of course he opposed the Federal Reserve, right? Because he owned everything. And they were like, well, if you're not going to play along with us, then we're just going to take you out. And so who cares why? That's what really happened. And why would they need to replace it? It works amazing.
It's easy to just kind of strawman the whole idea of like the transhumanist agenda and everything, like where you say like, well, all technology is bad. Well, like the water wheel was bad for people. Like, no, like
I think I was saying James Jacob Astor, but it's actually John.
Yeah, John. He owned a ton of the mortgages. I think it was like 80%, which is, I found that out yesterday actually, and I was like, what?
Control you. But
you're breaking up, Lou.
Sorry. Modern technology, internet connected technology, like this internet in general, was literally put here to control us and to surveil us. It's both things at once. Anything that you think you're doing, you're not doing it on your own. You're being influenced. And you have no control over it. So you might think you're beating the system, but you never will.
Well, that's what they would need. Like, if they're going to roll out a whole like AI-based digital government, digital like yeah, trying to have a further level of control over all the information in some new network. And if they're going to, because the thing about blockchain technologies in general, they allow for like much faster transaction and a much more like intelligently designed system for organizing information. Like it can be like hundreds, if not even thousands of times more efficient than the current systems. So that's the thing. It's like at this point, it's inevitable that it's going that direction. And yeah, I hear what you're saying. If they invented it and they have the back door to all of it, then yeah, like that would be, because if they rolled that out to the point like to where we didn't even have an option, then that would be very problematic.
Right. Well, and I mean, I don't even see where your argument comes from that it was just spawned up naturally, grassroots and shit. Like, no, like literally, like this is the only option is that it was introduced by them. Like, in my opinion, anyway.
Well, you know Hutchinson, for example, you know that guy, or like even Tesla, like some of these, like where the concept that like they can actually, like you can be tapped into something, or you could even discover something profound, and if they get a hold of it, you know.
Yeah, you could do that, but who is Satoshi Nakamoto? You know, like, dude,
Yeah, I think what happened was
it's literally an alias that means CIA, like or Central Intelligence. Sorry, like it's in your face, telling you, like, you don't know who I am. I started this shit.
Yeah, but why do you believe that that's what started it though? That's what I'm like. Why would you just believe that? Just because that's the mainstream story? Because I don't believe that's who actually invented it.
Oh well, do you think it was just like a grassroots movement?
I don't think it was like necessarily a movement. I think that someone invented it and it started getting out a bit on the internet. And when it was at a very, very like beginning stage, and they instantly, you know, picked up on it, essentially, I think they forked the original actual Bitcoin into the one that they now call Bitcoin. They instantly forked it. And then now they're controlling all of it through Bitcoin, which is the on and off ramp between the US dollar. But the thing is, they don't control the actual blockchain and cryptography technology. That has already gotten out. It's out of the bag.
So the guy who invented blockchain never got named. He also has an alias that matches CIA or Central Intelligence.
No, I'm saying I think
about
that's a story that they added after the whole Satoshi Nakamoto.
Well,
yeah, I do think that's their
either
psyop.
way, either way, it's a freaking ghost character.
That's his point, though. That's what
Right?
he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's saying that's their narrative, that they hijacked it. I've also heard this before.
So you want to trust this?
Yeah, and like give them my whole soul, like take a chip. No, it's not the point, man. The point is that blockchain may have originally been made with benevolent intention and could still be used for such a thing, and they had to hijack it and intervene.
They co-opted it
I mean,
to a massive degree.
that's quite possible, but it doesn't matter. Like, because they co-opted it immediately, so now it's theirs.
But you don't obviously know that much about blockchain technology, I don't think, because you seem to.
I've never trusted it.
Well, you seem to think it's impossible to attain privacy, but that's not the truth. And there's very creative people who have come up with ways to basically scramble it upon reception, where there's like the computer itself can't even keep up with it. And could you maybe at one point get AI to such an extent that you could prevent it? Maybe, but the people that coded the blockchain that's being used would have to integrate the AI. So it'd actually have to be co-opted at the top of those places. And it seems that even those places have put in safety walls to prevent the owners from doing it. So I'm not even.
Look, the owners are,
it's possible.
unless the government is on. If like, here's what I think about blockchain. If you want transparency, the people should not be transparent. We should have privacy. The government should be transparent. Let's put the government on blockchain and keep ourselves private. Fuck them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the option that is on the table now, because like cryptography and blockchain technologies has already gotten out to where okay, when Bitcoin first started gaining in popularity, obviously it was like, claimed to be the first blockchain, as it were, and it was the one that started to be worth money. If it's starting to be worth money, then now it's linked to the fiat dollar, and that whatever the roots of that whole process were, and then that grew obviously slowly over all these years. And then starting, like let's say in the late 20 teens, especially, the tech, there's so much more just money and finances being put into to where now there's like hundreds of different, companies and organizations and peoples, and they're advancing it in different ways as well. And they're like there's the Monero chain, there's all these different chains. Now, some of them may not be very solid. Some of them may be problematic. Some of them may be hackable, and some of them certainly are. But it's at a point now where it's like it's the cat's out of the bag, to the point to where it's like the Jack in the Box is already out, to the point to where all these different groups, anywhere from just a little startup with 3 people to hundreds of people, that all working to develop all these different technologies. And the question is, which ones of them will actually sustain, which ones will be legitimate, which ones won't, etc. And then there's like the idea of sort of the larger governmental body, as it were, the ones who locked us all down. Essentially, it's like it can just be categorized in that sense. There's obviously like a universal locking down. So now we all can see they're cohesive, working together. So if there's going to be some next reset of whatever digital system that's being portrayed, and I do agree with you, I think that one's going to be bad. It's going to be more controlling. It's going to have a whole medical thing to it. It's going to be able to control your money more. There's like, I don't think it's going to go too dark. I don't think it's going in the darkest realms.
Access to all friggin' like what you pay for car insurance or homeowners insurance or medical insurance or everything. Like you're gonna pay more if you don't have a good social credit score. It's all about your social credit. Like
I mean, I don't think they're going to get it too progressed. Personally, I don't think I don't think they're going to get it to the point that they may want it, like a 1984 level of like complete in that sense. But I think we'll see
they're already like 90% there.
We're in like pre-phase 1, and I think they'll get to phase 1, but they're not going to get beyond that, because it's like Agenda 2030 is, I think that there is something to that in terms of like the next decade, the next 7 to 10 years, like what they really want to roll out. I think
Dude,
that's
you might not be able to get an Uber or even a fucking like delivery of pizza to your fucking house in the next 10 years if you don't have a good score.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to where people choose to go. And it's like, if you're trying to herd cats, or you're trying to herd ants, or whatever, something that's not herdable, you're trying to herd them. And the thing about humans, we are somewhat herdable, so they've already gotten some level of that. But to the level at which they want to do, I just think people are not going to go for it ultimately.
Yeah, I personally think yeah, they're creating there's a large subsect of people like us who are fighting against it, and we're gaining traction. But yet, I think they are also very calculated, and they only make small moves. And calculated. They always make calculated moves. So the majority of people, even though like we feel like we're gaining, the people that we think we're gaining still are, Trump fans or DeSantis fans, and they buy into politics, right? They think that the Republicans are going to fix their problem.
Yes, politics will save our lives. Yes.
I just thought of one narrative they could do, where they could try to, if they're going to do like a pre-alien invasion, they could try to say that they're getting like interference from outer space that's like hacking the networks, and so everything's being hacked, so we have to move it over to this new system or whatever. That would be.
Oh wow, that would be a fire idea. That would be a good idea for them.
Because they could keep it very the outer threat that, you know, like that nobody can really see, just like they did with the scamdemic thing that people.
Yeah, like what I think though, I think that they're good. The aliens are gonna be both good and bad, and the good ones are basically gonna tell us like, look, you're being controlled by evil people. We're gonna help remove them. Yeah, the good ones are gonna come like, so the bad ones are gonna come and okay, speculation station obviously, but the narrative will be that the bad ones have been working with the people that control us right now already in secret. The good ones came because they had enough, and they're
Right.
gonna remove them from power, and everyone's like, tell us the way. I'm like, oh, bro, you guys, whew, you could live in abundance. There's so much stuff everywhere, and you guys are using this like archaic piece of paper as if it's money. It's like, here's the new system. And people are like, oh, teach us more. Like, oh, you can telepathically communicate. You know, so
Yeah, they do try to. They do literally try to introduce the aliens. You're right. They'll do it in such a type of way. Anyway, not that exactly, but like they'll give you a dichotomy where you have to choose and be like, which ones are the good aliens?
Yeah, it's like you got all these like, well, what? Like, we already have all these like.
It's exciting. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I know it is. I know. Just talking about it right now, I'm kind of like smiling inside. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. What they may do. Like, I'm just smiling just in terms of like the amusement of what they might try to pull off in that way. Because yeah, I know what you're saying. I thought about that too. If they could get some other like a threat from elsewhere, which has been in their speeches, like it's in Ronald Reagan's speeches in the 80s, you know, the whole, so it's already been in there, but it's like, and then it's Werner von Braun, like, you know, all these different, it seems like it's definitely like a narrative that, you know, whether or not they're going to do it or not is a whole question. But yeah, but I've thought about that too, where if there could be some other threat that they could pin all of their actual evil on now that people know about, if they could just dump all that off, just unload it onto this outer threat, and then put another like mask on and be another sheep in wolf's clothing. You know, it's like we're already surrounded by sheep and wolf's clothing. If they try to create some drama, some outer source that's going to come in, it's going to look like the savior, but actually it's just a bigger wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, clearly, like based off of what Witz has just said, so like initially they would have to give you one alien, and that alien would be malevolent, right? That alien would have bad intentions, and we have to join together as a species to fight that. Then we're gonna get the benevolent
savior to come in.
alien.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying about the net with the if they link that with a financial reset,
we're gonna help you. We got an ally fucking species of alien. But yeah.
I got 4 letters for you, Lou. WIFI.
Wi-Fi.
Oh my God, yes. Yes, you're a robot.
Yeah, dude, I'm waiting for the cable company to get here. They're coming tomorrow, by the way.
Okay. You know, yeah, it's interesting idea, Joe, right? Like they used that to justify the sudden and rapid migration to a digital currency. But one thing I think a lot of people believe that the aliens are going to come. It's going to be like this entire civilization or something. I don't think so. I think it's going to be a few hundred aliens, quote unquote, and they're actually going to be the return of the ones that came back back in the day, and yeah, like they're like the Watchers, and they're going to be like the Avengers. So imagine what would happen if like the Avengers was real, right? Like you had superheroes that came down to the sky and they looked like a meteor. You know, it would be crazy time to be alive, bro. People would worship those things. Women would be lining up to sleep with them.
See,
could they pull that off though? That's the thing. And it's like, yeah, can they even pull that off? Like during the whole scamdemic thing, some people like, you know, just family, friends, different people like that I'd known, who, like, I'm specifically talking in this case about a family member who was obviously going along with all of it. And I just remember I was like, if you fell for this one, like, please don't tell me you're going to fall for the fake aliens. And they were like, no, definitely not. So that's the thing. It's like, can they get people to actually go with that? That's
yeah, everyone. Yeah,
it's a
absolutely.
leap for them to do it. I think it's a risk. Like, if I were them, I think they do see it as a huge risk. So
I don't think
maybe
so.
they have to.
personally,
I don't
because,
know.
you need to really think about real fast. You have to really think about what we're talking about. We're talking about actually seeing things in real life that will put you in a state of awe, right? Like a meteor I'll send a video. One was seen over like Queensland or whatever, like a couple weeks ago. This crazy blue light comes down. Imagine that being a being, bro. Like Dragon Ball Z in real life. I'm saying, like, if anything like that happens, like, absolutely 100% tons of people will fall for it, and because they're falling for something they can actually see. So I think it's easy to be like, oh, I'm not going to fall for the fake alien. Well, when you see a gigantic ship over your city, and when you see things like teleport and all this crazy stuff, and because even just using lasers, and they have acoustic holography now, right? Like, just using sound waves, they can make a holographic projection, admittedly by the military. So, like, I don't know. I think it's easy to say people won't fall for it. I think a lot of flat earthers will fall for it. So I think that
You're saying that if the sky spectacle, you're saying if the sky spectacle was so kind of like to where there's like noises and the whole sky's lit up and there's actual visual things, is that what you're saying? Like, if they go that hard with it, then
Look,
not just the news, but like you go outside and see it.
Right. So
I still think it's a big risk if they did that, though.
Even though people were warned, right? Like, and they heard it in the background, when they see something or they experience something, that will overwrite whatever they've been told. Even if you told them this is what's going to happen, like pretend you told them word for word exactly how it would happen. It doesn't matter. All that gets thrown out the window. They will say, no, this is happening.
Well, that's how they got people with 9/11. The actual buildings came down, and so yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, if real stuff happens, people do, because that whatever happened in New York that day, like, it did seem pretty intense. Like, buildings there was definitely explosives and they went down, and so it did look like a Godzilla movie. Some of those clips of people just like running, and it's like on the streets, like that was pretty chaotic and crazy. So
people's emotions will take over instead of the logic. They won't remember the past, the warnings that they've gotten. That they will act in a chaotic nature.
Well, the thing too, if they like the whole idea of the directed energy weapons, if depending on how those exist and what they are, and what they have with that's another way in which that could be. Because if they deploy those along with a narrative, along with other components, because like most people don't even know those exist, and if people start seeing things like that happen to the point to where it's very real for them, like, I don't want to even put this out there because it is a dark thing, but like, if they use that to just like, I mean, they've already done it. They've taken out, like, in terms of like the wildfires, they can take out a whole city. They can take out a whole neighborhood. I would hate to think that there's going to be that level, but I mean, we've seen world wars. There have been these, unfortunately, with this level of kind of criminality that's going on, they do world wars, they do these things. And if they were to unleash their directed energy weapons on top of everything else, and if most people don't even know what those are, that could be even another point for them in terms of trying to get people convinced of it. Because if actual things are happening, like, things that are happening that are like actually physically destructive, like to the point to where they're going to think it's even more real, possibly just from that alone.
When it comes to the masses, we're easily steerable. Okay, so like I can see this possibly being a thing that happens in the future, but I don't hang on it. Like, in fact, it's so predictable and so programmable that I tend to lean the other way. I don't know if they're ever going to pull this card.
Yeah, but what do you think about this though? What do you think about the globe? the whole globe idea, the whole heliocentric idea would be building towards this, to get the threat of aliens, because the universe is so vast and all these balls in space and light years. What if all the light years, all of the astronomical unit, the heliocentric deception, the solar system, all of that is to get people's minds thinking that there's expansive billions of light years expanding at light years, this whole narrative. It would make sense that all would lead towards something like this, because why else have they carried it on like this for so long? And like this would be like an ultimate rollout.
It could be a giant red herring. Like literally keep us focused on it and stop looking at like what's really going on and what's really going to happen. And it could be there literally to make us look ridiculous.
Well, they've already
All
used the
those
directed energy weapons to do destruction. That's already happened on a small scale. But yeah, I know, I hear what you're saying. But the thing is, dude, think about what, like, they've gotten over like the last 30 years, basically 40, 50, depending on how long you want to think about. But they've gotten almost like not everyone, but at least most of the mainstream believing that aliens are very, very likely. From like in the 70s, maybe they called them conspiracy theorists, like the people that thought that back in the 60s and 70s, and they've gotten it from that to getting everyone to believe that aliens are, very likely and incredibly highly likely that if they came to Earth one day, that would be a narrative that they already would be pre-programmed for.
You really think that was a small scale? These attacks have been happening for a long time, like every corner of the Earth, man, like everywhere. Not United States, Canada, Russia, all throughout Europe. They're happening everywhere in Asia.
That's true. Well, I just meant small scale, I guess, in comparison to if they unleashed that on a large scale, that could be.
Well, look at Australia. When they lit up Australia, they lit up California. Like those were huge fires. Those were devastating. I mean, they can ramp it up. I'm sure they can ramp it up, and they'll blame it. They're gonna blame it on these whatever, these aliens. I think there used to be stuff on YouTube, these TR-3Bs. It's like a triangular shaped craft, and in the center of it is looks like a lens or whatever. And I've seen this depicted in like drawings and whatever, like from the Great Fires from 1871. People had depicted this like an artist depiction, and of what the people saw, and it looked just like a UFO from Independence Day shooting a beam down from the center, destroying the whole city. And if these fires actually did happen, every major city had a fire, like a huge fire. But we know the fire is happening to non-combustible materials like brick, stone. Those are non-combustible. So how
are you talking about depictions? Are you talking about depictions like this? The one I just posted? Are you talking about depictions like this, like the one I just posted?
Let me get out of my thing is glitchy.
Yeah, because like they literally had these like UFO things that were.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly. That was in 1871, dude. There was 5 major fires on that day. It's like October 10th, I think, and 5 cities burned at the same time as the Great Fire of Chicago. 5 separate cities. So it's like, wait, how? Explain this, right? Like these are not cities made out of logs and twigs and shit. These are brick, stone structures, just burning. Whatever. I mean, burning. It's the wrong word, but I don't know what other word to use for it. I mean, non-combustible materials don't burn, so something else is happening that looks like fire. It's something.
Well, consider what I'm about to say, like almost like just like an idea of a plot for a movie, because I don't even want to think that this is real, because it's very traumatic to think about. But I mean, crazier things. Well, I don't know if crazier things have happened than this, but dude, it seems like if they use that directed energy weapon. Like Ron, from everything you've seen, don't you agree that like almost like an Independence Day thing, that potentially they could like aim like it's like they seem to have multiple of them that do different things, or like all different spectrums, like between microwave and heat based. Like there's all these different ones. Like, do you think it could even be possible that they could target like one home, like one dwelling, basically set it on fire and dustify it, like microwave dustify it, bring it down to nothing, and not even burn anything else around it? Because if they could do that, like Like that would be that
They
like
can, Geo.
that would
They
be
can.
crazy.
They sliced the
my
house
work
in half.
is my mic
It was
working or no?
it was sliced in half, dude. Like the line was so clean.
I
They
know. It
could
looks
do
like
it.
they can. I know. It looks like they could literally aim it, almost like a
Dude, Geo, it goes right to the edge of the driveway on this one this little I'll show you the picture. Like the house next door is maybe 8-10 feet away and there's no damage whatsoever. This thing is pinpoint accurate.
Fantastic. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, I'm good. Okay. All right. Yeah. Outer Pounders. Outer Pounders. Come in, Outer Pounders. Sounds like Outer Pounder. Sounds like we're talking about Outer Pounders, and I had to get in on this. They can do that totally. They have a house. There's one example from Plain Truth that was showing that there was like one house targeted amongst other houses that were right next to it, and that house was totally taken out, demolished, completely incinerated, everything gone. And it's not just like the examples we saw in Paradise with the trees. It was like another area where it was like one house was just completely gone, and there was houses standing up right next to it, just like you're talking about.
I mean, like I said, this is like kind of a dark thing to think about. So I don't even, and I don't think it's a thing that like just talking about it puts it out there or anything. If they're going to do this, they're already going to do it. They already did it at 9/11 and the Oklahoma City thing that looks like they used it. The fires in California and all different places. But I'm just saying, like we're talking about, you know, an alien invasion thing. Could they actually pull it off and convince people? And like, I'll just say this real briefly with the whole scamdemic thing. I do think there was something going on. Like, I'm not talking about the flu or getting the sniffles. I'm talking about like, there was something like, I actually think a bioweapon of sorts that was put out there. So it was real in a way. Like people did have, I mean, we all know people that have passed away in a little bit weird way, whether it's the heart attack thing, these different things that are happening. So my only point, I'm not trying to take it into that. My only point is to say that if they do another event, if they do a fake alien invasion type thing, if they actually roll that out, if they use these directed energy weapons to just like take out a neighborhood or take out a house or whatever, that would be very real in a way. Cause people would be like, oh my God, yeah. Like, you know, my aunt and uncle, like they're, you know, like that would, you know, that's intense to think about. But I'm just saying that is one way that they could convince people is if it's real in that way. Like if there is actual destruction and they try to, yeah.
The only way they could really do it though is to introduce the Outer Pounders as a possibility along with that. Because the flat earthers aren't going to buy the aliens from space thing. In fact, a lot of people that even think UFOs are real think that that's the government or that it may be high technology from people outside of our own. They would buy that even more readily than aliens from space. A lot of even regular people. Outer Pounders.
That's true. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, yeah.
You're good now, yeah.
All right. So, yeah, my problem really is that it's been predictive programming. Like, we got the conspiracy theorists talking about it for not just like a year or two, but like a decade or two. Like this whole alien invasion, fake alien invasion.
And you know what? The context of fake then, think about it.
Please,
real quick though, on top of that, if it's a fake alien invasion, it's Outer Pounders instead of space, they could say it's fake aliens, but it's actually aliens from outer times, you know. What I
want to say is that I've been doing this whole like conspiracy thing long before most people here, okay? And what I have found is that often when the conspiracy theory like forum when that crew is set on something and claiming something is going to happen, that typically they are proven wrong. Like if you don't think the CIA, the intelligence agencies aren't monitoring and adjusting and so on and so forth, like they will use you to make you look ridiculous. So something as blatant as this is something that they will use to make you look stupid. Like it's not going to happen. And to the your normie, when you start going to them and saying, "Wait for the fake alien invasion," you look like a fucking conspiratard. This is the agenda that they're using against you. It's not going to happen.
You're right. Most of the time, it is something that they blow out of proportion and in a way that they get people talking about it as if
this is going to be the plan and they know it for sure. And if that's ever the case, it's usually something that doesn't happen in the way that you think, but it even could happen with that interpretation. Like they could say they could have the normies interpret it as China, instead of outer ponders, and the UFO guys, deep space, hidden space guys talking about it like as aliens, and then have everyone have their own interpretation. But the directed energy weapon would be the perfect plan for them, right?
They're telling normies about UFOs, and the Pentagon's talking about, is there a spaceship in our solar system? And yeah, I don't know. Like they're telling all the normies about UFOs. Ancient Aliens been running for 13, 14 years or something. They've been priming people for it. That's for sure. And I think it would be way worse to not ever throw the warning out to people and then it actually happen than to say, look, they've made these weird references to, if aliens came, we'd all come together for a new world order. They want a new world order. And now they're shoving UFOs down your throat. Just beware that they may try to fake something to do with aliens and UFOs to get their new world order. And it doesn't happen, okay, whatever. But if you don't warn anyone and it does happen, that would be crazy. So
I agree. What's convenient about that stance, is they now have both options to play. So they're watching how the public goes. They're watching our influence. They're watching. They could pull that card if they want to, but I just personally think that it's more of a setup. It's something to make us look stupid so that we're discredited even more.
That's what they say about flat Earth. That's what people said. Oh, you guys are pushing a psyop.
I mean, why would the Pentagon have a UFO section of it now, though, right? If it's just to make the conspiracy theorists look bad, then why are they pumping it on Fox News and through the Pentagon?
Yeah, I mean, the whole UFO thing has been in the narrative. Even back when Obama was president, Jimmy Kimmel's oh, are you going to release the files? I mean, it's always been in there, rhetoric. And then, then Space Force as well, because now they have this whole Space Force thing. So
it goes back further, dude. Old shit, in the Flash Gordon and all these space fucking propaganda from way back in the day, even, right? They were pushing it before, this narrative. They roll things out on a long term, man. We might not see it in our lifetimes. They might be planning this for way beyond our lifespan.
Well, I point out that the 2001 disclosure project that was at the National Press Club, they have this one part where this guy talks about 57 different species living amongst us as we speak, and they look just like us. We wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And he says, specifically, we can't reason how they would look so much like us, but come from another planet because of the environmental conditions being so different. So he's already setting up the outer ponder scenario right there.
But if you go by what Werner von Braun's secretary, this woman Carol Rosin, she said that it would be terrorism, right? International terrorism, and then asteroids, and the last card would be the alien invasion. So we haven't even gotten to the asteroid part. So that there's going to be a span of time. I think each one of these periods is about 40 years, each one of these cycles. So once we get to the asteroids, then there's another 40 years, let's say, before we get to the last one.
Well, they've scared us with asteroids for a while. They don't have to even do a quote unquote real asteroid thing, because supposedly a real asteroid impact is supposed to destroy everything. So they could skip over that. They've already been scaring us with it, I think, for a while.
That was just the primer, the asteroid scare. That what they do, they introduce the primer, and then years down the road, they roll it out. They're dropping breadcrumbs of UFO sightings from pilots and stuff like that. Oh, a pilot caught this on his footage. And then they release this fake footage, whatever it is, and then they roll it out many years later. So this is just the pre.
But if they do go with the outer ponder scenario, right, and they want people to think it's just outer ponds and we have a dome over us, then maybe they'll skip over the real asteroid, quote unquote, impact, and because that would then go against the next narrative, which is that okay, we lied to you, but it's outer ponders and we're inside a dome.
In 1980. That's what Star Wars, Reagan, it's we should put these weapons in space. It could protect us against asteroids or shoot down Russian missiles, because the missiles have to go into outer space and then they re-enter. Right. That was their whole reason for this. And then look at Trump talks about the Space Force. The period of time between those. Look how long that was, and we still haven't had an asteroid propaganda pushed on us yet.
Well, we have
Like being
all these
attacked.
like close encounters. Like,
No, but I'm saying, like, let's say
barely
they did have some kind of rocks or whatever that they start slamming them into the different places. These big whatever. Say they're dropping boulders from aircrafts or whatever, like big rocks or whatever, and saying, "Oh, these are just the small pieces, just to get us, to roll it out."
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different ways they could bring that in. The thing is, like, yeah, it will be interesting to see whether they try to pull it off or not. But my thought is why they would be into it is that if they could get humanity in thinking that there's like an outer threat outside of humans, then it seems like they could be much more egregious with like the control that they want to put forward. So that's why I think they would want to do it.
You know what Reagan said? It unifies the world, the one world government. Like we as people unite against a common enemy from outside of Earth. That was us versus them, divide and conquer, right? One world government. That's what he just said. We would put our differences aside, even though they're already on the same team, right? But he's an actor. They're all good actors on the world stage. So Trump was an actor as well. So these people, that's all they are, is actors.
You're roboting in, Trump.
Yeah, dude, it's so apparent. Actually, that's totally apparent. Like today, Trump is not a conservative Republican. He's a moderate at best, and that's even according to his own constituents and so on and so forth. Elon Musk, the same thing. Kanye West, the same thing. Fucking all the Andrew Tate is not a fucking conservative. These are people who are they're like a neoconservatism where they're taking over conservatives in a move to kind of basically like shift people.
Yeah, the New World Order, as far as like having it all be like one country instead of separate countries, I think that may not work to their advantage the way they want, and they may keep the separate countries, even though it's a world order that fights the outer ponders that are surrounding us on all sides. It doesn't mean that we're going to have because we already have a one world economy with the internet, basically, but it's separated in the way that they can play their games with the currencies and stuff like that, which I don't think they'll give up. I don't think that's so. They already have the New World Order. I mean, that's already here, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few narratives that are more built up than the globe and aliens.
Yeah, the alien thing is fucking hilarious to me. Like,
just even in Hollywood alone.
Well, I wanted to say this before we move on. The alien thing, where flat earthers are talking about alien invasions and shit. I know they're talking about a fake alien invasion, but to me, this like hints towards like their whole love for space and aliens and sci-fi and all this stuff. Like, get back to reality. This shit is all bullshit. Like, doesn't even the government side of it, on the fake side of it. Like, snap back to reality. Oh, oops, there goes gravity. Like, fuck Eminem. But
But see, I think even most normies would be laughing at the idea that there's like alien beings in ships that they built that look like metal that we have here, and somehow they're like designing it in a sleek way, just like we would think they would, and just like we thought they did. And like, you can see the like technology that has been like, 1950s UFOs compared to now. And it's just like, it's so unbelievable. Even the normies, they have to be like, second guessing it. So that's why I'm saying that the outer ponders is so much better planned, because then they could use the humans as the actors that are in these spaceships, and then they could also make them good as well as bad.
Yeah.
So then if you want to have real time gods, you want to make it aliens that are just bad and just like, oh, we're going to be scared of them no matter what. You want to make it like real time, like, oh, okay, well, these are benevolent outer ponders that might save us, or they might kill us depending on our behavior, and then they have total control.
Look. I agree that if you were gonna do that, that would be probably the most logistically, like, that would be the best route to go. You wouldn't say that they came from another solar system or another or even another galaxy or anything like that, right? You would say that they've always been there deep in the earth or whatever else, or on the outskirts of it.
They even have it set up with them coming out of the ocean.
But all of that is so far fetched, man. Like, come back to reality, please. Like,
They're disclosing all the UFO stuff in like
it
mainstream.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're disclosing. Disclosure insinuates that it's true.
No. They're
Not
disclosing
true.
the thing. Yeah, no, it's not true. I don't mean disclosure in that they're showing what's actually happening, but they're showing this to the normies, making them think that UFOs are definitely real, and they're not saying where they're coming from. But I think that it makes more sense to anyone that it might be our technology, that we are, maybe we've even reverse engineered some of the technology, but it didn't come from space. It came from more advanced tech, more advanced society.
The point of the alien invasion is a cover story for the technology that already exists. If your neighbor saw a fucking TR-3B fly over the neighborhood and roast 100 houses, he's gonna think it's a fucking alien invasion. Regardless, he don't know any of this shit we're talking about. He doesn't know there's a technology that could turn a house into dust and leave the neighbor's house perfectly unharmed. They don't know that. Fucking 99.999% of people have no fucking idea that exists. So they would think it's an alien. It would be totally plausible they would think that.
Right.
Did you see
It's
that
the
guy
perfect-
explain how the engines work on a TR-3B?
No. Post it.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating. I couldn't find it again, but basically they were using mercury and electromagnetic plasma to create the levitation effect.
Interesting. Yeah.
What I found really interesting was, with the liquid mercury in mind, they also found a massive pool of liquid mercury under Tiwanaku or Pumapunka, one of these places. And you have to think to yourself, well, that has to be mined and processed, and there's a big lake of it. And then, like, what were they doing with it? Quite interesting, right?
Right.
So, yeah, interesting stuff. And the scalar weapons as well, if you've not looked into that. That's interesting.
What's that?
Tesla technology. From what I understand it, when Tesla was basically defunded by JP Morgan, he went and got financing from other people, Operation Woodpecker, I believe it was called, and basically came up with scalar weapons or early direct energy weapons. And my interpretation is this was the weapon that they wanted to test at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but they didn't want people to know they had the technology because free energy kind of comes with that. So then they created the nuke stuff to hide the real stuff.
Right.
You've heard about Galen Windsor, the guy that ate uranium and swam in nuclear water?
Yep.
Right? So if nuclear isn't as harmful and it isn't causing these things, then something else is doing it.
Right. Yeah, like they say that Nagasaki was actually firebombed. Well, that could have been directed energy weapons too.
Oh, it was, dude. I got proof of it. Look at the street.
Dude, Ron, that is fucking deep, man. Like that when we've talked about that. Like, dude,
Yeah.
how long have they had this for real? It's
1871, dude. That's when all these major fires. If these cities actually burned, it was in 1871. And there's pictures of some of the remnants, and they look the fucking same, dude. Like the cars are wrecked, and they're like melted, toasted looking cars. It has the same signature. All these, and then plus they're describing a building made of brick and stone that's burning. How do you burn a whole city with stone buildings? You don't. Even back to ancient Rome, Nero played a fiddle as Rome burned. We see how Rome is built. They have their Roman concrete. They have things made in marble buildings. That shit does not burn. It's something else that resembles a fire. These glass buildings, right? These greenhouses, they were burning. They call them crystal palaces. They're made of glass and steel frame. How is glass burning? Like they
It's a
saw what looked like
fascinating.
fire.
It's a fascinating thing to think of, and I get into that. I'll get into that stuff a little bit. It seems like down the road of Tartaria and all that stuff, but like, it
It
does
is because I think
appear.
that's who they.
It does appear when you go into like digs and stuff like that. Like there was civilizations here that predated, like our written history, and was there
Yeah, I think they
another
stole
reset?
this.
Was there another reset, and so on and so forth? Geo, you're doing to me what you keep on always muting me for and claiming that I'm doing to you.
Well, I thought you were
Anyway,
done. I thought you were done.
you got I was done in the middle of my sentence. Yeah, I got it. No, I'm talking about like these resets. It's a very fascinating topic. Like, what was the technology here? Was all of society always just as advanced as it is now, if not better? Like, why is it that when we see buildings built on top of buildings built on top of buildings in cities where they seem to use um, a lesser building structure, where they collapse sooner, where they're but what the last guy, I forget his name, but even when it comes to glass or stone structures, they still typically use, even in Rome or whatever else, they use timbers in order to be the framing of it, and then they built around it. So I don't know if that completely negates like the building of a city, but I agree with you. Like, if you're primarily built out of stone, like, how the fuck does an entire city burn?
How do you even start stone on fire? Like, what is your fireplace made of? It's made of fire brick, right? Like, these things are non-combustible. Take a pile of stone and try and light it.
Well, the thing is, these buildings, they're down to the dust. Like the porcelain, everything is gone.
And the street is clean. Like afterwards, like see the little cul-de-sac here. There's no debris on the street. The damage goes right to the edge of the driveway where the garage would be. Not an inch more. It's like so precise. And here's glass, dude. Glass bottles, right?
Literally arguing? Are you literally arguing that they were using like dew weapons in order to take down like ancient Roman and Greek cities?
They could have. They could have, because how else would they do it? Would a fucking
All right,
trebuchet? They're gonna pulverize a stone
fine.
building.
They could have. But then my next question is what is a dew weapon? Like, what type
How
of
the fuck
weapon
do
are
I know?
you just?
Do I fucking make them? You know what I mean? Do you know what? Like, it's all speculation. What good does that do?
Well,
Hey, Ron, have you ever seen that? Has everyone watched that channel, the Divergent channel? I just posted a video by him. He does a lot of videos that are pretty convincing that it was an old world tech, that they actually melted a lot of things with the same kind of technology. The melted buildings, melted mountains, melted everything for all the resets could have been these exact same weapons that were ancient tech.
If you
Yeah,
want to
that's
know
what I was
more,
going to say. That's what I think they are. Like, meaning, I think that they used to be used like in this. This video is playing. I opened it up because I was going to check it out. But yeah, like in the idea. Oh, let's just say the old world, whatever that would mean. Just something, just being very general in that way. If they had this technology, but they didn't use it for evil, they actually used it for good, or for like if you're going to build a bunch of architecture, you do need to terraform the land. And if you have an advanced way to do that, where you can like terraform it very quickly, and you can make like amazing architecture, like areas to make architecture, I'm saying, because you do need to like clear out the land. And instead of having like bulldozers and hacksaws and that whole thing, if you could have a technology where you could basically do that in an advanced way, then that would be like a directed energy device that would not necessarily be used as a weapon, but it's just used almost like the way that you would, do like landscaping, but a more advanced form of it and a much larger scale.
So you're under the idea
Oh.
that the people who controlled this type of technology had benevolent
Yes.
ideas in the past, but they got switched somehow. Like,
Well, there
No,
was a
more than
there was a takeover, and then they took over the tech, and now they're using it for their own.
more than one side has the technology. It's not just one side that has it. I think this is fallen angel
wouldn't they
tech.
be fighting each other with it instead of us?
They have, and there was a winner called the Victorians. Who were they victorious over? The old world order. The old world order was benevolent. They seemed a benevolent society. Everything was beautiful. Now everything sucks.
You know what's intense too is it brings in the Freemasons, because the Freemasons were the ones rebuilding. So after everything was destroyed, they needed to rebuild. And then that's the Freemasons originally, as far as I know, like that terminology comes from, like, the Masons obviously were the builders, but they were the ones that had access between like country lines, between property lines. They could have a quick, easy access to transfer, materials for building and to have quick access so that they could rebuild everything. And because they had that access, between borders, they were able to get a leg up, essentially, like build a network and have the better ability to like build commerce, for example. They were probably transferring other stuff too, like drugs and God knows what else.
So Gio, I started looking into the Freemasons long before I came across Flat Earth. At least according to the stuff that I looked at, a lot of it is kind of like mainstream because it was released in books and stuff like that. But like, Freemasonry really has very little to do with masonry. Very, very little.
Well, we're talking about the root of the term, because we're talking about like if they did a lot of destruction and then rebuilding. And I'm just saying the Freemasons are clearly the ones. I mean, there's some connection to them in this whole situation. And if they were the ones rebuilding, it would make sense that they would also be connected to the destruction of it. And then it's like problem, reaction, solution. You just push it and you bring in your people to rebuild it in the way you want.
It wasn't done. Like, so like when it comes to Freemasonry, like they were more of they've always been, and this isn't like anything like in the modern 200, 300, 400 years. Like they've always been your elites. They've been the providers of infrastructure and so on and so forth. And it wasn't just masonry. It was carpentry. It was masonry. It was also like the way that you think.
Bro,
It was
Lou,
all the
let's
propaganda. It was all the. It was everything that drives society.
Hey Lou, you know that Gio is well aware of that. Gio's totally up on all that, I'm sure. He was just saying the origins of masonry was possibly coming from that idea. But have you guys seen, like, I just posted this thing real quick because it's in the chat right now. You've seen this idea for cities being in one line in this huge structure called the line. And then Trump is talking about these freedom cities, right? Well, I just thought about, like, if they're going to do some kind of like, mass clearing, it would make sense to have all of society just in one line so that they could do like this terraforming, basically, like Gio was talking about, and they just like make sure they don't go over that line where all the people are gathered now in their little smart cities.
And just to go back to something somebody else said about do weapons, look up the Hutchinson effect. John Hutchinson, he started playing around with Tesla coils and then moved on. The guy's got some extremely interesting experiments. And it's the closest thing to understanding what direct energy weapons are. There's two types, hot and cold as well, which is another important factor.
There's actually a third one. There's a third one. It's like
quite possible. It's quite possible that Tesla is another red herring, something to keep us off the trail. Most of what Tesla actually did is like not very well documented. It's mostly rumor and hearsay. and being perpetuated by people like us. I find that, like, I mean, I did have a little bit of an electrical background. Again, long
So
before
you're saying
fire.
you don't think they have directed energy weapons? Is that what you're saying, Lou? You think directed energy weapons just like fake Tesla type technology? Is that what you're saying?
I think it's mostly invented by our minds. Yeah.
So you think the fires in Paradise City actually made the buildings incinerate with the bathtub gone and all the metal and everything just incinerated by fire and trees?
Unless you can, what I'm saying is unless you can provide an example, if you can do it,
I
then
just
I'm
did.
on board.
Hutchinson effect, Lou.
You haven't looked into it, I don't think.
Look at the video, Lou, I posted called the Hutchinson effect. He literally takes a big chunk, a square iron bar, and within a few seconds, it literally folds over.
Which looks exactly like the beams in 9/11.
Yeah. He also is able to levitate things, yogurts out of pots, bowling balls, and other things. So again, he started off, whether Tesla existed or not, does not denote the fact that the Tesla coil exists, right? Whoever gave it to us,
No, I
that
agree. The
invention
Tesla coil
exists.
exists, but it was mostly it was a at the time at least it was like a carnival trick. It was a sideshow. It was just like look at the lights, and it meant to ooh and ah.
You understand how it
Lou,
works?
if you looked at Lou, have you looked at the evidence for Paradise, California, and the way that the buildings were melted with the tree standing right up next to it? Do you think that was like a carnival trick?
Say again. What was it
Paradise,
called?
California, one that the whole little neighborhood that they just like completely leveled. There's a whole other story to that. The reason they did it.
I don't know that actually happened. You have to provide me with that.
Oh yeah, you have to look into it. It definitely happened. I mean, there's
we put Lou in
cars
the
that
drunk
were
tank?
yeah, drunk. You're a little bit drunk, Lou. It's a little hard to talk to you when you're this wasted, honestly.
No, dude, are
Yeah,
you
I
kidding me?
think if
You want me
maybe
to just
Lou, if you could-
accept a claim that an entire fucking town
I'm
was
not saying
leveled
look into it.
without a citation?
I mean, if you're not educated, you shouldn't be speaking now because you're holding back the whole conversation. We were having a productive conversation, and you come in shit-faced drunk and piss on the whole conversation.
Dude,
If
I'm
you're
not
not
that
aware of the
drunk. I'm not
technology,
that
don't
drunk,
speak
man.
on it. Don't speak on it.
I'm not that drunk. By the way, I've been providing plenty of fucking points to this conversation that you guys have been following. Okay, so don't act like I have not been
Have you told anyone anything new?
Okay, so
Well, Lou,
listen.
maybe could you
All
just
I'm
give us a
saying,
break from the drunken
what
stuff
I'm
for a
saying
minute?
is that you dislike
All right.
my take on Tesla. Therefore,
I don't
you
talk
want to
about him.
Actually, Lou, it's
He's
your drunkenness that gets annoying. It's like sitting next to Barney from The Simpsons. It's like, I don't care. I got good points, and you can't stop me from talking no matter how drunk I am. It's not even as drunk as I usually am. Come on, man. It's really annoying. It's like
point
drunk
is
raping. I call it drunk raping the conversation. You're drunk
if,
raping the conversation.
if someone calls it Tesla tech, it's irrelevant.
It's specifically this point that you guys are fucking attacking me on.
Yeah.
We're talking about the technology. Whoever invented it doesn't matter. We're talking about that this technology exists. The other part is irrelevant. I don't care about that.
Anyway, yeah, there's that. I don't know. I'll have to find that one example where they took out the house where there's like it's like a string of compactly fit houses right next to each other, and there's one that was just like, here it is. There's the one that's gone. Like there. And if you look at A Plain Truth, that's the guy that did more research on it or more YouTube videos that you can maybe still find. He had to like remake his channel plenty of times, of course. Because they really don't. The directed energy weapon stuff is like stuff that a lot of flat earthers don't even think about or know about because it's not allowed to be kept posted for very long. Partly,
He actually made a book. That guy, A Plain Truth, is. I think he did one, Paradise Lost, and he was saying how many people are just missing. They went missing after that. No one can find them on social media or anything. And it's just like he assumes they're dead. He's like, well, no one could find them. And like the firemen were looking at the cars, and there was nothing but ash left in the springs on the bottom of where the seat was. It's like, well,
Yeah.
where's the passenger? Where is he? And he's just looking down. I don't know. There's no one in there. Like I don't know, dude. I wasn't there to see, but you see all these burned up cars. You've seen the same thing. I posted one from Iraq, from the first Iraq war. It was called the I forgot what they called, the highway of death or something. And there's no bomb craters in the roadway. There's no bullet holes, bomb craters. They're just incinerated cars, and they all look the same as the ones we see here. They all look similar.
Yeah. You got to check out that Divergent channel. He's pretty fun to watch because his videos are very short. Have you ever watched it before, Ron? Divergent, that channel, that guy. He goes into a lot of that stuff.
I don't know. I've never watched so much shit.
The resets is what he focuses on. A lot of them for like the evidence that there must be something of that happened in San Francisco, in Chicago, all these things, that we just thought were fire. We were told were fires, probably after the fact. At the time, who knows what people actually were accepting, but makes no sense. Fire would destroy anything like a city.
Yeah, isn't that wild? How many like pretty much every major city like in the 1800s and some of them in the early 1900s were just like basically almost leveled completely. Like fires, earthquakes, all of these like it's crazy.
And a lot of them have underground. A lot of it was there, like it's underground now, and they built on top of whatever. Right.
And then like only what's left is Lou, you're roboting.
Lou, you're drunk roboting right now.
Yeah, if you can hear us, Matt, I had to mute you for a sec. All we could hear is just shit robot.
Yeah, it's crazy. Fire just makes no sense. It doesn't burn up. Even like, I mean, there was steel back then. I mean, there was metal buildings. And who knows? I mean, and even like the whole idea with the Tartaria stuff, that would make a lot more sense for a mud flood to be caused by these kind of things. Just like terraforming in a way, where they're causing this what do they call it when they when the ground just liquefaction, yeah, like that kind of thing would be a mud flood, right? Then they have these buildings that are standing out of nowhere that are like way past the technology that people riding by horses would have, right?
They needed a cover story, right? So they just called it a Great Fire because it resembles fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except it's things that don't normally burn were burning, like the Crystal Palace. Oh yeah, the Crystal Palace burned down. Wait a minute, it's glass and steel. How did it burn? People see flames coming off glass and steel, and they see it, and they see the molten glass and whatnot, and they say, well, it burned, because there's no other explanation. We don't have a word in our vocabulary for this.
Especially back then, they would have no idea.
That's what I mean. I didn't know about this until just a few years ago. My neighbor put me onto it. She had a book from Judy Wood, and I'm like, holy shit, this makes more sense. Like, how are these cars bursting into flames like 3/4 of a mile away? And then the fires in California started happening, and there was some in Canada, in Fort McMurray. The whole town of Fort McMurray burned just like that. And then there was some in Russia. There was a channel called Mental Boost. He had all kind of these things. And he would just put them up there, and he wouldn't narrate or anything. He would just put the video clips up, and you could just put the pieces together yourself, right? You could connect the dots. Say, fucking hey, these are all the same.
And think of how
I just had another idea. Sorry, Ron. Sorry, yeah, it's just clicked in my mind. Do you think they use these in Vietnam? Because remember the whole thing with like they were trying to burn all the jungles so that they could, get to the camps and all that, and then that's where the Agent Orange came in. Do you think they were actually using them during
every war, man? Every war, like even World War II, like I said, Dresden.
They start fires, exactly. Like how much of war is actually these, and not even the bombs and missiles? Like how much of it, you know what I mean? Like they're finding it.
Most of it, probably. There was that grain silo in Lebanon. There was a giant explosion, and then people just driving their car. The side window blows out. The rear view mirror gets slammed. Dude's embedded with glass. He's just minding his own business. A huge shockwave comes through. And then you see in the harbor, there's a steel ship that's on fire. I don't know if you were here yesterday when I talked about it. I think it was yesterday or the night before. And I posted the pics. It happened in Lebanon. It happened in Iran. A dry dock, a shipyard in Iran. 7 ships catch fire. Steel ships, mind you, steel. Now, if you can't light steel in a blast furnace where they where they pour steel, like in a foundry, they melt the steel in a blast furnace in a crucible. So if it's not catching fire under those conditions, how is it going to catch fire in open air? Solid plate steel. It doesn't catch fire. This is some other effect. I don't know. It's a cold plasma is what Hutchinson was saying, because it's cold to the touch. The metal gets liquefied without heat, like the aluminum, and the aluminum re-solidified around wood, which would combust. Like if you had a piece of organic material like wood, it would burst into flames under the temperature that would normally make aluminum molten, but it went to a molten state without heat. He said it was actually cool to the touch, so it didn't inject heat. It made it cold. So it's like
There's a practical example of that. In fact, that guy that does like the magnetic river videos, that old school guy, you know, that I forget his name.
Eric Lethwick or something. The professor.
And he's like picking up the pan. He's like cooking an egg on this pan, and then he puts his hand right on the pan. He's like, it's cold as the touch, but it totally fried the egg.
But okay, you know what? That's like the sun produces heat and the moon is cold, right? Like to everything, there's an opposite. For an explosion, there's an implosion. Like Schauberger was working with implosions. So like a normal fire makes things hot, and this reverse, like this cold plasma, it makes things cold. It's like it's cold to the touch after it's been molten. So it's like a reverse of fire. Yeah, it's an opposite.
Makes me think of boiling versus like cavitation. Like you can boil water with heat, but if you pull a vacuum at 33 feet above the ground, then it will boil as well, but it's like a cold boil instead of
low pressure. Yeah, the low pressure will make it boil. Room temperature
like pressure. Which is often referred to as like cavitation, but it is very similar to boiling. It could be called boiling. You could use either word, but cavitation as well. But it's like a cold version of a very similar thing, almost the exact same thing that happens when you boil it with heat. So just made me think of those two.
Everything has an opposite side, like a magnet, right? You have a north and a south pole. Like you have an explosion, you have an implosion. This implosion technology, which Schauberger was working on, that was free energy. It was clean, free, and that's what the jet airplanes are probably running on, that type of system, which Schauberger invented. Like an implosion technology.
Yeah. They even say Schauberger was possibly employed for the UFO technology as well.
They fucked him over so bad, dude. That guy he's seldom even talked about. He's just he's been erased from history for the most part.
What happened to him? Was he killed?
Well, he came to America to get investors, right? And then he met the investors, just like the guy who made the car that ran on water. And he got ill and he went back to his own country and he died a few days later. So right after meeting with these assholes, they came here and extracted all the information from him. And when they had all the info, they did away with them.
Right.
He's like, they took everything from me. You know, he spoke his last words, but
Schauberger did?
Victor Schauberger.
Yeah.
Here's one of his inventions. I clipped this from video. It works with water and it works with air. Same thing.
Nice. What's it called?
Odysee's technology.
What's the invention called?
I don't know. It's a Schauberger invention, but it's I don't recall the name of it.
Well, Ron, if he
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying that he noticed there's a documentary called The Power of Water, which takes you through Victor Schauberger's ideas and how he used the natural flow and energy of water to move logs. And they all thought it was laughable, it wasn't going to work, and it all worked perfectly because as water moves, it generates energy and it creates these vortices. And then from there, he had vortices engines. There was also a new umpeller or propeller, conically shaped for the water. So yeah, he had some fantastic ideas. America brought him over, they robbed all his ideas and basically got rid of him. But if you look up The Power of Water, Victor Schauberger, it's It's a very good documentary.
Yeah, he even noticed he would observe nature and then he would get his inspiration from that. He was saying like how a trout can swim against the flow of water. They swim upstream. He said the fish is not swimming, it's being swam. Like they open their mouth and it creates like a vortex behind the gills or whatever, and it pulls the fish up the stream. Like the fish, like if we were to swim into a current like us, just with our arms and legs kicking, it would wear us out. We couldn't do it. But a fish, they go upstream for miles and it doesn't seem to wear them out.
Yeah, like they're able to redirect the water in their gill system to create an opposing dual vortex system that will propel them forward through the water,
It
through the
sucks them
medium.
forward. Yeah, it sucks them through the water. It creates a low pressure and it sucks them forward somehow. I don't know exactly how, but he
cool.
figured it out.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're using the flow of the water that is physical and very real coming at them, and they're just redirecting it and then actually getting it is essentially free energy in that way. Because all you're doing is actually just directing the flow, and then you're getting a reverse direction movement through the actual medium. So
It's
you're
the
like
implosion.
that gets into like even some of these quote unquote UFOs, whatever they actually are. Because I've seen many of them, and many of them look like this. Like it's like they're being sucked forward rather than propelled. In a sense, like it's like a different transduction through the medium.
Did you hear about what the bee does?
It's not a propulsion. It's like an instant movement through the medium, like from
Geo, like a
yeah.
honeybee, they make a sound, that buzzing sound, and they do something. They manipulate the ether, and they're in this little etheric bubble. A little honeybee is not affected because they put transmitters on them, and they would track their flights from A to B, and they're flying
Oh,
like miles an hour. And the crosswind, say there's a 20-mile-per-hour crosswind, doesn't affect this little bee that weighs hardly anything.
yeah, they did that with a beetle as well. There was a guy who supposedly figured this out with beetles, where because the bee's wings are not large enough to maintain its flight, so the wings are to basically buzz at a certain frequency, and then they levitate, and they can literally move in any direction. And there was another, yeah, he figured this out with beetle
That was the
wings.
other Victor. That was
He
Victor
created that.
Rubinikoff.
Yeah,
Rubinikoff.
what was that moped thing he had that was levitating?
Yeah. It looked like a little.
Was that real or was that fake?
I don't know. I don't know if that was real, but I got screenshotted it. It looks like a Segway scooter without the wheels. So it's got like a handlebars, and it's just a little platform that he stood on, and it appeared he was levitating off the ground. I don't know if it was a fake picture or not, but that's what they presented is a flying craft where he got the inspiration from a honeybee or from the beetle you were talking about.
That's right.
We've seen the same thing, the same vid. I screenshot it because his name is Viktor Grabinnikov. He was a Russian.
Oh, and to go back to mercury being used, they've found some of these things. I'll post the videos that I found. There was a Russian that came forward explaining how they were using liquid mercury to, energize things. There was another chap as well. I'll post both of those and, make your own mind up on it. And Matthew, I hope you look at this information we're posting. It's pretty interesting.
Well, Ron, a little bit on just because it was on my mind before. I was going to say we could stay on this as well. We don't even have to go back to this topic, but it's what I was going to say before, which is that like if they've been using directed energy weapons in World War I, World War II, Vietnam, even the Iraq wars, like if they've already been using it in addition to the fires and 9/11 and all these different ways, then it's already been happening, for over 100 years at least, if not longer. So it's sort of like the whole thought that they would roll something else out in addition, if they're going to, like the idea of World War III. Now, hopefully it's not going to be bad like that, like tons of death or anything like that, obviously. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, if they were to roll something out like that, if it's like they've already been using this thing, it would just be another cycle of it. That's why, like, the quicker we can wake up to this and, is the better, because
no one's aware that it's happening. They say, oh, it's a fire. They make a cover story. They had a cover story for the Great Fire of Chicago. This lady was milking a cow and the cow kicked over an oil lamp and burned the whole fucking city down. Yeah, that sounds plausible, right? But that was the cover story. and people have no choice but to believe it. Just like the planes flew into buildings. They have a stupid cover story, and then people see the city burnt down. Okay, this is the explanation. They don't. How do they know what to think, dude? They've been at war with us. Like, look what happened in California. Look what happened in Australia. They're at war, dude. This is war. Like, whether they want to reveal the craft right now, they're concealing it. But if they flew the craft lower, people would see it, right? They would see the craft destroying the whole city, and then then they could roll it out. Oh, see, it's aliens. Or they could fly higher, and you'll never see it. You'll never see what's doing all the damage.
Well,
But
that
they
would
are
be
at
crazy.
war.
'Cause
It's
they did that
happening.
at 9/11. Yeah, they kind
Yeah,
of
of
did that
course
at
they did.
9/11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think even Pearl Harbor, I'm looking at Pearl Harbor, the fucking ships are on fire, the steel. Just like I saw in that ship in Lebanon.
Interesting. Yeah, that would make sense that they would have used it there as well.
It
That's what
was
I'm saying.
twisted.
Like all these bombings and missiles, how much of those actually, like the actual like destruction that's done by those, how much is actually done by those versus potentially other devices that are actually
Maybe
causing the real
10%.
destruction? Yeah.
Probably 10%. The other rest of it, like this other weapon is pinpoint accurate. I mean, here's American South, right? Like the story of Sherman destroying the South, right? General Sherman, he burned the South, right? You got to understand, these were Tartarian type buildings, like stone and shit. Here's a pillar from a building. I think it was in Georgia, right? It looks like a pillar you'd see in Rome, and this is somewhere maybe South Carolina, Georgia. And look at the devastation. Also, like the ancient cities were ruined like this, the ones that are in Rome and Greece. And it's like, wait, they did this with what? Bow and arrow, a trebuchet? They completely pulverized stone buildings? Why would you expend all that energy if you're using a battering ram or a fucking trebuchet? You know how much fucking energy and how much time and effort to pulverize a building? It's perfectly good. Why not take the spoils of war? Why destroy it to a pulverized state? Like you see just rubble. It doesn't even sound legit. It's like, okay, wait. I mean, they thoroughly destroyed it down to rubble. With what? It just doesn't make any sense. And then when you realize, oh fuck, there's a tech, and this tech traces back to the ancient times. All these accounts, they burned the Library of Alexandria. They burned Rome, like Nero playing his fiddle, watching Rome burn. If indeed it happened, they may have used the same shit.
And for the Philadelphia project too, the one that they supposedly used Tesla tech to like make the ship disappear. Remember?
That was another thing. Yeah, that was the same shit.
It could have been directed energy weapon. They were just targeting that.
They were trying to use
on it. They wanted to get rid of it or whatever.
They were trying to make a cloaking device so it would be invisible, but inside that field, just like Hutchinson was playing around with these different field effects, what happened is he would get different effects. Sometimes it would become it would give off a puff of smoke, like that one piece of iron. It was a solid chunk of iron, and it gave off a puff of smoke. The iron twisted, and it changed its appearance to what looked like a Cheeto or like a cigarette ash. It was like blackened, and it looked like it lost all of its mass. If he would have waited, I wish he would have waited, but it looked like it turned the iron into ash, and all you seen is like a little puff of smoke, like green smoke. And it only took a few seconds. You hear a buzzing sound, like an AC, like an AC transformer, like bzzz, and then all of a sudden, just a couple seconds, it twisted, gave a puff of smoke, and there it is. The red.
Well, I was going to ask you earlier if this is in line with that. I was going to ask you, like, when you were talking about the breakdown or the explosion, these different patterns and the hot and the cold and all that. Do you think that in terms of like the dustification type effect, do you think that that's taking matter and like vortexing it in on itself, and so it like deconstructs?
It's breaking it apart at like a cellular level, like the building blocks of what makes it up at a molecular level. They repel each other. It's like if you could switch north versus north on a magnetic, say in a structure of steel, the grain structure, you have north south, like a bunch of magnets stacked together. If you could flip the polarity, it would blow itself apart. He's vibrating them. He's doing something at a molecular level where it comes apart. It repels itself.
Well, then let me ask you this: like, if these like evil entities have this kind of thing, what is stopping them from using it even more than they are? Like, do you think there's the creator
they're
ultimately is kind of keep, because it seems like they could even go, well, who knows, I guess what they're planning, but
they're saving it for the big event. They have been using it quite liberally, dude. If you look at the shit they destroyed that Notre Dame Cathedral, and they knew it was going to happen because they removed some of the statues they wanted to save, and they fucking destroyed it. It's the
how much
same.
destruction happened in World War I and II? Like, how much of that was? That's what I'm saying. Like, I haven't thought
They
about
erased
this much, like in terms of what implication this could have, because it clicked in my mind, the thing with Vietnam, because with Vietnam there was like massive, like they were trying to clear out a lot of the foliage so that they could fight and so that they could, have the war, basically. So there was like massive fires, and then that's when they started also like using Agent Orange. So it's like connected to that. And like, of course, Agent Orange is just like Monsanto monster chemical that they also, so it's a total problem, reaction, solution potential with that. But it just made me think about like what actually, like, how long have they actually had these? And
I don't know, maybe as far back as 1871 is when all these cities burned, like Chicago, Peshtigo. There was like 5 cities burned.
Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard the plasma tech being compared to what they called Jacob's ladder?
I've seen Jacob's ladder.
Right. Well, Jacob's ladder could have been like this plasma tech. It could have been the same kind of thing that we're talking about. Like it's associated with the plasma reset type narratives. But that movie, Jacob's Ladder, with Tim Robbins, was about Vietnam and his aftermath of being in Vietnam. So there is a connection there, possibly too. Why do they call it Jacob's Ladder?
Also, the what was I gonna say?
Yeah, well, like, have you looked at World War I stuff? And have you looked at any of that? Have you seen
same shit, Gio? Same kind of shit. I know, not to say they didn't drop any bombs, right? They send out people in airplanes, here, go drop these bombs. They got guys with cannons and tanks and shit. But I think like the majority of what, like they say Dresden was firebombed, Hiroshima, whatever. Guess what? Like there's a video I was watching, and in Hiroshima, the only building to survive, one of the few, was a Jesuit building. It was 8 blocks away. So, how convenient. A fucking Jesuit building, unharmed. Everything else is devastated. And then the immediate aftermath, they're showing the city from above, and the streets are perfectly clean. Just like that house I showed you in the cul-de-sac where the street is fucking flawlessly clean. But the houses are just wrecked. They're gone. They've been, incinerated to nothing. They're gone.
Well, have you looked? I'm just looking now at some World War I stuff. Like, have you seen the effects of the directed energy weapons in World War I footage?
Well, I looked at the cities of World War II, but I haven't checked World War One. Geo, I think it goes back further, like the fires in America, and like what they were doing here is erasing all the buildings. The Civil War.
I just found this one. It looks similar. Looks pretty.
Of course, it does. Yeah,
it's not super detailed though. That's
look at the street. Look at the street. It's clean. Do you think with that much explosions going on, if you ever seen a real building implosion, all kind of dust and debris lands in the street. Like when they take down a building with explosives, and they implode it, and then all this dust and debris it flies and it floats, and the streets are filthy. They got to hose them down with fire trucks. They sweep them.
That one I just posted is 1945. Battle.
Right. And you see, Geo, that the destruction's coming from top down, vertically. The walls are not, the world's up, it's coming straight down in on itself.
It looks like a lot of these buildings, like, I'm going to post another one here. This looks like the World Trade Center after it got cooked. I just found this. Let me check this one out. This is World War I.
It was all about erasing the old world. Same with the Civil War. They erased all the old South. It didn't fit the narrative, so they had to destroy it. Yeah. Same thing. Look at the walls. It's coming straight from the roof down. I'll show you one in Russia that looks like that. Building 6 looks like that.
Was that the one that got hollowed out from the inside, or the one that got
that was
straight?
Building number 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me of. That's why I just posted. It reminded me of this.
Now you're connecting the dots, right? You see the similarity? It's not far-fetched.
I just posted it.
Here's the one. Here's the building in Russia, Geo. I'm just wait. Let me see. I didn't trim these. They're just screenshots. I'm just gonna post them because it'll take me longer to trim them out. If
I mean,
crop
this
'em.
is, dude, if they use do weapons in like all of these world wars, that would be a huge, like, have you considered that before tonight? Because I don't know that I had fully as much as we
Dude,
have.
I got pictures of Hiroshima and
I know
like
about Hiroshima, yeah, because we've looked at that one.
not just that one, but the Pearl Harbor one where the ship is on fire, the steel. I'm like, wait, yeah, there's building number 6. This one is a building. Look, it's always coming from straight down. So they're right
Also,
above it. Now picture that flying saucer that someone drew, right? Where the beam is coming vertically straight down. It's coming from the roof down and all these building 6. This one in Russia, the
oh,
World
do you
War II.
remember the circles? Judy Woods points out all of the
Yes.
circles.
Yeah, I could see those. They're poured out.
Yeah. Also, this is anecdotal, but it's Judy Woods was talking about eyewitnesses in Building 6 saying that people were a few feet away from them and then they were not there. They were just gone where
Dude, it
they'd been
happened.
hit by something.
Lagrian, there was a fireman that said he was levitated off his feet. He's like, I was something. He said the blast wave blew me off my feet, and he talked about like being lifted and then let down like gently. He didn't get
Yeah,
harmed.
a
It
few blocks
levitated.
away, like a pyroclastic flow. But what's interesting, the guy that's pushing thermate and thermite, I can't remember his name. He's got white hair. He's got glasses. He was the guy that threw Pons and Fleischmann LENR under the bus, right? But those little iron balls and iron spheres are a product of direct energy weapons. They're an after effect. But instead of going with that idea, he misdirected people towards thermate and thermite.
Yeah, the thermite was another cover story, right? That's your second official narrative. The official narrative are the airplanes, and then the second official narrative is the thermite, the nanothermite. And the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, they will ban you if you use a certain list of words. We talked about this before, and it's a very suspicious, very telling the list of words that's on that. Like if you go to their site and you want to be a member and you mention these things, your account gets banned. You're done. You can't talk about these certain things.
Yeah,
one
you
of
were
them,
just saying
I think
the
there's
guy
a
that threw A&R, or was it called ENR, under the bus?
say it again.
You said someone, the logger. You were just saying something about the guy that threw the company under the bus for the wildfires in California.
Yeah, so there was a chap. He's a scientist. He's got grey hair and glasses. Do you remember cold fusion? It's actually called low energy nuclear reaction, LENR. And there was two guys, Pons and Fleischmann, and they said that they'd basically been able to replicate greater energy output from input. And so this guy was the guy that basically threw them under the bus and said, no, these are liars, they're retards, they're ignore. That was the guy pushing the thermate and the thermite idea within 9/11 because of the iron spheres.
That's what I was trying to figure out. You're talking about there's a 9/11 connection. Same guy that's talking about the wildfires in California being.
No, I don't know if he talks about that. I can't remember the guy's name, but I know that he threw Pons and Fleischmann under the bus. So if that's that guy, then yeah, if he's the one denying like direct energy weapons and any of this other stuff.
But Pons and
Before I get his
Fleischmann was
name,
having
hold
to
on.
do with the California fires, right?
Let me get his name.
Well, the reason I asked is because, on top of the fact that it might be similar connection with the 9/11 stuff, because there's another level of it, which is that what's the company called? That took the blame for the California wildfires, and there was a company, it's ENR.
PG&E,
Yeah,
Pacific Gas and Electric.
so they took the blame, right, on purpose, because it was covering up an even deeper thing. Supposedly, this is what I heard, that it was actually that they were trying to get an underground railroad to go from San Francisco to LA, right? And they were trying to get these property owners to sell so that they could use that land to run the underground railroad through, right? The transit, and they wouldn't sell, right? They're like, no, they're not selling, right? So I think that's the story. Is that they're not going to sell. Go ahead and just level the city and
It's not
get that
underground,
property.
but it was high speed. It was high speed rail, and they did the same thing in Australia. The homes that were destroyed were on the same path as that where they wanted to build their high speed rail. So, like Gio said, why aren't they doing more of this? They do what they think is necessary. They don't want to destroy everything just yet. So, but they have been using it a lot. Like this is warfare. It's just a silent warfare. Someone, I think it was Deborah Tavar, she said, "Silent weapons for quiet wars."
Yeah.
Right? They have their agenda. We're in a silent war, dude. There's not the enemy has not been named, and then what they'll do, they'll blame all this previous destruction on the same aliens. It's always been them, but we didn't want to panic the population, just because they still want to maintain control and legitimacy, and the people will go to their protector. The government will protect us. They know they'll do what's best. They only told us now they didn't want people scared. So like they'll trust the official story that the government feeds them, and they'll still follow the
Again,
government.
that's why I think Outer Ponders is a way better scenario than Aliens from Space in this excuse that they've building up. Because then it could be like, well, they've been amongst this whole time, and here's why all the evidence shows that this is why we had to follow what they say and be under their control, because look, they can fucking flatten a city with their directed energy weapons. In fact, if they do have this technology and it's been implemented in all these wars and this whole time, think of what a display that would be to anyone that gets high enough up to see this like firsthand or see the evidence firsthand. How are they ever going to think that they would have any chance of speaking out about anything? That's the kind of people we're dealing with, and they could be convinced themselves as Outer Pond. They could have been told that psyop from the start, even if it's true, and they're just saying it's true. That could be like their trump card this whole time. Amongst all the world leaders and whoever else is doubting that, or thinking about challenging the powers that be.
The weapon leaves a fingerprint, right? I noticed it. The Oklahoma City bombing thing was totally fake. It was the same tech. It had the gray dust. Because I went and looked up a bunch of footage and I screenshotted it. And here's some screenshots. There was no bomb crater directly in front of the building. It had the same gray dust.
So if it was one van with one Timothy McVeigh bomb in it, it wouldn't have caused two buildings or that whole structure to go down. There's no way.
And not only that, the damage is uniform from top to bottom. It's at the ground level, the damage would cut deeper in, and at the top there'd be less and less, right? As the pressure gets lower and lower. This building's 100 feet tall, but you look at the bottom right corner, there's no crater. There's a truck sitting right there. So what happened? The scorched part goes into the parking lot across the street. All the cars are twisted and burned up like 9/11. The rooftop across the street where I circled with the red, it's blackened, right? So it has all the telltale signs. Gray dust like 9/11, completely pulverized building materials, burned up cars. It's got and you look at the World War II shit, everything's coming top down. A blast from the side, right? If it was an explosion from the side, you would see it cut into the building like I was describing. It would be scooped out, right? It'd be scooped out near the bottom, and the top, it would get less and less the further you get away from the bomb, from the center of the blast.
And just to this guy, Dr. Eugene Malov, I don't know if you've heard him, but he's kind of siding with Pons and Fleischmann. He gave some good interviews, did some good work, mysteriously died. So that's another guy to check out. I've posted that for people that want to research that. But I think they're all tracking similar things,
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. There's actually a technology. They have a name for it. I think they're calling it like some kind of like lightning bolts from God or something like that. It's some kind of
rods from God.
rods from
That's
God.
so stupid. They're saying they're in outer space. They're like tungsten rods the size of a telephone pole. I'm like, okay, you know what tungsten is, right? It's like what they use in an armor piercing bullet. Super heavy, dense. Like, okay, you're gonna lift something this heavy and dense, and you're just gonna drop it, and it's gonna hit its terminal velocity and do all this damage. 17,000 miles per hour. The
But
thing
I think
is,
there's like I was in a Discord where there was a lot of military, like active military members in there, and they seemed to be saying that that was something that they knew was real and that was coming from like jets, like aircraft that they could use to
yeah,
basically
I
like
don't
directed
buy
energy
it.
weapons. Like, well, no, I mean it's just directed energy weapons, and it's like top secret, quote unquote, inside the need to know basis type thing on the military. Then there could be lots of people aware that this is the similar technology, whether they call it do weapons or not. They call it the lightning. I forget the name they were using, but it's like coming from an airplane, and they were talking about when this whole thing happened with the China, when Trump was, not going to be elected and all that. The confusion was going on. That's when I was in that group of people, and they were saying that one of the things that China was a real threat because they were taking like the whole separation of countries very seriously, and they're all psyops themselves. But they were talking about that dam in China. If that dam breaks, like the destruction would just be ridiculous. And it's already supposedly on the brink of breaking, but it would like level so many cities. I forget the name of the dam, but it's like a wall that holds back the water, basically. And they were talking about like that might be the move if China goes and tries to attack Taiwan, then all we have to do is just break that wall and that kind of stuff. Anyway, I forget the name of the tech, but it could be actually like known about or just name something different. But they were saying it was like lightning bolt from God type name, and it was
Yeah,
coming
but
from the actual aircraft.
the tungsten one from space, that's a fake
Yeah, I know.
thing. But
Yeah, I know.
this
Yeah,
one here exists
right.
because we could see the aftermath. Just compare what's left of, you know what I mean? Look at the cars.
Right.
Hey Ron, let me post you this one. Check this. I just found this one. This is from the Iraq War. Does that look like a toasted car?
Yeah, there you go.
100, yeah, 100%, dude.
It's all
And I
crumpled in.
showed you the Highway of Death. Did you see that, Gio? The Highway of Death.
It can
From the
almost
first
look like
time.
they crumple in on themselves. It's like a vacuum technology. It almost has a vacuum effect as well. Sorry, what were you saying?
Sometimes the tires burn and melt, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, what
Yeah, but
melts plastic, but not what burns metal, but not plastic or seat coverings. Right?
it's not because it's not burned. It's something else, Logrian.
But
Yeah,
that's the point. That you remember that police car where half of it was toasted and half of it looked like it had
yes.
a wax job?
Yeah, if it's conductive, it's if a conductive material will melt, but if it's non-conductive, it won't. Is that what
There
you're
you
saying?
go. So you had car engines melted, you had the metal police car melted, but the seat covering was fine and the police lights were fine. The plastic
It's
and the vinyl coverings were undamaged.
Right.
it's
Meanwhile,
just
the wheels are like melted into the road and dripping down the road. Like
yeah, I got that right here, Gio. I got
the
the
metal
police car and the fire truck. Now you look at the line between where the metal is like scorched, it's like obliterated, and then immediately next to it is the paint that's not even peeled off. The paint is just perfect. There's no thermal conduction, right? There's no heat affected zone. It's just an abrupt transition from completely obliterated to fresh paint. It doesn't make sense. The van has a little more transition where you could see the heat, but on the lower section it doesn't. Look at the door. It's turned into ash, and then the paint is white, just like the cop car. It's ash, and then like Logren's saying, the paint is like freshly waxed. Same with this fire truck. And then what you said, the car melted into the road. The fucking that was from one of the California fires.
And
So
if you can
the white
find the
van.
pictures of the ambulance, you can again see those circular holes. The same with the glass. Some double glazing had circular holes through one pane, but not two. I don't know if you've seen those or are familiar with those ones. I'll try and find them and post them.
And you see the plastic is unaffected. The plastic siren on the roof, like a normal car fire, the heat would melt. The heat transfers straight up, right? So it would rise up and melt the plastic sirens. They'd be melted. There's
Hey,
no
I'll
smoke.
check this out.
There's no smoke billowing out of the windows. There's no staining of smoke from the upholstery being on fire. So none of it makes sense. Yeah, right. I mean, and then there's papers on the ground on 9/11, littered, and none of the paper's burning. There's just piles of paper, none of it's on fire, but yet the metals, the aluminum wheels are dripping. That's the cold effect. Now see, in Beirut, the same thing happened to that grain silo. There was a pulse of energy, a massive explosion, and then the ship caught fire across the harbor. The ship, when I say caught fire, you know what I'm talking about, that fake looking fire shit where the metal burns. We know steel doesn't burn, but what else do you call it? I don't know.
It's putting all these pieces together, you know. This is what abstract IQ is all about: pattern recognition, building up these details, and trying to evaluate and analyze the information. I mean, you see these things consistently, like Wolfgang talks about. You can see these things come together.
Even from the history books, right? Like Gio saying World War I, World War II, Vietnam, all these wars.
Yeah, and I realize that's kind of painting a broad brush because it's hard to know what they may or may not have used, or what they may or may not have used it for. But, I mean, if it was implicated, and because, like, dude, back in that late 1800s, early 1900s, there was like destruction of most of the major cities, like San Francisco, New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Paris, cities in Germany. I mean, all around in Europe. So, and then there's like, we only have this certain architecture that's left from that. So, I mean, if they had it back then it would obviously make sense that they would be using it during the world wars. And then, of course, things like 9/11 and these other events. Yeah. And
Did you watch those videos I sent you, GA?
I've been opening up the ones you've been posting in the chat. There's some good ones. Are you?
Cool. I sent you a couple just because it was new to me. I don't know if other people had heard of it. But this guy, he was some fluid dynamics kind of guy, and he picked up this book, and this guy had proposed this theory about, the pyramids, and basically he thought it was goofy, but some of the points made were actually making sense. So he built a small model, and it actually worked after a few trials and errors. And then he built a larger one, and the larger one actually tied into somebody else's work. And it shows how when you take the Queen's chamber, the King's chamber, and the underground chamber, they work as a pump, like a ramjet pump. And it has an effect of like electricity in a sense as well. So if you'll have to look at the videos to get a better explanation and understanding, but it kind of shows that they were aware of these things. The Baghdad battery, again, tells us that they certainly had things that were capable of electricity.
See, you know what? We're led to believe ancient means primitive, right? But ancient was advanced, way advanced, and they're erasing all of it. The more people ask questions like Notre Dame Cathedral, how did they build this? We better get rid of it. They're doing that with churches in America and Canada. These cathedrals, these beautiful stone buildings, they're mysteriously catching fire. Go look at all of them that have happened in the United States and in Canada. How are they bursting into flames? It's the same kind of fire. I use fire in quotes.
Well, but I do see in the DMs, Logren. Yeah, you'd sent me those. Yeah, I actually haven't watched those yet. So yeah, thanks for reminding me. I just reopened them and I'm gonna put them on my list. Yeah.
Look, because again, it's another one of these ideas, but the the thing that I liked about it was that he actually had a practical demonstration as well, you know. So, and also he has the kind of training to understand these things. So I really like that as, you know, supportive of the idea rather than just being an idea from imagination. You have something with it, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Nice.
This was from Lebanon. We talked about this yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I don't know, maybe the night before.
Yeah, it does look to have that same like magnetic crumpling effect. Yep. The warping and bending like that. By the way, dude, it's good you brought that up because it was actually right the one thing, because I have this other one pulled up. There's so many good things that we're posting right now. But the one that you're showing where it shows like the Hutchinson effect in the steel beams where the plane entered. That's interesting, dude. I haven't quite seen that particular one that you posted. So is that then the implication that they may have used one of these to actually make the holes? Because obviously they didn't use planes. Well, okay, I can't say obvious. To me, it's obvious. Maybe not obvious to everyone else, but I definitely don't think they used the airplanes. So do you think they actually used a directed energy weapon to make the hole?
They could have. If they, it looks like they might have blown it from the inside out. Maybe they did use traditional explosives to make a hole so that the people walking on the ground, I saw a hole in the building. So they detonate a small quantity. Boom, they blow a hole in it. And then they hit it with their shit, their tech from the top down, and they just obliterate it.
Well, I know they used it when they brought the towers down, for sure, is when I think. But I mean,
to cut that, I don't think they used it necessarily to cut that. The example, these are Hutchinson examples where it's ripped apart like that, and then that little piece in the center, that piece, that was the piece I was talking about. It was a solid block of iron, and when he turned on the device, you hear a buzzing sound, and maybe like 1 second later, it looks like the one on the far right. It just crumbled and twisted, just like the I-beams, how they crumbled and they twisted, they buckled and twisted, and yet there's no heat because the paint is still on the I-beam. The paint is not, it's not burned off, and it's only in one little zone. It's in a tight little zone, and steel is not that malleable. You can't bend steel like it's lead. Like especially when it's boxed in. If it's boxed in or I-beam, it doesn't twist like that. It's
Too
not
brittle.
flexible. It would tear.
Yeah.
Funny, I just posted that Tesla death ray beam tech write up that was, and in that I just read this part and I highlighted. It says Tesla hoped that this invention would be used for purely defensive purposes and thus would become an anti-war machine. This system required a series of power plants located along the country's coast that would scan the skies in search of the enemy aircraft. Since the beam was projected in a straight line, it was only affected for about 200 miles, the distance of the curvature of the Earth. 200 miles.
Well, I noticed that the website is pbs.org, so there you go.
Yeah, but 200 miles.
This weapon existed before Tesla. Just so you know, it's older than him.
Yeah, that's interesting. They threw in that
200 miles.
200 miles. What does that even mean? The distance of the curvature of the Earth? Like what?
Yeah, right. What does that mean?
Well, they're trying to say that if you could shoot at 200 and then beyond that, it would be curvature. Is that what they're trying to?
Right. Like, look, we can go 200 miles in a straight line, but since the curvature of the Earth is, going to, drop it off, we can only go 200 miles. Wait, what? 200 miles of a straight line is that would be way past what they're telling us the curvature is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it would be miles of curvature, but I guess they're trying to say like at what altitude you could shoot an airplane down with it if you're aiming it up, and then you're shooting off into space. So yeah,
like if you shot straight, like it would be 200 miles before the planes that are coming up from the other side of the ball would be able to be hit.
Right, that's what it is.
26,000.
Once they come around the bend.
Yeah, going around the bend here. Oh shit, we got hit,
dude.
We could have only seen what was kept coming for us, but we just came up from the bottom of the ball.
Their death ray can't refract, apparently, so no refraction for the death ray.
That would be 5 miles of curve at that distance.
another interesting part is in that article they talk about how Tesla was trying to get this, sell this to some country that would be interested, and USSR was the only one that was interested. 1937 or 1939, right before World War II, right? Whatever the USSR was at that time, right? But and then Tesla received a $25,000 check, and so then, I mean, there's a whole story about how World War II actually went, possibly, and that it was over before it started because of this possible UFO directed energy weapon type technology that also flattened England. That's the whole thing that happened. Remember? I mean, England was just taken out like instantly, and there's different ideas of what actually went down, but it was basically a surrender right away. And then one of the stories I heard was that, okay, so it was over before it started, but the real story was going to be sold to us as, that they became allies with America and that Germany was taken out. But actually, Germany won the war before it started with this technology, and then they wanted to sell the idea that they lost for their, further advancement of the Fourth Reich, whatever that is, right? Who we are now, we're the Fourth Reich. Anyway,
it's not an individual nation. It's a one world government. They dictated the outcome of the war before it even happened. It was all planned.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but the narrative was the most important part. Yeah.
Yeah, so even guys like in the military, they might think that there's these rods from God, these type, these tungsten. They might think because that's the cover story. Oh yeah, we'll drop that in Afghanistan and we'll blow them out of the cave. They need a cover story.
Yeah. The military is totally psyoped, and that even with like the pandemic and stuff, I was hearing reports from military people, and they were scared out of their minds. In fact, there's still a lot of them that are doing vids like survival vids, like they think it's going to be like they're going to make everybody starve and you should buy toilet paper and all that kind of stuff. Just the preppers.
You've seen this one. Oh yeah, here's another one I got. Waco, Texas, right? When the FBI burned down that building, that was a do. It has the same kind of flame, the same the rush of wind. It has all the same features that we see in all these fires. And when I say fire, it appears like fire, but it's that strange fire like we saw in Notre Dame, like right here in this Hilton building. It's that. Like, how does a building burn from the top down just like a candle? And look at what's left of the building. Nothing. Like all the concrete, it's made of concrete walls, concrete floors. There's sprinkler systems. It has metal studs. It has, where's the elevator? Where's the stairwell? Where's the concrete floors? Where did it all go? You see this flame, what looks like a flame, and it slowly just turns the building into what you see, but it leaves the pine trees, which are like highly flammable. Everything that's flammable didn't burn.
Why did you see that thing that loggers posted with the beam coming right out the front of the airplane there? That's what those military guys were talking about that I was listening to. It was coming from under the wings as well as out front. Like they know about the planes that can do this directed energy weapon.
They might know about it. There was a woman that asked Donald Rumsfeld at a press conference, will you be using any directed energy weapons in Iraq? And then he looks over to the general right beside him. They kind of look at each other. That technology is not ready for for combat yet, but if it becomes available, we may. Everything's on the table.
Yeah, there was a lot of cryptic stuff with Trump and what's going to happen. Remember that time where he was asked something else and he's like, you'll see, or the Kraken stuff and it's going to be biblical. And we're at that time when I was talking with those guys, it was like, oh, this shit's going down. Like it's outer ponder invasion coming up here real soon, and they could still try to do that for sure. And he's like the liaison between he's got connections and his family goes back to the outer ponder roots kind of talk, that kind of thing.
He's definitely one of the club, dude. Like you don't get to be a billionaire. You just don't get to be billionaire unless you're like part of the club. They're all
Well, you
on
got
that
the whole
same.
Messiah thing tied to him too, like looking up at the sky and saying, "I'm the chosen one," and carrying a Bible, like he walks to the chapel and all that kind of weird shit that was going on, man. That was crazy.
He's
Like,
definitely
who
kind
does
of cringy. I actually was buying his bullshit. Like that was before I was fully like aware of everything.
Yeah.
Like in 2015, that's how I found flat Earth, dude. I was looking for dirt on Trump. I was looking up for dirt on him. I'm like, what can I find on this fuck? You know, and other things that I was looking for because I liked his message. His message, it sounded good to me. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good, man. I want to make America great. America's not so great anymore. Let's fix it.
Right.
Let's
Well, his
bring
message is probably
manufacturing
the
back.
best we got still. That's the crazy thing. Like they're making it so like I mean, we might go through some real bad like economic shit right before the 2024 election to make it all the more likely that he was seemingly elected, right? But he's probably been selected this whole time, and even possibly been a second president. Have you ever seen that tweaker map with all the different like predictive programming shit that was made before any of the election stuff happened? It has all of like every psyop that we've been through like listed. You know what I'm talking about? That graph that has all. It has two presidents and like a lot of these deep QAnon guys think that Trump's been like the side president this whole time and still in control of the military.
Dude, the Q-tards are they're just a lost cause. I tried to wake
Right,
them
but
up.
I'm saying there's some truth to it though. It's not all bullshit. There's some truth
No,
to
I
it.
know,
Like,
but I'm
even
just saying
that.
they don't see the big picture. Those guys, they think
No,
Trump is there to save them. They got lit up,
right,
man. They went. Trump set them up. He's like, yeah, now go down to the Capitol building. Now everyone who went there is now considered a domestic terrorist. Meanwhile, they just wanted to go support him, and he goes and turns them into the domestic terrorist
right. But I think a
insurrectionists.
lot of that's fake too. Like I think a lot of the people they say went to jail never went to jail. They were just like
No, I
they
know
were all
that. I know that.
Nazis, right? They were just so that we were made to think there was a
That's
crime
to your
committed.
point, dude. They never show their picture. They're in jail, but
Right.
you can't see. Oh, someone's on
Yeah.
the phone. Like I could tell you right now, I'm calling you from jail. I've been in jail since January 6th. I'm really calling you from jail. It's like, okay,
Yeah, and there was total evidence that the whole thing was hoaxed. Like there's like a shooting, like I shouldn't say shooting, but like the whole setup where those guys, the guy with the bullhorn hat and all that, like they were in the building at a totally different time than the rest of
yes.
the people were there, right? And there's green screen shots, and they're all posing, and him going in and like having his way with like the podium and all that didn't happen that day. That was like
That was
pre-film,
pre-filmed, dude.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they spliced it
and,
together in the editing room.
yeah. Have you seen that 20 everything wrong with the Capitol riots in 20 minutes video that shows how that
Yes, yes, that
girl
was
that was
good.
supposedly
Yep,
shot wasn't even shot, and
I knew
all
that was
kinds of
fake from the
yeah,
get. I knew that shit was fake.
yeah. So
And you know what?
so
They banned me, dude. They banned me. One of my friends, you know Nikitas, right? I was in one of his friends' group. Logrian knows him. Riggs knows him. He's a good guy, but one of his friends had a server, and he's like a Q-tard. And dude, I said this. I'm like, I smell a fucking psyop. Something's gonna happen, right? Like when I saw that, and I seen Alex Jones was there, I said 100% there's some
oh
kind of
yeah,
psyop. And everyone, they were all pissed because they were all happy. Yay, yay. They're all celebrating. And anyway, they banned me. That was like too much for them. And then it happened, the January 6th psyop. And if I was there, I'm like, I told you so. But they just got rid of me before that. But I know they're thinking that. Like, how did this fucker know? It's like it's painfully obvious, man. You guys are blind as bats, man.
yeah, yeah. And it's funny from both sides. Like if you bring up the fakeness of that event, right? The Q-tards are going to be mad because they want to believe that Ashley Babbitt really died and that she was like, the reason that you should be mad. They just killed her. The military guy, whoever that guy was, whoever that security guard, they never even told us who it was. And then there was
Dude,
the
that was
whole other
fake.
side, where supposedly 4 cops died, and they had like the story changed like immediately within like the week afterwards. They were saying that the rioters like pummeled this guy with a fire extinguisher, and that's why he's dead. And then they changed the story again, said that he committed suicide, and all kinds of stuff was just like blatantly
even
not
that
narrative.
term, that
Yeah.
term, calling it a riot or calling it insurrection. Now, when there's a riot, like there was a legit riot, and they called the George Floyd shit like people were rioting, and they called it a
Yeah.
peaceful protest. When you get a riot, you call out the riot police. They come out with their gear, their tear gas. Nobody came with the horses, the tear gas, the batons. No one. The riot police were never called. There was no riot. There was no insurrection. It's all
Yeah.
complete bullshit. And there's enough cameras that documented it. That documented it was just peaceful. Everyone's walking between the velvet ropes. No one's like. There was a couple agents in there trying to break windows, and the people around them stopped them. Like, hey, this guy's trying to break something. He's Antifa. Like, they don't get the big picture. They just, you know what I mean? These Q-tards, they don't see the big picture. They think Trump is their savior. Yeah, Space Force. We need to control space. Like, they're just totally lost.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all of them. Nikitas, he got roped into it, and he's a smart guy. He's a flat earther. He gets it. So maybe now he gets it after he got burned. Like, you know what I mean? He's like, no, this is like they're saying, trust the plan. I'm like, dude, Biden's there. He's getting sworn in. It's like, well, trust what, dude? You guys got fucked. I mean, why can't you come to grips with it? No, Trump loves us. He has a plan. It's like, he don't love you fuckers.
Yeah, look at that one I just posted. Have you seen that one before?
Yes, I have
Crazy.
seen this. Yeah.
Yeah,
All these
it's an
dots.
election, and then it says on one side it says landslide, mail-in ballots on the other, and then we're not supposed to talk about that. Then it says Trump
Bill
rally
Gates.
terminated, Sleepy Joe immobilized, and then it says two presidents, and then like both those lanes go up the middle, right? It's like we have two presidents, and then it says Trump in control of the military. All this stuff is like way, like every single thing you could think of is right there, right all
It's their
before it
flow
happens.
chart, dude.
Yeah,
He wants 6G too. I just watched a video about some woman saying how they could redirect the 5G to like for targeted individuals. So yeah, guess what? You have it on your phone. Your phone has 5G. All the towers are
Yeah.
on. And as soon as they want to target you, they got a tracking device in your phone, and they could hit you with that 5G. Oh, he's right here. Boom! They'll fucking pinpoint your ass with that 5G. Why am I getting
Sure.
these headaches? You know, like.
Yep.
And maybe the the special sauce had something to do with it. People who took the sauce are going to have that graphene in their body, and that's going to react with the radio frequencies. You know, like
Yeah,
putting
well,
metal in the
or
microwave.
yeah, even if you don't have your phone on you, there's a Bluetooth. Melissa was talking about that. They did a testing with like this group of people, and how many signals they were getting and coming without their phones, and they were getting pick up, there was like a total like seemingly objective test done with these people that were vaxxed that were getting like picking up a signal basically.
Hmm.
You heard
Yeah,
that?
my older brother took the special sauce, did the secret sauce. I tried to talk him out of it, but I couldn't reason with him because he's a globetrot.
Yeah, my whole family, same thing.
Man,
I was just thinking about that. Like, what a tough position that puts us in. Meaning, like, if and when these individuals have health issues, like what.
Right.
What do we do? You know what I mean? It's just like it's so set. It's just. Let's just say theoretically, just conceptually, if they start having people have already gone through it though. Many people have already had direct things happen, but
I can't even tell them. I can't say I told you so. I can't rub it in. It's like, oh man, I'm sorry, man. I tried to. Maybe I would say like, man, I tried to warn you, man. You just wouldn't listen. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that's rubbing it in his face, but I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Well, what about if some of these individuals, like you said, start having like certain symptoms that we can't even let, like they still won't even believe that that's what it is, though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's they still won't think that's the cause, and they'll be told another narrative by their doctor or whatever, and they'll go with that. You know what I mean? And instead of actually realizing what it even is, even if they're having the symptoms.
Well, that's the thing. It's like maybe undeniable. It may be undeniable to the point at some point. Like, in fact, did you see there was Jimmy Dore does a lot of this disclosure, and he's right on YouTube. And I'm amazed how much he's able to say or how much more they're allowing to be posted about this topic now, even on YouTube. And he was talking about this I don't know. I could post it somewhere or just tell you what to look up. His latest video, and it was basically like these people coming out in quotes, saying like, look, this is ridiculous. We can't have this happen. What? How can we not have truth within the scientific community? So the whole angle on it seemed to be maybe that then they say, okay, so then here's what we have to do now. We have to come clean about the transgressions that happened, and we're going to get rid of those people. And in fact, Fauci was the perfect fall guy to put out there, as well as Gates and some of these people that have had track records that people should have been aware of. If they looked into it, they'd see that these people are already like responsible for things exactly like this in the past. So they're like, okay, here's your last act. You're going to be the fall guy for this, and then we're going to see. It's going to seem as though you were punished, even though you probably just go away. Maybe it's not even them to begin with. Maybe they're actors with rubber masks. Who knows, right? But and then Klaus Schwab and all these people. Like some of that is like part of the psyop that's so over the top and obvious on purpose, maybe. So then Trump comes in with the like, oh, we got rid of those guys. They were very bad people, and now we know the truth, and we can then we can say we're going to get rid of fake news, right? But then it works the opposite, because anything could be considered fake news, including anything we say, right? So by calling out the fake news, it makes it it makes it worse for us in the long run, because then it's like, oh, okay, well, we're not going to have any fake stories then. We're going to declare what the truth is to get rid of the fake news. And then we have a control over the truth completely. And then militarize the internet and everything else to go along with it. That could be the angle that they're going for, and unfortunately.
They want a good cop, bad cop, because they got Robert Kennedy Jr. speaking out on it, Jenny McCarthy, Jim Carrey, even Robert De Niro made a movie about it. Like, so you got these Hollywood assholes, right? We know like De Niro's an asshole. So it's like, but Robert Kennedy Jr. is not, I wouldn't say he's an asshole. He's actually he just wanted to get the word out. And then Jenny McCarthy and Jim Carrey, they have a son with autism. So they were speaking on it publicly, claiming the special sauce or whatever. So it's like,
Robert Kennedy Jr. is the perfect controlled opposition, though, possibly too, because he's acknowledging that there's actually something that we should be worried about, and he's like the perfect set. He's like reinforcing the narrative, but then criticizing it at the same time, which is what they need. Kind of like Trump was in the same way, calling it, China, the China
Trump is
thing.
the Pied Piper, dude. He will tell you what you want to hear, and I fell into that trap because like my city's been devastated, like all the manufacturing jobs left, and I'm like, dude, I would love to see more companies build their stuff here, and I was hopeful, and naive. I was naive. This is 2015, and then that's when I found the flat Earth rabbit hole, and then when he rolled out Space Force, and then when I saw like California burning with these multiple fires, I'm like, he's no good, dude. This is happening under him. I knew right away, as soon as those fires are bursting up, it's happened under his watch, and the buck stops here. He's in on it.
Oh yeah, but they'll still make him out to be the hero, and he'll be the best possible scenario that we could hope for, because the economy will be helped, because that's the script. I mean, the script is already written, right? So he's going to play that part regardless of what we figure out about him, and he'll even tell you he's the snake, right, in that speech where he gave that speech.
I was a snake.
About that. You knew I was a snake. Like just fucking so surreal.
Dude, you can't reason with Trump tards. I know some of them. You just can't reason with, and they'll hate you if you speak out. You're like, well, wait a minute. I don't necessarily. They'll hate you if you say anything bad about him. It's a cult. It's a cult of personality, dude.
Well, but some of them are at least like I'm saying right now. Like they may know that he's in on it to a certain degree, but they also know he's like the best worst case scenario.
I'd rather have him. Be honest. I like when he trolls the left. I love his trolling. He trolls the left, and I like that. But he's not. I know he's not on the Space Force. Give me a fucking break.
Well, Space Force is just going to be the outer ponder defense system,
or whoever they're going to put. We don't know if it's outer ponders or people from another planet or whatever they're going to claim, like Reagan, right? If we're attacked by an alien, like we don't know who they're going to name, what they're going to call them.
No. I'm just saying if it, I mean, why have a whole nother division, right? If it's just going to be like It's just the Air Force, you know. It's like a division
We
of the
know
Air
it's
Force.
coming, dude. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
they're putting all the blocks in place. We know something's going to happen. I just don't know what time frame. We're expecting, in the next 5 years, that's, our time frame is different than theirs. Their time frames are very long, dude.
Did you watch the Level with Me movie, by the way?
I haven't seen the second one. I've seen the first Level
This is the
movie.
third one.
Third? Well, I might have missed a couple then.
There was Level, there was On the Level, Level Up, and then there's Level with Me, something like that. But anyway, it's a total outer ponder promotion in a way. And what I'm not saying they're controlled opposition or anything necessarily. I'm just saying that from the very start, they're like, well, we've been told about aliens, and we've been told, that, but then you don't have to give up your aliens. That's, the guy says it right. He says you don't have to give up your aliens. We can still have our aliens. They just come from outer ponds, basically.
That's Dave
Right.
Weiss has been saying, yeah.
Well, he didn't. But there was another guy that was also saying that throughout the whole thing, they're talking about, well, this could actually be it. And
But he prefaced,
whether they think that for real or not doesn't even matter, because that could actually be where these things are coming from. But even though it's the government making it seem like that's where they're coming from.
But Dave prefaced it. He said, what if? He's like, what if they're actually coming from here, the extraterrestrials from this territory outside of Antarctica, outside of our ice ring? There's a second. And you know what? That sounds plausible because I've seen the maps. And like when you see a rainbow and you see a double rainbow, it's like double pane glass. So there's one dome within another dome, and then maybe a third one. So each ring is contained in its own atmosphere, its own pressure gradient. Like maybe the ring next to us has a higher pressure. So we don't know. This is all speculation. But it
Were you listening when I was talking about the double rainbow? And my friend that was doing all the tests with glass and getting a rainbow effect, he thinks the double pane. It's the double rainbow is caused from the outside surface, causing the second rainbow as opposed to the
there's
inside.
a uniform gap in the middle, dude. I filmed the rainbow years ago, and I'm like, dude, that's what the first thing I thought about. I'm like, there's like two firmaments. There's a second, and my eyes couldn't pick it up, but my nephew said he saw a third one. He's like, I see a third one, but it was too faint for me to pick up. His eyes are young; he might have seen it.
Well, the whole idea was that he was saying that the thickness of the firmament could be the consistency of the separation between the two rainbows, and the faintness would be because it has to go through the whatever the firmament made of.
Yeah,
and it would reverse the color in the exact same way that his test with the glass bowl was doing.
The second layer is the gap. The gap could be thousands of miles between the two. It looks like us.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's all relative. It's all in
thousands
scale.
of miles? I don't know about that.
Well, let's see. No, not on a rainbow. I'm saying between one firmament and another firmament. Let's say the outer ponders, like from the map. When you look at the map, it looks big. Those are large lands, bigger than North America.
Right.
So North America, right? We got 2,000 miles. So if you're going to fit all those continents in the secondary ring, it's got to be from one side to the other. In the rainbow.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about like so
where
they're
it
from outer
touches the
pond,
ground.
but there's like another firmament that encloses them and us, but we have our own.
We're in the first one. We're in the first one, and then their atmosphere is the second dome, and then the second dome has to touch the ground, right?
Yeah.
If ours
That's
touches the
like
ground,
like the cosmic egg thing, the Martin Kenny idea with the different outer rings that keep enclosing. Yeah, 7 layers.
well, I'm just saying there's two. If there is an outer ponder, like that map, that ancient Japanese map, where there's a secondary ring, if that's the case, I'm just saying as a scenario.
They could also have their own firmament, right? They could also have their own little, like it could be like a bubble wrap type thing where they have their firmament, we have ours. They have their own sun and moon system, we have ours, and then they come through like tunnels underwater to get into our pond, and that's why they have the USOs coming out of the water, the submerged, flying, or the what is that, unidentified submerged objects, USOs, right? And there's even like that set up with some of the Navy guys saying that that's where they came from. They came out of the water, But anyway, so that whole setup is there, and if that's what they go with, it's the perfect thing because then people aren't worried about going to Antarctica. That's where the outer pounders come from. We don't want to go there. That's where you get, that's where you get fucked. All right. So it totally works for the whole thing. Like, you know, the lands are going to be admitted to maybe then, but then no one's going to be wanting to go there because that's where the crazy outer ponder directed energy weapon people come from. Right? Whether it's true or not. But even
They
a lot of flat
confuse
earthers will buy, right? Because of this whole, you know, yeah, that makes sense. There's more land. Oh, wait, shit, there's more land, there's more people. Oh, that's why we had to be under this mind control. But now we have this, like, kind of simulated golden age revelation truth movement, quote unquote, win that they let us feel like we got the truth out. And now, which is true to a certain extent, you know, like they're going to have this, like, release of information that seems like it's all good, but it actually makes it worse for us in the long run because then they say the air inside the big dome's contaminated. You got to get in these smart city domes that, you know, where you get the purified air or maybe even like oxygen pumped air and you could do like, you know, twice as much work and like live 3 times as long, whatever they sell us on. It's going to be a utopia type situation, which might be partly true compared to what, you know, it could be. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, who knows where they're gonna take it. But yeah, the one with the 2 rings kind of makes sense. I don't know if there'd be a third one, but
Yeah, I didn't think about the double rainbow in that way. I just thought about it as like the outside surface creating the reverse colors, and then my friend said that he thinks that there's like a consistent gap between the double rainbows that you can see, like no matter what. Like every time you see it, it seems like the same distance apart.
I've only seen one a couple times, and I never saw the full one. I only got that full one time. Usually, it's a partial. It's like a partial double rainbow, like half of it. I don't see like a full bow.
The
It's I
reversing
only
of the
see it
colors makes
once.
no sense, right? If it's not what the Glovers say is it's ice crystals or it's water droplets, right?
Mm.
And then that whole idea. So why would there be a second one reversed? None of it makes any sense. The rainbow shape, and it's a full
It's
circle. That's the other. It's not
double
even like
pane
an arc.
glass, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing that my friend could get to actually make that reverse color with the thickness and everything the same way.
And one color in between, there was a uniform color, like a purple or whatever. It's in between them. That's the layer. That's what I'm thinking is the next atmosphere between those two. Like, like if you were to connect those, touch them down to the ground, one dome and then a second larger dome around that one, it would the gap where each one touches the ground would be a huge wide gap, even though it looks relatively close from our perspective. You know, just looking to the sky, they look like they're very close to each other. But the scale of it all, you know, if that thing spanned the entire Earth, you know what I mean? Like our realm from one side of Antarctica to the other, if it spanned that whole distance, that's a huge distance.
They've even like done some predictive programming in some of these major movies with like this hexagonal type firmament thing lighting up in some of these superhero movies and stuff, or even that.
Yeah. That girl,
Yeah,
she shot an arrow at it in Hunger
yeah,
Games.
yeah, that, and then there was another one with Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy, where they did the same thing. There's been a few of them where like all of a sudden
Godzilla.
like
Godzilla throws a
Godzilla,
log at it, something,
right? Yeah,
a tree.
they're totally showing it to us. Like they're gonna say that's what's happening, whether they call it a force field. I mean, the whole idea that it would be a glass dome that big is just so even out of our, you know, acceptance of what seems possible, right? But you know, then
But
they
we
can
don't
bring in
operate
the
on
whole
that
idea
scale,
that
dude,
what's
right?
that?
We don't operate on that scale. Like beyond
Yeah, beyond our
everything, the creation is like beyond our, you know,
yeah,
what we're able to conceive. We
right.
look at it, we could theorize, but like obviously, whoever created this realm has capabilities far beyond what we can even imagine.
And they could even take credit for it, like Gio has brought up before when I talk about outer ponders. You could say that they, you know, these ancient ancestors could be, you know, they could say it was them, and then they would be the gods that we have to either follow or don't follow or praise or whatever, be amazed with. And then if they could show proof of this firmament or say that there's proof of it, then that would be like beyond, it would be so mind blowing to think that there was any kind of intelligence that we're interacting with that would have that capability. You know, if it was a real some kind of real in your face type person or, group of people that it was attributed to rather than just some godly creation. It's
Can't
so
find that.
mechanical. The sky's so mechanical. I mean, it's either one or the other.
Yeah, and then look at this shit. The ancients, they made a clock to represent all the movements. That I think it's in Hungary. I got a little GIF where it's like moving all the stuff, but here's just a screenshot of like the you guys all seen it. Shit.
Are you posting it? I'm looking for it, but are you sharing screen?
My shit's glitching. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My screen is all glitched out. I don't know why that posted so many times. See, everything, it's glitching out on me, dude. I didn't post that. I clicked it one time. Let me clear those out of there.
Yeah, there's a whole thing on this, the Outer Ponders Terra Firma, what's it called? There's like a whole series now that I've bookmarked talking about this idea. It seems like this, I mean, way back in the day, in fact, they're like a lot of the IPS chats that I was in when there was a lot less people, like, paying attention, and he was talking kind of openly. It feels like I caught him, kind of revealing what they're planning on doing. Like, because if there's anybody that might be in on, like, the long-term plan, he might be one of those characters. I don't know, he was saying. And he said the only reason they would, purposely fake and give up a paradigm like they seem to be doing with this one, is because they have a better one. And the better one is the Outer Pounders, really. It's just way better.
They have more than one residence. Like they, the people controlling this realm or this our like known world are obviously, yeah, maybe they were at war with each other, and it's like, you know what, they got beat, they bailed out, and they just let them have this. Okay, let them have this part. We're gonna move out. Let them run it into the dirt. I don't care. We're out of here.
Well, there's a whole story about this area that we're in being quarantined.
I don't know.
Take that up. Like there's a whole ancient man, I forget it. It's not just like some hearsay. It's like some story that was written that was supposed to be fiction, but people speculate whether it was actually what happened, and that at a certain point we were quarantined in this area. Could have been, it could be the reason that, we're being used like test subjects.
Lab rats.
Yeah. There's got to be, obviously, if the Earth isn't a spinning ball, there's got to be lands where people are treated right. It's not like, I mean, the way we're treated as a mass, as a public, if we were really the only people that known to exist by the powers that be, they wouldn't treat us this way. You know what I'm saying? It seems like we're like singled out. You know what I'm saying? I think that they like to play God, and they like to do good and bad, and they feel like they are. I just think a lot about the justification that must go into it. I don't think it's like, oh, like people don't go to sleep at night just thinking I'm going to go do evil tomorrow. They think that there's like, a give and take that they're involved with that they don't have control over, but they're participating, trying to make it as good as possible because they know that it's inevitable to scenarios that we're going to have in front of us. You know what I'm saying? I think that must be the way it's presented to them, even if it's not true. That's the way they think about it. And maybe there's some truth to that, you know. I mean, they could kill us off anytime they want. It's not like it's all bad. It's not like our lives suck so badly that, you know, there's got to be the evil in charge. If it
In
was
case you
all
haven't
evil,
noticed,
our
they
lives
are
would suck
killing.
worse.
They are killing people off in pretty big numbers.
They are. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But they also give you a chance to find out the truth, almost on purpose, it seems.
I don't know. Maybe they have a certain rate. They want to have a certain rate, which they get rid of people, and they're doing it at their own pace.
Yeah, there's a culling of sorts going on, it seems like.
Yeah, the whole thing. There's not a question that this tech exists, but where it's how they're like deploying it. Are they doing it from a regular airplane like that Boeing airliner with that nose cone that had a laser? Is it something like that, or is it something like a TR-3B? Who knows? Who really knows? You know what I mean? I've seen they had drones and shit where they could do it from.
Seems like it would be something at a very high altitude.
Right. Well, you know what? That guy, I got a video from this guy, Dutch Sense. He caught the beam, Geo, on his live stream. Remember? I think I talked to you about that. He caught it. It showed up in the infrared light spectrum with all the smoke. There was fires happening, and then through the smoke, he traced the beam in the infrared spectrum. It went to Oregon, all the way to California. So from up above Oregon, the angle he couldn't tell the angle, but you see a beam coming from point to point, and then where the beam was landed in California, that's where a fire was. It's like they're setting it from way in another state, so you wouldn't even see them. They're hundreds of miles away.
Yeah,
Now,
I didn't know if that was real or not, but I remember what you're talking about.
yeah, that totally could have been superimposed CGI on the screen or whatever. But it's the stuff as far as the buildings being destroyed. That's always coming from the top down, which would be like something like the TR-3B because it comes right out of the belly of that plane. The lens is right directly under it. There's some degree of angling you can do because some of the
I mean, they could have several different ones that work in different ways, but like what they used at 9/11 when they brought the actual towers down, that seems like it was hovering there. You know what I mean? Like it was like above it or something. Like it wasn't an airplane flying by. You know what I mean? It seemed like it's like making a microwave like right there.
It had to be stationary because like an airplane flying by, it would do like a slicing thing like on the Simpsons where the beam just goes bzzz, and an airplane's not over the target very long. And then to pummel it straight down like that, like building 6, it's being smacked straight down. Even Oklahoma City, it was hit from the top straight down. Boom. Those buildings in World War II, straight down. Boom, right through the roof.
Hey, Gio, can you send me a link to that video you're talking about? Because I haven't seen what it sounds like you mentioned a couple times where it seemed like there was a video of like something hovering with directed energy weapon on 9/11.
No, I wasn't saying that was a video. I was just somewhat in speculation mode, but I'm just saying it seems like it was like creating a field that was like had to sustain there for a good amount of time.
You know what it did? The field came from the hurricane. The energy, the air was charged with energy. The way how he described it, the John Hutchinson, he said he charges the air with a Van de Graaff generator and a Tesla coil. And then he turns a microwave on. He had like an antenna microwave. It looked like a ray gun, the way it was set up. And then he tunes them. When he adjusts it just right, he could create different effects. So each one has a different effect. If you tune this one a little more this way, he didn't get into detail on how he does it, like exactly, but he adjusted like analog knobs. He's tuning them. It's all done by hand, by feel, and he's just watching what's happening as he's doing it. and he manipulates things that way. You add a little bit more on the Tesla coil or a little bit more on the microwave. You change the frequency, and that accounts for the different effects. One is like an explosive one. One is one where things levitate, and then like the Philadelphia experiment where the ship was being cloaked. It was invisible.
The stuff levitates during hurricanes too, like those famous
Yes.
stories where cars will just lift up and they'll like be placed on top of a fence or something. So it's not like it's being blown over. It's not like just some heavy winds just blowing the car over. It's lifting it and putting it on top of a fence, like right side up.
Think about it too, Gio. What is a hurricane? It's a giant funnel cloud. And what is inside a toroid field? A funnel cloud. Right in the middle, there's a funnel, right? In the center of the torus. And there's one on each side. And it's probably all electromagnetic, a hurricane. It's because the charge from the earth, the charge from the air, it's all that. And then it's
Is the hurricane something they admitted to at the time? Was that something that was like common knowledge that the hurricane was also
Cat 5, dude. Category 5 is the largest storm you can have, and it was it was ready to hit New York, and everyone kind of just forgot about it because this was way more like devastating. The hurricane didn't hit, so okay, we dodged a bullet, but this hit instead.
Wow.
Yes, there was a hurricane off the coast of New York City on 9/11. Right at that morning, it came up the coast, paused right there the morning of 9/11, and then went on its way after that.
And there's evidence showing that was the case.
It's called Hurricane Erin. Hurricane Erin, like ERIN, I believe it's spelled. It was on September 11th.
There's like the whole weather manipulation thing and the way it coincides with these events. Wasn't there a Hurricane Sandy right before Sandy Hook?
Yeah. Hurricane Sandy was devastating. Yeah, it hit New Jersey and New York. Yeah, they got flooded out really bad.
Crazy. Just happened to be called Sandy. I don't know. And then the Sandy Hook thing happened. And then there's actually like a thing where in Batman movie where then they have that connection. That was crazy. Remember that? The Batman movie with the Batman psyop shooting in the theater in Aurora.
Yeah, the kid with the orange hair. The red hair, orange hair.
And then there's a map in the movie when you see the map and they circle the thing and it says Sandy on it. Like Sandy Hook, in fact, I think it says. On the map in the movie. You
Too many coincidences, man.
The thing about the hurricane with 9/11 is that it wasn't really like they didn't really put it on the news. So it was like undercovered on the news. But it is like, I mean, if you Google like, just 9/11 Hurricane Erin or whatever, there's plenty of information on it. So it's not like hidden really, but yeah, there was a hurricane right off the coast.
Well, you know what, Gio? Gio, that's like the day the Great Fire of Chicago. 4 other cities burnt on the same day. So it's like Chicago took the headlines because it was the biggest city, but there was one Peshtigo, Wisconsin, Port Huron, Michigan, Manatee, Michigan. There was 4 other cities destroyed simultaneously. Like, maybe there was a hurricane that day as well that never was talked about, or a tornado or something. I don't know. I don't know if they need to extract it. Like, I think there's different kind. Like the one in Lebanon was similar to the 9/11. It was like a destructive blast of energy. And then you saw the cars burst into flames, like the ship that burst into flames.
Wasn't there some kind of seismic activity people were reading too? I don't know if it was supposed to be just from the buildings blowing up or what that was supposed to be, or speculating about an earthquake happening at the same time.
There was no seismic event on 9/11. It didn't even. No, that's the thing that what Judy Wood was pointing out, that if this million tons of material slammed into the ground, it would have created a shockwave, because she showed the shockwave from the King Dome in Seattle when they blew up the King Dome, and it created an earthquake, a minor seismic event. They could be recorded. The Twin Towers made nothing. Like, in other words, no material hit the ground. It all hit as dust. It felt like a bag of feathers or a bag of flour.
That's undeniable. Like just the fact that that there was just the fact that they were turning into dust in midair is undeniable. There's that much steel coming down.
Like if you slam that amount of concrete and steel, if you were to drop it, there would have been a measurable seismic event. They could have been felt around the area on the seismographs, and nothing showed up. It's like, wait a minute.
There's so many different levels to like the narrative, and they told us that the truth about it to a certain extent, like the Judy Wood stuff and the no planes idea is not even allowed on the 9/11 truth forum video, like whatever their
Her
site.
name, her name
Those
will
are the,
get you banned if you mention
right.
her
So
name.
what does that tell you, right? And then
You
there's like,
mentioned
and then there was like the people don't know about the third building, right? The building 7, but then there's supposedly 6 buildings that went down, or all 7. I don't know. I mean, like at least 6. At least 6 went down.
all of them. All the
All of
World Trade Center buildings. It's at where they had the World Trade Center prefix. Every one of them was destroyed.
Now there's footage of the building 7. Is there footage of these other buildings going down?
Building 6 never came down. That was the hollow one.
Oh.
1 and 2.
But the
1 and
other
2
ones,
were
what about?
the big towers.
Okay.
1 and 2. Then building 7, and then building 6 was that one where it had a hole in the middle. So I don't know about the rest of them.
What
Like
about
number
4 and
3.
5?
I don't know. 3, 4,
So
5. I
funny
don't
how
know.
that's not like well known already. Like we've been looking into these details for so long, but where's the footage of
Probably
building 4 and 5? Or how was
they
it
probably
reported that those buildings are gone?
they probably in a pile of rubble. You don't even notice them. They're just a pile of shit on the ground. You know what I mean? They've been flattened. There was also a bank called Bankers Trust across the street, and it had to be demolished. It had just superficial damage, but it kept the materials of the building kept decaying. Once you hit it with this thing,
Mm.
it sets off a
Mm.
reaction like a rapid oxidation where the materials keep breaking down, and you can't even repair it. It becomes irreparable because you seen the one I dropped with the Hilton Hotel where it just kept going from the top down, and once this reaction starts, it just keeps going. It consumes the building.
Interesting.
Yeah, it does something to the material, so it's like it becomes structurally unsound and just maybe not as rapid as the one that Hilton fire, but it's something happens to it. And at each one of these places, they put a water fountain, like a water fixture. They had it at Oklahoma City. They had them at the Twin Towers. They built one in a Pennsylvania field. They put one at the Pentagon. All these sites have a water feature. Everywhere they use that, they had to put a water feature because the water helps clean up the soil somehow, and they plant trees, so the trees will uptake. There's like certain stuff like it pollutes the ground. Someone broke it down in a video, and I'm just paraphrasing all of it, but yeah, the water helps clean it up because the site will be kind of contaminated afterwards.
Speaking of Hilton, look at the logo for Hilton, dude.
Let's see. Hilton, yeah,
You see it?
yep,
The Twin Towers with the thing going right through. You seen
yep.
that, Gio? The Hilton logo totally depicts 9/11.
It's got a hurricane too, like that swirl.
Yeah, there you go. There's a hurricane. Huh. Could be seen as the plane path or the directed energy path or whatever you want to. It's just
Well,
way too crazy.
maybe they did an insurance job on that hotel. It wasn't making enough money, so they just torched it. They did
Sure.
the Lucky Larry thing. Hey, let's torch this one and just collect the insurance.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. It was not a really big hotel. It was like only three stories. It wasn't a big one.
That is crazy with the logo, huh? You see
Dude,
that, Gio?
they're using
And
these weapons.
Hilton is right across the street too. Wow.
They did an insurance job on this building, and I was talking to Riggs. I was watching this video of these guys that go into like abandoned buildings, and they went there and they're like, "Well, that's strange. These buildings, there's nothing left of the other 2 buildings, right?" And they were in the third one. You know, they said they were destroyed by fire, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, it's painfully obvious to me what happened, and someone used the same technology to do an insurance job on the real estate. He had a real estate investment. It went bad. No one was renting the buildings, and the guy was losing money. So maybe he called his friend Lucky Larry or whoever, and they they did an insurance job.
Yeah. And a lot of the people I think that were supposedly in these planes collected on life insurance, which is a whole other part of the operation, you know?
It kept them fat and happy. Yeah, keep your mouth
Yeah.
shut. You got a slice of it.
Yeah. And the woman that supposedly said "let's roll," or the one that called her husband from the one that went down in Pittsburgh or
Yeah,
whatever, the whole "let's roll"
Pennsylvania.
movie. Yeah. Okay, so she was the wife of the guy that was the lawyer for when Bush was, you know, put into office back in the day, right? So, have you seen anything about that whole connection with her? She was on. She was actually a kind of well-known TV personality that would go on Bill Maher's show and you know,
And
talk about
Coulter.
that. No. Her name was, I'll have to post what I have about it. But anyway, so the guy that that was her husband, right? Remarried a woman that looks like it's her with plastic surgery.
Yeah, it probably is her.
Katie Booth is her name. Yeah. You haven't seen anything about that? That's an interesting one.
This was the building. It was in the Catskill Mountains, ravaged by fire, and this was a Jewish area where the New York Jews and people from that they would go vacation in the Catskill Mountains. And he invested. He bought this up. He invested. He built it, and said, "Yeah, things weren't going so well. He had a lot of vacancy, and the building caught fire." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure, it did." And this is a building. It's made of like concrete blocks and whatever. And it was like more than one building. There was like 3 or 4, and had a swimming pool in the middle. And the other buildings are completely gone, just gone. And then in the building with the fire, there's no soot. There's no soot. There's no signs. I'm looking at them like, man, you guys don't see. And they were asking questions like, wow, look at the clothes in the closet. They're all clean. There's no smoke damage on them. It's like they can't figure it out. That's odd. The room next door is completely burned out, but the room right next to it is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, almost like the cop car. The rear half of the cop car is completely burned out, but the back door is completely fine. Paint is not even burnt. Plastic siren's not burnt. Like a lot of stuff doesn't add up.
This may sound wild, but do you think they're trying to develop these into like a hand weapon that you could just shoot at someone and just vaporize them?
Dude, I seen that. It was called
Varja.
Someone called it a Tesla howitzer from an old video. I posted it in here. That's what the guy called it. And it was used in Iraq. It was a shoulder fire, like an RPG. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, well, that's the Facies. There's 2 ancient tech weapons. One's the Varja, and or Darja is another name for it. And then there's the Facies, which is the symbol they use on the bundle of like looks like sticks with an axe coming out from it. It's on all
Yeah,
the
fasces.
emblems and stuff. And then there's this demonstration this guy does, and he's like, well, "This is what it was. It was a directed energy weapon."
I mean, that's what he
Not a directed
speculates.
energy weapon. It was a magnetic propulsion weapon, and he even demonstrates how it was done. Like, so it's like flipping a switch, and then this thing shoots out from it, right? It doesn't make sense that that would be the symbol of power with the axe coming out the side of it, and maybe the axe was part of it. Like if you could, it would work for long range, but then like if someone came up close enough, you at least had something to defend yourself by swinging it at them or something. That's all I can
No,
figure.
that's the diversionary tactic. The axe is it's to hide its true purpose, right?
Right. That could be partly that, or it could be also part of the harness for. It could be what they use for like for the shoulder, like to keep it in place on your shoulder. It wasn't really necessarily sharp or anything.
I mean, this is why, like, okay, I don't think these evil guys are going to win in the end. So, but just to preface to say what I'm about to say with that, however, it kind of makes you think that like whatever people think they have of like, oh, they have all these guns in their house and they're going to like, you know, in some extreme example, if they had to like fight off the government. But dude, if they have these kinds of devices, it's like guns are almost useless.
Yeah, like Red Dawn, the Red Dawn situation. You're being invaded. We're gonna fight the commies or whoever. It's like, wait a minute.
They could just zap you. They could zap you from 100 miles away before you even aim your gun.
For sure.
Yeah,
We're not worried about that guns. We're never gonna like even if they didn't have those weapons going up against the military coming at your house, it's not gonna your guns aren't gonna do anything. You know, like just that idea that you're gonna be able to protect yourself from the government with the guns we have, even if it's just us against them with their guns. There's like evidence that they bought up like ridiculous amount of artillery right around time of the pandemic, like the amount of bullets that were bought.
If it didn't matter, they wouldn't try so hard to take them away. There's still a thing called an insurrection, which they really don't want, and that's why they do want to take away guns. Other countries that don't have them, like Canada, had to give them up. Australia, they do want to passivate us, dude. So they're not.
I think that they don't want to necessarily take them away as much as they want to have the right to take them away from whoever they choose.
But is that all a psyop though? Just even that?
Well, they sell more weapons when they act like they're going to take our weapons away. The gun sales go out the window.
It doesn't matter. They print fucking billions, dude. They don't care about that. They have unlimited resources. They don't care about gun sales. That's peanuts.
No, well, that's just like a side profit, I'm sure. I don't think they're worried about us protecting ourselves. They're worried about us taking over the government from the guns they sell us. They're not worried about that.
No, well, not only that, but it's harder to control. Like in Iraq, there was trying to control the people that were the rebels, right? It was very difficult to keep and hold ground. The military was like fighting with these guys, these rebels from building to building. That is urban combat is the most difficult combat. And if you want to obliterate everything, you can. But they didn't want to do that. They wanted to save some of the buildings. They didn't want to destroy everything. So you had to fight building to building, room by room. It's very difficult, very bloody, and they would waste a lot of human capital. So if we're armed, they don't have enough police to control the ground, to hold it. So whatever goes on there is just going to be out of their control. It's just going to be complete chaos. Unless their people control it. If their police control it, then they control it. But if not, it's total chaos. And they don't necessarily want that. It's not total chaos. It would be freedom from tyranny, actually. But to them, it would be chaos because they had no control of it. Yeah, I've seen those things. Like the queen has a scepter. Queen has a scepter and an orb. It's like, is that orb filled with some kind of red mercury? And like, I mean, I've heard people speculate, like flat Earth British, like, oh, even in the Bible, where it says, "I will walk through the valley of evil. I won't fear evil. I have my staff and my rod." He's like, this guy's got a rod and a staff. So he's thinking like a staff, like a magic wizard would have, like his staff and his rod. Like the rod would be like the scepter, and his staff would be like Gandalf or whatever. It's like, he would shoot whatever kind of energy weapon out of it. I'm thinking like the tech, it looks like just a bunch of tubes, but it's some kind of fallen angel technology. The resonator or the part inside of it, the part we can't really figure out. If I went and connected a bunch of copper pipes together, it wouldn't do shit. But something else is going on in there. If in fact that's the case, you know what I mean? Like if that's actually how it looks, the weapon.
Do you know what the directed energy weapons, whether they affect humans, like human flesh? Do we know that yet exactly?
Sometimes it does. Like one of the firemen, he said he was in the building and he wasn't affected by it. Another guy said he was lifted up. Like, remember how you said a hurricane was lifting cars up and putting it on a fence? Someone claimed to be lifted off the pavement and sat down like 100 feet away or whatever, just gently landed on his feet. He didn't crash down. So I did hear about that, but then what A Plain Truth was saying, in those fires, like Paradise, people were incinerated in the cars. There was like nothing left of the body but ash. I don't know. It depends on what variety they're using. Like the campfire over there, it's maybe running at a different frequency, and then that would destroy humans. But the one on 9/11 didn't, because there were people in the area that didn't get harmed. Like even in the building, there was a fireman in the building. He's like, I heard the building coming down. I'm like, oh man, I'm dead for sure. And he goes, and I looked up and I could see the sky, meaning all the levels above him were gone. They turned into dust. None of the material slammed down on him and crushed him to death. What he was expecting, right? He was expecting the building, if it's coming down on him, he would have been smashed.
And right when that happened, that song "I Can See Clearly Now" starts playing.
Once the dust clears out. Gio, did you see that video I made about 9/11 where the building turned into dust? I just did like a screen record because I clipped it out of a couple. I did it on my tablet. It's like a half-ass video, but there was a guy.
The steel beams are just like dematerial. They're like turning to dust.
Okay, here we go. Oh my God, they put a September 11th thing on my video. Holy shit. Here, I'm gonna post it in your chat, and if you want to watch, it's only 5 minutes, but it's got Judy Wood and some other people talking, and then the guy that was he was a doctor. He was in his scrubs, like they were at their hospital garb, and he was going there to help people, and he was vlogging. He had a camera. This is before people did it on their cell phone, because this is pre-YouTube. So he had a camera. He's vlogging all this shit for whatever, and then when the building comes down, dude, it's silent. It doesn't. You don't hear boom, 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 boom. This is real time. Keep in mind. And the guy's like, I hope I live. I hope I live. And then he gets completely enveloped by dust, cloud of dust. I sped it up, but it was completely dark for 2 minutes. He was the air was completely opaque, filled with dust. You couldn't see anything. And he was just hiding behind a car. And then the dust clears a little bit, and he sees a fireman. He's like, hey, can I get a breath off your respirator thing? And he took a couple deep breaths because he was breathing that dust. The guy's probably dead if he inhaled all that dust. Oh, look at there. They do look at the resemblance of those two. The only thing happened is she lost a little weight, or gained a little weight. She gained a little weight and got older. That's the only difference.
Yeah, this footage from this video is very close footage. It's crazy.
That's rare, dude. That is rare footage right there, what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Did you see the building come down? It's 5 minutes long. I don't know if you watched the whole thing yet. Because he goes to the fireman said, stay away from any high-rise buildings. And then all of a sudden, after like seconds after he says that, here comes the building, but no noise. And you could see him filming it real time, that dust plume. There's a car that drove by, and you could hear the tires on the pavement. It's like, you hear that? Okay, drove by. So his microphone on his camera is picking up all the background noise.
I missed that because I was trying to get my headphones in. What were you saying about background noise?
Well, the tires. He's filming with like a handheld camera. Like, this is in 2001, so he wasn't live streaming. He was like vlogging. He had a camera, and he's recording everything. and he went by a fireman, like the chief. He's like, "Hey, does anyone need it? Is there anyone injured?" This is after the first building came down, and the fire chief is like, "Yeah, we might need some help. You know, the people are injured." He said, "But stay away from any high-rise building." So at least it seems like he knew something was going to happen because he warned the guy. He didn't want him like any innocent victims. Just stay away. And this guy was just coming there to give first aid because he was a doctor.
Mhm. So what's the story? What you're saying? What really happened compared to what we were shown?
Yeah, watch it. It's only 5 minutes, but it's like
Oh, did you post it?
I posted it in the chat. Yeah, and
Oh,
I just made this on my tablet. It's not the best quality, but I did like a screen record. And anyway, she said she was describing the different types of energy weapons, and then this guy, what he recorded that day. And I sped up the one section because there's like a dead spot of 2 minutes where it's complete darkness, the dust. You can see the dust coming at him. It's just rolling. Just like, he's like, "I hope I live. I hope I live. I hope I live." He was scared shitless, dude. But right before the building came down, a car drove by and you could just hear the tires like across the pavement. So meaning this building did not make a sound. It didn't slam to the ground, and it didn't go boom, 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 boom like each floor. That's what they said they heard. They're like, "Yeah, all I heard is explosions. Boom, 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 boom." People want you to think it was explosives because they don't want this. They don't want the true
right,
narrative out there that a
right,
weapon exists like this. So they have to
right.
cover another story. Like, what people think it's explosive, let's go with that. We just can't
Yeah,
admit this. Anything but the truth. So that's what
yeah.
they do.
So there was firemen in on it, and maybe even some of those deaths were life insurance collections. With the first responders, like that Pete
Dude,
Davidson's dad was supposedly one that went out that supposedly died in Twin Towers, and he got a Saturday Night Live role after that. I'm not saying that's the reason, but um,
Davidson?
Pete Davidson from Saturday Night Live,
Hmm.
his dad died in 9/11 supposedly.
Yeah,
He was a
I'm not
fireman, he was a first
familiar with that.
responder. You know
There-
who he
there-
is if you
I
anyway.
don't watch Saturday Night Live, so I don't know who that is.
Yeah, dude,
Anyway,
this footage definitely doesn't have explosives, just like you're saying. There's not like thermite explosives going off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the cover story. Then you think about like all the things we were shown, like the guy that like the reason that we supposedly have footage of this first plane going in is this guy walking up where there's that manhole cover, and like somehow he's walking up, he just happens to put his camera up there and see this plane flying into the first building. It's just and we have to realize now that that was also doctored to seem like just a chance occurrence of catching this supposed plane that went into the building, but it was just timed perfectly. So when the explosion happened, then they could edit that and put this CGI image of a plane going into the building in.
Yeah, here's a fireman, dude. On 9/11, right? Look at his helmet number. He's got a 666 on his helmet number. And the guy, this is one of the people that allegedly died. He was 33 years old. And his helmet is 6669.
Right.
Give me a fucking break, dude. I bet you any money, right? You could walk past this guy. He probably got a nice fat check. Yeah, he was 33. It's like, give me a break.
The thing is, though, like they still could have used thermite. It just wouldn't be in an explosive form. It would be like, because you know what? You know how thermite like burns very hot, and
Yeah, but it's too slow. It's too slow.
Right.
That is instantaneous. Like thermite, I've seen thermite react, and it's like it sizzles and does it's this is instantaneous. Even when they use explosives, explosives they travel at 25,000 feet per second. Now think about that, 25,000 feet in 1 second. So like 5 miles in a second, and this or like 6 miles in a second. No, wait, 5. Yeah, about 5 miles a second. But this, the thermite is slow as fuck, dude. Thermite does not go anywhere near that velocity. And that when they bring down a building, the timing is critical. If they use explosive, everything's to the millisecond. This beam has to cut a millisecond before this beam over here to make it fall right. So they have to cut them in a sequence. They cut the beam with an explosive charge with copper. There's like a copper shaped like a V, and the shaped charge actually creates a jet of metal that will slice through steel beams. That's how they do a traditional implosion, like a building explosion like that, where they bring it down. It's a very precise balance. So you could never do it with thermite. It's just way too slow, dude. Like slicing beams like that, it has to be high explosive, and you don't hear a high explosive.
Look at all this paper too. So much paper.
Yeah.
Why isn't that burning? It's
Dude,
so.
in
That's what
paradise,
Judy Wood talks about this too. Like the streets are full of paper.
I'll tell you why. Paper is not it's made from pulp, wood pulp, right? It's organic matter, just like people are organic matter. The paper was not affected by the weapon, but the stuff that was even like anything that was a solid material like steel, concrete, that was affected, but not the paper. It'd be like putting a paper plate in your microwave. Nothing happens.
You know what's freaky about that? Like, just kind of openly speculating, making links, but like the fact that like the whole well, just all the building materials are so synthetic. That's what I was gonna say. Just in general, like they've been pushing this like a lot because like this whole new architecture, like compared to what the old world seemed to have, this new architecture is made of all these synthetic materials. So did they make did they like push making the new buildings like the Freemasons out of the materials that they know the directed energy weapon can affect?
Oh, for sure. But it can affect any material like brick, stone. It affects all, even glass, steel, all those materials, man. There's different ways they can destroy them. Like the Crystal Palace was brought down with a fire. The what's the one? Notre Dame was brought down by what looked like a fire. What else? Like a lot of the buildings in California looked like a fire, but the grain silo in Lebanon, that where you see a flash of light and then a massive explosion, and then the after effect, like the aftershock or whatever you want to call it, creates secondary effects on the surrounding things, right? Like you could have an explosive energy pulse, and then the after effect is cars bursting into flames randomly. When I say flames, you know what I mean. We need another fucking word, dude. It's not flames or fire, but I don't have a word in my vocabulary to describe it. What's another word for fire? I mean, we have to come up with new words because it's not fire. It's something else, because fire would burn the paper. Fire would definitely burn the paper. And you know what's funny, Gio? She said you couldn't find any file cabinets. All those papers were kept in files. The file cabinet is gone, but the paper survived. Think about that. File cabinet gone, paper survived.
Yeah, this is crazy footage right here. This is like
it's a smoking gun, dude.
You know what you do? What it does sound like is like a whooshing. It's kind of it's like a whooshing sound.
Well, because dude, that's 100,000 tons of dust coming at them. You know what I mean? Yeah, the air is slowing it down as it falls through the air. It's slowing it down. That whoosh. Picture you had 100,000 tons of flour, and you opened a giant bag of flour and you poured it out, and the air is catching the flour. It's just swirling all that stuff, and it's kind of gently landing on the ground, burying everything in thick layers of dust. I feel bad for that guy, man. If he even survived that, like breathing that thick of dust. Could you imagine being like completely like buried in a cloud of dust that thick and trying to breathe for a couple minutes? I sped it up. It was at least 2 minutes of darkness because I was just recording it live on my screen. I didn't have a way to edit it. I didn't know how to edit the video clips together, so I just did screen records.
Do you have the original clip of this?
Yeah, it's in there. You mean the original video?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like 30 minutes long.
Is it in the? It's in the.
I could send it to your DMs because I don't want it to disappear off the internet. It's still on still on the internet. Yeah, that guy probably is a small hat. The guy with the 666 helmet. Probably a small hat. Underneath that hat, that fireman's hat is a yarmulke. Let me see if I got that to you. I'll send it to you. You know what? Can you save that? Save it on a hard drive so you got a copy of it because I still have the clip of it. Or the whole complete video.
Dude, the sound is insane, man. I clicked on one of the other links that was in the show notes, the Zoom Truth one, and yeah, it does seem to show the footage like with the better audio.
Did you see his video?
Yeah, this is the loudest like whooshing sound ever. It's definitely does not sound explosive though, like you're saying. There's not like bangs and pops and all of that. It's just like this incredibly loud swooshing sound.
Uh-huh. Crazy.
I do remember seeing this footage, but just I don't remember like, going through it like this with the audio up and stuff. Like I think I might have just seen a clip from it.
Here's one of the highway of death, dude, in Iraq. They were using these weapons. And you could tell the way these cars look. We've seen that before. I want to remove this video because I don't want it. I want to preserve it. And it might go away, if people talk about if it gets out there, it might go away. So I don't want it to go away. You were in Iraq, dude? Shit. Smoke? Oh man. Yeah, they had for whatever reason they wanted to fuck Iraq up twice, dude. They destroyed it twice. Two separate wars. And when I'm looking, I'm like, how did there was all these cars on the road and trucks and shit all destroyed. I'm like, oh my God. So I thought they were being bombed and shot with missiles, but then I start looking, I'm like, wait, where's all the craters from the missiles, like all the other shit? Like, why did these look suspiciously like the other ones that I've seen burned up? I mean, yeah, nobody can fight you if you're a superpower, if you've got this weapon. They say nuclear weapons, but this is the real nuclear weapon. This is what they're really using. And it is devastating. You got to understand, dude, that was in 2001. The guy is just using it like a handheld cheap Canon, probably one of those pocket cameras, like a Canon pocket camera. So it's not going to have the best sound quality. You know what I'm saying? In 2001, I don't know how many megapixels that camera was, or it was just a small camera for vlogging. Early 2000 technology. It might have even been like a tape, like a handy cam, like one of those old Sony handy cams with a tape in it. Because you know what? I think it was because they didn't really have too many cameras in that era that had huge, huge solid state memory for recording. They didn't have like really big chips back then, like your SD cards. They weren't like as big, nowhere near enough to record that much video on. It must have been a tape. Hey, Gio, did you watch the part where he's in total darkness? Are you watching like the full length? Where'd everybody go? Hey, Smoke, are you talking about Iraq? They were cold to the touch after they're burned up? No shit. What year was this? Was this the first Iraq war or the second one? 2003. Okay. And you know what? There was guys breathing that shit in Iraq. They said it was depleted uranium, but Galen Windsor was eating fucking uranium. It didn't hurt him. I think it was probably breathing like the 9/11 dust. You know what I mean? Like the same weapons in Iraq, you're inhaling all that toxic dust. And it's not the uranium. They want uranium to sound poisonous. It's really that other shit that do weapon dust. Glad you're okay, man. Yeah, the technology's there, man. I'm sure it comes in many sizes too, like drone size, hand, shoulder. I'm gonna see if I can find that guy. It was called, the guy called it a Tesla howitzer. I don't know where I put the video. It was an old video from like 12 years ago. They used it against a mosque in Iraq. Now, I'm not sure what part of the video. Let me see.
Who are you talking to? Because I can't hear anybody but you, Wolfgang. Ron. Do I have somebody muted?
No, I was just talking to anyone listening. There's no one really there.
Oh, I thought you were talking to somebody in
I'm
chat.
waiting for someone to get in the chat. I'm just talking out loud. So
Are you
get their
talking to
ass-
somebody responding in chat? I didn't see that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a guy, Smoke. Smoke was there in
Oh,
Iraq.
okay.
I'm reading his chat.
Got it.
Yeah. I wasn't having a conversation with myself.
No, I just thought I must have had someone muted because I wasn't looking at the chat.
Yeah. I'm like, where is everybody? It got eerily quiet.
Yeah, it's strange. Nobody wants to jump in. We went a little too far. We maybe said a little too much, or maybe just said a little bit There's a lot of
Well,
things
then
that people don't know about or think we're crazy to even think are true and
it's
all that kind of
it's
stuff.
5 a.m. too, so that might be the problem. It's like,
No, there's a ton of people in here, and they're just mute.
are there? Okay, maybe they fell asleep though. They're AFK. They're like,
Mm. Well, anyway, the ballers aren't participating for whatever reason because they're just going to say that we're nuts
whatever,
to think it wasn't what they told us. Maybe.
whatever. I don't
I
care
mean,
about
I don't know
ballers.
how much more evidence we need, like that it wasn't what they told us. I mean, it's beyond that. It's like there's no going with the narrative here for anybody really paying attention on this
Oh, I got
topic.
a screenshot. I got the screenshot of the weapon, dude. You want to see it?
Sure.
Check this shit out, dude. It I this came from that video I just posted. These are screenshots. I was pausing it as fast as I could, trying to get screenshots, and you could see like a little vortex type thing come. It looks like blue plasma, purple color plasma, and then it gets there almost instantaneous, and boom, you see a gigantic explosion. Oh, I'm sure they do use it on people, but there's different types. Like that we're talking, there's different types of this weapon. If you look close, you could see like the little spiral corkscrew behind it, like a comet or something. Melted puddles of fat. Holy shit. Dude, I seen people with burns like that in Iraq. They had the bandages, they're in the hospital, like people burned. Who knows what this is, dude? I don't know if it's even a fake, if he CGI'd this shit or whatever. It's an old video. It's 12 years old. This could be a fake footage. I don't know. Why are they blowing up a mosque? You know what I mean? You know what? Why are they blowing up any of these ancient buildings? That's probably an ancient building, that mosque. It has a dome on the roof. They want to destroy anything with a fucking dome on it. That's Tartaria right there. Domed roof. Yeah, it's a mosque today, but it's been repurposed. Like these buildings, they get repurposed. See, that's how they keep everyone divided too. Different religions. That's their divide and conquer. We all have different languages, different culture, and then the controllers always want us at each other's throat. And then they come in with their high tech weapons and destroy the whole fucking country. And they destroy our country too. They don't tell us what it is. They tell us it's a wildfire, but it's really them destroying shit.
Right.
So they're an undeclared war in the United States, Australia, Canada, anywhere they're using this shit.
Yeah, they keep us divided by, and this is a perfect example of it. Yeah, they get people separated by what they think the truth is about the situation. All right, so that's why they told us the truth on purpose in a just very controlled way, right? Like all of the people that were leading the 9/11 truth movement were also people on their side, meant to tell us only a little bit of the truth, a little bit, but then misdirect, like you were talking about with some of these stories about thermite and finding pools of it, and maybe that wasn't true at all. What was his name? David somebody, the guy that was like the leading 9/11 truth guy that everyone that it was always giving the speeches. David somebody, you know what I'm talking about, the guy with the glasses, a little older, gray hair. Anyway, yeah, the whole 9/11 truth movement was like also learned helplessness, right? Because if you realize that they're responsible for this, what are you going to do against powers like that can not only do what they did, but then tell you the truth about it, or and then or cover it up? Either way, it's like you can't fight that kind of power. So if you know about it, then you're not like it's not like it's gonna lead you to how to defeat these people. And anybody telling you the truth about it, like the Alex Jones or some of these guys, they're just telling us who our daddy is. They're not telling us how to actually do anything about it either. So that's the other part of it. You send out these shills to tell you the truth about some of these powerful people doing powerful things, but it gives them more power too, because maybe it's even blown out of proportion. But this one was quite an operation. I mean, man,
See, that's why I don't
still
sleep.
going on today.
I don't sleep. I mean, when you know this shit, and then like, who do I tell? Like, Geo's heard
And
it.
what good would it do if you could tell everybody?
Yeah, I mean, what good? I tell 5 people, 10 people. Who gives? What fucking good is that?
Right.
So I feel it's overwhelming. It's like, fuck, dude, this is people got these kind of weapons. They got their fake media narrative spin machine. It's like, how do I beat that? How do I beat all that? Like,
You can't.
No.
And that's why they tell you the truth on purpose, because they know if you find out how close to the truth you can actually
I don't think they do,
it's
man.
not going to make you feel like you have any kind of like in on it, or like
it gets
hope
worse.
for.
Dude, it gets scrubbed. All this shit is being scrubbed, man. When the loose ends come out, they scrub it up. They just get rid of it. Like they don't want that out there. It makes their narrative more difficult.
Well, they let it out there and then they scrub it up, because it's all about part of this. Well, part of this is about. I mean, they don't think they care what we know, because I don't think that they think we could do much about it. Because even if there was enough people finding out, they would, like, if there was some kind of movement, they would just like
mistakes on
hire
purpose.
somebody to go in and
Nobody makes them on purpose. It's what it is sometimes.
I don't agree. What about the 9/11 truth movement? Why aren't they talking about Judy Wood stuff?
You think they're infallible, dude? They're not.
No, I'm
infallible.
not trying to say that. I'm just saying that it's so brilliant that they told us the truth on purpose. Like, you're saying that they have this, like the firemen telling us there's explosions, boom, 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 but that never happened. That was the cover story.
That was misdirection. That was misdirection.
Right. So we were shown that on purpose, right?
That piece, yes, that piece. I'm saying some of the stuff that I'm telling you is not meant to be out there. They don't mean.
Maybe some of it isn't, right? Like
leaks.
the directed energy, like the Judy Wood stuff is the no. But the other stuff they were telling us on purpose.
She won't talk about that with the fires in California. She won't speak out about that.
She's probably been told not to.
She's been threatened, and the guy that wrote the book with her, co-writer, was killed.
Right.
So
so then why aren't they saying the same thing to the people that are telling us the truth about the other details?
The thing is, one guy got shut up, didn't he? He's dead. So it's like they do tie up loose ends. There was a guy from Rolling Stone. He was killed in that fake car accident. That he happened to put some information out there, and I forget his name, but he's crashed into a tree. You probably heard about it.
Yeah. Well, then there was the whole, like, maybe some of these politicians that were mailed a letter with the poison in the envelope and all that. What was it called? I forget the name of it. But yeah, maybe that was some truth to that. Maybe that wasn't true. I mean, there's so many different, like, partly true, completely false.
I don't trust anything the government tells us, dude.
Yeah,
if it comes
but
from
they're
them,
telling us partial truths on purpose to show us the power and have this whole truth movement, even leading us to where we are right now and talking about it, because they separate the generations this way. Like, they let the loose change and stuff be known by the generation that has the internet, and then they're trying to tell their parents who only watch the news and believe that about this, and it separates all of us for whatever reason. It's separating us right now, because I think they're making mistakes on purpose and you don't. To some degree, it's even separating us.
It roped them into a false narrative. Like, okay, they know that not everyone's going to buy the jets, the airplanes brought down abilities. They know there's a percentage of people that know that story's bullshit. So they give them a secondary official story. The secondary, plan B for the skeptics is thermite. That's plan B bullshit story. And then there's the third option that no one talks about. And that third option seems to like I see similarities of all these things like Geo was seeing from World War I, World War II, all these events. We're seeing the same patterns, pattern recognition, right? All we got to go with. And it looks like the same type of technology was used. That's all. I mean, what it is, who knows what it is, how it works, who knows? I don't know how it works. I just see the same effect. I'm looking at the after effect. What is causing this? Sure, they put stuff out there like, oh, the Crystal Palace burned down, right? It burned down. It's for I figured it out. I'm like, that looks like the same shit, man. It's the same stuff. Non-combustible materials burning. Okay. I've seen that before. Where have I seen it? Right here. And I'm not saying that they put it there on purpose. I just think that sometimes they and then when they get caught, the stuff goes missing. They scrub it off the internet, but they always have a misdirection.
Yeah, at least they, it's called revelation of the method. You know about that, right?
Yeah, but they use that in their predictive programming as well. But
sure. But then there's also, I think, some of these mistakes and some of the stuff is made obvious on purpose so that they have a reason to censor, right? It's like they're testing out the gates.
Dude, they got to ask permission, dude. They don't have to ask. They got us by the balls. They don't need permission to censor us.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they bait us. They bait us with obvious things. Then people make videos about it. Then they take the videos down and they get the operation going. It's like, this is allowed, this isn't allowed. We're going to allow this for this amount of time. It's about controlling information. They don't care what we know. They're not scared of us. They're not scared of a bunch of people finding out. That's not what they're scared of.
They do care.
On some points, they might care if it has to do with directed energy weapons or maybe some of the Judy Wood stuff. If it's leading us to possibly having free energy by using the same methods, they would care about that.
Want it mainstream.
But they intentionally put like the tire that doesn't match or the engine that doesn't match. I think they put those things out there on purpose so that then the whole thing gets misdirected in a different way too.
The thing is, they don't want this out, like certain information. But the thing is, if it's not mainstream, they allowed that channel where I got a lot of this from. They allowed his shit to stay up there, and he never spoke in the video. He never told you what was going on. You have to figure it out yourself. He just showed you it, and I'm like, oh my God, I know exactly what I'm looking at. And so did the rest of the people who watched it. But eventually YouTube they scrubbed his whole channel. He was giving out too much shit. They don't want it out there. Okay, let's just tie up these loose ends.
I'm not saying they don't care about anything. There's certain things that they give us on purpose, certain things they don't want us to know.
I understand,
but it's not because they're worried about a bunch of people finding out and overthrowing the government. That's for sure.
No,
they're not worried about that at all.
No one is overthrowing the government. Government dissolves.
Right. We agree on that. That's not what they're worried about at all.
No. The government dissolves. It's not an overthrow. When something dissolves, it loses all its credibility. Its power dissolves. The meaning
but that's also intentional. If that ever happens, I don't think there's ever been a revolution in the history of what we know of history. I don't think there's ever been a successful revolution. I think they've all been fake revolutions that are made to seem like revolutions to make people think they have the power, but it's always been controlled up the whole time so that they can transmute the society.
The new scammer. They're going to do the same thing. Let's say that happens here. Oh yeah, Donald Trump in the swamp, and they just have the next new swamp creatures take their place. I get it.
Exactly. Right. People have to feel like they had a little bit of a win so that trust comes back.
No, well, they stay back in the system. They revert back to the same prison system that they were in before with new leaders.
Right.
Hey, we overthrew it. Now we got new leadership at the prison level. We got a new warden, but you're still in the fucking prison. They don't get it, and they think they won. Hey, we won. See, it worked.
Like with Vietnam, people felt like they really got the truth out about that, and they had to like acquiesce to what the people decided, and and then the libs that came in and pushing the space program and all of that, which led right after that. Like the whole like space fantasy was tied into the yippies that became like rich off this scientism. You know, it's interesting.
Yeah, who knows how to get rid of these fucking roaches, man? There's so many layers to their game, dude. Their game is deep. And the thing is, they got let's say the whole government was replaced overnight, they would get their people back in. Even if you cleaned out all of it,
They
they would
own everything.
eventually
They own everything. They have all the
Yeah,
money. They own everything. They own all the land.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Maybe, I mean, that's why I think there's like, it's kind of strange to hear people say that they think, oh, it's just a matter of everyone finding out and then, you know, that they're going to lose control. And I think that's not the case at all, in my opinion.
All we
I
have
think
to
that,
do, if we all got together, if every one of us got together and stopped using and refused to use their money, we would win. Because then all of the money wouldn't matter anything. If we just got together and said, right, we're going to use pieces of plastic as paper now, or we're going to use just little rocks as paper, that's it. That's all we would have to do. But that's not
would
never
you
going to
accept
happen,
them?
because that
Let's
means
say
the whole world would have
if
to.
you had something valuable, and let's say you had a cattle, and I want to buy it, and I just go to the beach and grab a handful of rocks. Are you going to take the handful of
No,
rocks?
you
'Cause
don't understand, bro. The secret about money is that money is anything we agree to be money. You understand?
so
Right.
If we agreed
find
for that to
something
be money,
scarce.
But
We
without
find
the
something scarce.
without the communication, without the media that would be able to actually get that message out to enough people to make that difference, you would never be able to do that, because they would just subvert it and
I agree.
demonize it and put something that's louder than you in the way.
I agree, and that's what they do. That's exactly what they do.
Yeah.
The problem is all the stores are corporate owned stores, and they own these stores. So like you go to a Walmart or a Home Depot, and you want to trade with them, you got to use the currency that they want, which is a Federal Reserve bank note or a credit card. That's what they demand you use. There's no other way to do business with those stores.
Sure. And even like, again, I don't know how, I mean, that was part, like you mentioned, Oklahoma City. Part of the reason that they made it Timothy McVeigh, the guy that was the patsy for that, is so they could demonize militia groups, right?
Uh-huh. Oh,
And
dude.
anything that's on the internet that's like organized in any way that would be even close to being a threat, where people are getting information and all agreeing upon a plan, would be just completely thwarted so easily. They've got
Dude.
like their little markers on everything that's being said.
They did both sides of that psyop. In other words, the David Koresh that he had this
Yeah.
Waco, the Waco, Texas thing was a complete psyop. They used the same weapon
Yeah.
that we saw in the fire. That
Exactly.
fire, they said, oh, a
Waco.
tear gas canister caught fire. No, there was nothing left of that building at Waco but the gray dust that we see at the Hilton. That same kind of shit, and it had this rushing wind. The fire at Waco, it engulfed it so fast. That was a complete psyop. And then so was the after effect, the whole Timothy McVeigh domestic terrorism. That was complete bogus bullshit, dude. There was
Yeah.
no truck bomb whatsoever.
Right. And it's all about demonizing the people talking to each other in private, or having communities that actually work and are productive and are the answer to, depending on the government, to make our lives be or not be what they are. That's what they really don't want. They don't want us getting together and having peaceful societies that aren't dependent on them.
That's what the lockdown was for.
Yep.
Keep us away from each other, make us be scared of speaking to each other.
Yep. Exactly.
You know what? That happened in Hong Kong. The people were rising up. And over there in Asia, the people always wore a mask over their face. They were scared of contracting an illness.
Yeah.
They did it on their own. They would wear it on their own because they were scared to breathe something in because they believed the psyop. And that kept
Right.
them
Well,
from going on the
same here.
streets.
Same in every state. There's same in
That's
every
not why
country.
they had
Everybody's
masks in
still
Hong
wearing them.
Kong, bro. The reason why they had masks in Hong Kong is because they don't want to be photographed by the government. Because what happens is, if you
Oh,
get
that's interesting.
photographed at a protest in Hong Kong, then you go home and sleep, and then suddenly you get a knock on your door at night, and then they
Well,
take
that
you, and
too.
no one will find you again.
It's that too. It's that too. But they were coming on the street until they thought there was an invisible enemy they were scared of, more scared than the government. They were more scared of breathing the invisible enemy, and that actually deterred them. That the protest kind of died out right around that time. But I'm
I
saying
agree.
even before this, when you had bird flu, way before this, and you see people. They would show clips of people in China and different Asian countries wearing a mask on their face because they were scared to breathe something in. They're like, "Oh, the air is dirty in China. The people wear masks." It could work for particulates, like soot. If there's soot in the air and you wear a mask, it protects your lungs from the soot, but it's not going to protect you from an invisible pathogen.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to get away with it again. Not that they have anything like again that we could do anything really to stop it. But now that they've announced that there's like businesses in New York that were robbed too many times from people wearing masks, I don't know if they're going to be able to make that a requirement again. You know, how would they? You know, because all you have to do is say, "Look, I'm not wearing a mask, and you know, I'll be seen as a crook, or I'm
It
not going to
used to
have my
be
business
illegal.
have people with masks, and I'll get robbed."
It used to be illegal to wear a mask on your face just for that
Yeah.
point. If you're trying to
Yeah.
rob someone.
So I'm so glad that at least that was an issue that is now seeming like it may thwart future mask wearing requirements.
You know what
We
put
should
that
have
to rest?
taken the opportunity and robbed as many banks as we could.
You know what put
Yeah, I
that to
bet.
rest is the parents. The parents had enough because the children were complaining they couldn't breathe. Like, you know, they remember the waterboarding, that whole waterboarding incident. You put a wet cloth on your face or a wet mask, and you exhale all the breath. It clogs that mask and it suffocates. It makes you feel like you're waterboarded. And they're doing that to
Well,
these poor school children, little school children, 5, 6 years old, right? And they got to suffer all. And the parents had enough. They would come home. I don't want to wear a mask. And the parents finally grew a backbone and said, "No, I don't want a mask on my children." They got
well, the
together.
people that were stupid enough to wear it in the shower were actually waterboarding themselves. I
Well,
don't know
I'm
if
just
that's
saying,
true, but I heard about it. Yeah, I did. Wearing a
you know
mask in
what's
the
funny?
shower.
I seen people in their car by themselves wearing a mask with
I know.
rubber gloves and a mask in their own car. They're afraid of their own breath.
Yeah. Did you see that? Did you watch that video? I think it was Media Bear that did that. I wear my mask in my car.
Is it a joke, a meme?
Oh no, it's a video. Oh, you haven't seen that one? That's hilarious. It was a remake of the song "I Wear My Sunglasses at Night."
Oh, okay. You know what? I
Hilarious.
never wore a mask during that whole psyop. I never masked up. I never did it. If anyone said something to me, I ignored them. Like,
Yeah.
"Excuse me, sir, you got to put a mask on." I'm like, "Yeah, whatever," and I just walk right by them. No one ever stopped me. I guess, different parts of the country, the people, the only place like I actually got harassed by this bitch at an auto parts store, and I'm like, "Fuck you, cunt." And I went to the other store, and I had a lot of stuff to buy. I spent over $400, so I went right to the other auto parts. It was like a block away, and I did my business with them. And I went in there, and the dude wasn't wearing a mask. I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I'm going here, dude. This is where I'm gonna spend my." So it was O'Reilly Auto Parts, and then the other one was Advanced Auto Parts. So I went to Advanced, and they were cool. I'm like, "Yeah, this is." I mean, it's a fucking auto parts store, dude. You're working on dirty, rusty cars. You're breathing dirt and rust. You're gonna wear a fucking mask in the store? Get the fuck out.
I just sent you that video, but I'll post it in the live stream and take it down because I don't know if this is something that's not allowed.
You send it to me?
Yeah. There's a lot of funny videos about the pandemic that remakes. They do a really good job with the music, man.
Oh, I got a funnier
Spot
one than
on.
that, dude. You probably seen this guy. This is hilarious. I
If
don't want
anybody
to.
wants it, click on it because I'll take it down in a minute. I wear my face mask in my car.
Oh, this is not that. This he don't say that at all, but it's just what he did. It was funny.
That's somebody else.
Yeah, yeah, it's another video.
Yeah, there was a bunch of good ones. The absurdity of it is just so obvious. I don't know how anyone can't see it.
Yeah, this one is funny. It doesn't have a lot of views, so it's only got 2,000 views, but pretty. I sent it to you, so I'll put it in the chat.
Cool.
I don't think anything's wrong with this video. He doesn't name anybody or whatever. It's just He's making fun of the people that are being ridiculous.
There's another good one here. Masking alone now. I'm masking alone now. Doesn't
What the
seem to
guy did,
be anyone around.
he took the mask and he cut the complete. He just left the outer circle around his mouth. So he's got a
Yeah.
toothpick in his mouth, and he's got a roll of toilet paper around his neck with like a rope through it. He's like, it was so funny, dude. He walks into the store. He's got because people were hoarding toilet paper, so he's like wearing toilet paper like it's bling bling, like it's a gold chain, and he's got the thing around his mouth. It's just hilarious. His
There was
sarcasm.
the mask that opened up. Have you seen that? Like the mechanical one that would open up, let you eat food.
Oh yeah, someone's eating.
Yeah.
Someone's eating.
Yeah.
It just opens up like a clam
People
shell.
were like literally sitting there, like taking a bite and putting their mask back on. Oh my god! The powers that be must have just been laughing their asses off.
It's
No
mind
way.
control, dude. But this guy didn't
Yeah.
buy it, dude. The guy with the cutout. He's like, okay, he's wearing a mask. The point of what he's doing is completely. It's so true. Like, let's say you did have a mask, right? A paper mask around your face. It's not hermetically sealed, right? If we're talking about like a pathogen that's microscopic, any little crack, even the cloth itself, it would go right through the cloth itself or the paper mask, whatever. It would travel right through it like it's not even there. But especially the cracks around your face, the little gaps in
Oh yeah,
between.
it's so stupid.
It's so
The mask
pointless.
actually increases. The mask increases the chance of getting the pathogen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
And to think how many masks they sold, dude. They sold so many of those masks. At first, they were all sold out. Everyone's trying to buy them. They're paying like enormous amounts of money for disposable masks. People, you know what I mean? They're just stupid. All hand disinfectant, hand sanitizer, rubber gloves.
Boxes of it from the hospital. Masks. I stole like 3 boxes of it from the hospispital.
Well, those
They were
blue
worth
ones
gold.
did have little black threads, man. I looked in very close on those things. I don't know if it was little nano threads, but those black threads were in there. I didn't put them on heat or anything, but I still saved it. I saved one in plastic to check it out at some point. But you've seen those videos where like those little nano threads were like actually moving when you put heat on them, like little robot black threads inside all the blue masks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
Yeah, those surgical masks. I
Yeah.
seen how they were being made. It like people putting them on a dirty floor in India. They're sewing them together. They're working barefoot in a sweatshop. There's just people sewing these things together, sending them to us. Like, yeah, here's your blue mask, your surgical mask made in this filthy environment. People on the dirt floor with bare feet. It's like it
Right?
was just filthy environment.
Did you see this one I just put in the chat? The guy that wore the mask, like it was a mask that looked like it was his face. So people would come up to
Oh
him and
yeah,
say something.
weird.
It's got the perfect little smirk on it too. It actually makes him a better looking guy than without it.
Right.
Isn't
The
that
funny
funny?
thing is, the people at the store, like stocking the shelves, they were wearing the mask like a chin strap. They didn't
Oh
want to
yeah.
have it. They didn't, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, and the managers at the store didn't really give a fuck. Like over here where I'm from, yes, there was during the height of that fear porn, a lot of people, I would say 95% would wear it, but there was like maybe 5 or 6 people in the store out of 100, and I would always talk to them if they didn't have one. I'm like, oh, so you're not buying this bullshit? And it was refreshing that there was at least a handful of people. So if there's 100 or 200 people in the whole store, and there's me and like 2 or 3 other people, it did feel odd to me. It felt like I was in another world, but at least there was a couple other normal. And to see
Right.
the people that work there not wearing it, it made me happy. Dude, good on you.
Right. Yeah. It was like when they actually officially stopped it, and like there was like that day, it was like literally felt like being let out of prison because you weren't going along with it, so you felt no matter where you go, you're going to be looked at like weirdo for not wearing the mask.
And
And
you know what? You do see occasionally, very rarely do you see one person wearing one, but it was good that it went away, but it's all been swept under the rug so quickly. Like immediately after, when they say, "Oh, you don't need to wear a mask," a war breaks out in Ukraine. They have another
yeah,
crisis, and no one hears a peep about this shit. All this shit we went through just gets swept under the rug like it never fucking happened. Oh,
right,
never mind that 2 years of fucking misery. That's all gone. We got something else to talk about. Now we got a debt
right.
crisis. There's another fucking crisis. That whole fucking event is like it never fucking happened.
Yeah,
Forget about
they
that.
decided that okay, it's not contagious anymore. Don't worry about the mask.
Yeah, well, it's
wait a
just
minute, that's not the way it would happen. If there was a reason to wear a mask, it wouldn't be like okay, one day it's fine and the next day it's okay. You know, like one
but
day
as
you
long
need a
as they
mask
don't
and the
talk
next day you
about it,
don't. And
as long
people
as they
that
don't
have
talk,
sense in their
everyone,
minds aren't questioning it now. Like
everyone
you
will
know, come on.
forget about it. That's what I mean. They're worried about the next. Oh, there's a debt crisis. Oh no, the debt ceiling. Da da da.
Right, right.
Default. There's there's one crisis after the next. I'm like, that's how they got away with it. They just changed the fucking topic and it goes away. It just went
Oh
away.
yeah,
No one's talking about it.
they still had the requirement for it, and then they would have like games, like sporting events where people are like packed into each other, like in those little small seats, totally like packed stadium of people not wearing masks. But then when you go to the store that's across the street from the stadium, you're required to wear a mask.
Well, not anymore, but I mean, I
No,
was
back
watching
then.
NBA
Yeah,
playoffs, and it was refreshing to see people without the stuff on their face, the
yeah.
mask. But the year before that, when like almost nobody was in the seats, and then the people that were wearing a mask, except for the players. The players didn't wear it, and on the bench they did. You see the players on the bench; they would wear something on their
Oh yeah,
face. Some of them,
yeah.
but the audience, there'd be sparsely populated audience because people were scared to go to those events. They're scared to go to the movie theater, scared to go to a sporting event, but they would wear their mask like, "Oh, this will protect me." And
Dude,
just bizarre. It
that
was so
there was some
bizarre.
crazy. I mean, there was like beyond just the kids having to wear it all day at school. I drove by my old high school and when I was back home, and dude, they had the kids doing drills, exercise drills with their masks on, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's not. It could have. You're suffocating the children.
Oh, dude, it was just I couldn't even believe it.
You know what? I used to have to do work, like if I went in the attic to work with insulation and it's hot in the attic, and the mask is like those paper disposable masks they're so bad when you get sweat in them from exhaling and from sweating. And I was, crawling through the attic is very, it's hot as fuck, so you're sweating. That's such a miserable thing to do. So what I got is the cartridge kind for doing like I don't want to breathe insulation, so I have like a respirator and it covers my eyes and everything. It's like a gas
Yeah,
mask.
you get out of breath very easily, right?
Yeah, if I was working out, I mean, just crawling,
Yeah,
I'm not exerting myself too much, but it's so hot in there, it wears you out quick because you can't breathe. It's like
yeah.
even though I have
Can you
I'm like,
imagine running? They were doing like sprint drills back and forth with their masks on.
they'll
I was just
pass
like,
out.
this is insane. Like, there's some lawsuits. So in the waiting for this, like, I can't believe that's why they had to have it be like, they had to have complete, protection, all of these
That
things. I don't know if they
that
do, but
mask,
it seemed like there was some kind of
that
inability to sue.
wearing the mask made people more sick. You have this
Oh
sweaty
yeah,
bacteria and shit,
yeah.
and
The hypoxia.
yeah,
I mean, and the kids were like, like wearing the same thing all day long. Like they can barely keep their clothes on. Like my sister's a teacher. She's like, they can barely even keep their clothes on. Them keeping a mask on with their runny nose all day long, and they were also tested on a regular basis, like weekly,
yep. It all. You know what
whatever
brought it
that test
about?
is. I
It's
mean,
just
it's just so, oh God, it
the
was such a
parents
crime to.
grew a backbone and they spoke up, and then it went away. And thank God it went away because I was sick. I was way, way, way sick of that whole psyop. It lasted way too fucking long.
Oh,
I
dude.
didn't think it would last that fucking long. I was thinking just a couple months, but man, that was a rough period.
And they're still talking about having this be like, like some kind of like mandatory thing in the future.
No. Fool me
I don't
once,
think they
shame
could
on
get away
you.
with it.
You know what else happened? People with the flight attendants getting in fights with the passengers, like trying to force them to wear it, and they're like, "Fuck you, I'm not wearing it." And like they had to turn them into bouncers. And like, look, we don't want to try and make our flight attendants bouncers. This is not cool. I mean, the people at the top don't give a fuck about the employees, but maybe the next level of management right above them does. Like, look, man, I don't want my employees to have to do this. They didn't sign up for this. And they lost a lot of employees when they started like mandating the special sauce, right? They're like, "Hey, you guys got to take the special sauce," and they're like, "No, we don't. Fuck you." And then he couldn't find enough workers.
Yeah, it never should have gone that far. In fact, all you got to do is look at the history of any of these kind of things going on in the past and find out what actually happened or what seemed to actually be the case. And it never should have happened. And I mean, if people were just taking 5 minutes to look into any of this.
What they did is they pushed the pendulum too far until it swings back and knocks them on their ass. So they keep pushing, and it swings back. Okay, I think we pushed too far. Here it comes. They get the blowback, and then they stop pushing.
Yeah,
But
or
they
like,
want
we're just going to keep doing this until they actually push back, and then we'll stop.
right.
But if they don't push back, then we're going to keep doing it.
They'll keep boiling the frog. Yeah, they'll keep
Yeah.
boiling your ass. They're like, okay, this is getting too hot. Let's back off. Because at the end of the day, they do not want things. They don't want to lose control. They push it right up to that spot where they're about to lose it, and they're like, okay, we still have to maintain our control because it'll get unpredictable for them. Things could get very unpredictable. They don't necessarily want that. They want complete. They don't want total chaos. They want it to be somewhat controlled chaos. They want chaotic, but they want to be able to still control it.
Yep. That's it,
And what better way is to make your own psyop like that January 6th psyop? They know most of the people there are just docile. They're not there violent. The only violent people were the people they put in the crowd. Their agents caused to stir the pot.
Yeah. And then they have people that are put in place to seem like they're telling you the truth about this stuff, after the fact, or after it's too late to do anything about the damage. The collateral damage is still there, but they have to, like, again, they're going to have to save face and say, okay, the people that were responsible for this, they're not going to be able to do that to us again. We're gonna make sure that you're protected from here on out.
Well, it just moved on to the next crisis. They moved on to another one. And before this, dude, look how many illnesses they had: bird flu, Zika virus, SARS. They had all these disease. Like every other year, there was a different one, and it was always coming out of Asia somewhere, right? It's like it happened for a long time before this one. I remember like every other year there was a new strain of something.
Yep. It was all implanting the idea that there's something that could actually be the one. Oh, that's not the one. Oh, this is it. Oh, that's not the one.
Dude, 1909, going back to then, it looked like some kind of fake epidemic, pandemic, whatever, back then, and the people were wearing a cloth mask on their face, like a cotton mask, a white cotton mask. 1909, and they were also handing out special sauce, dude, even back then.
Yep. And that's where the real damage was done. Same exact way.
Right. Someone actually fought them in court over this. It was a Swedish man and his son. They're like, hey, they were trying to force him by the state, the government, force him to take the special sauce. It's like, no, we did it before and it made us sick and we don't want to do it. And then they made him pay a penalty, like a fine. It was a margin. It was like $5 or $10, but he still was, and that was a lot of money back then. That was like $500 today's money, but they made him pay a fine to refuse it. It's like, what kind of shit is this?
Yep.
Your job, you will take this or you will lose your job, like those truck drivers. And thank God there's a couple people with a backbone, but they had to go through a lot of hardship. Like doing that caused them a lot of hardship. And that's why a lot of people they don't want to like lose their job or whatever. and fall behind on their bills or get evicted or whatever, it's very difficult for them to stand up against this. Because without a paycheck, they're kind of fucked. You lose one paycheck, no stimulus checks for them, whatever, you get put on the bad boy list. I don't know. I hope we could resolve this, but it just seems like I don't know how we get enough traction. We need to reach more people somehow, but I don't know how.
Well, I
I've
don't think that,
tried.
like I was saying before, I don't think that more people finding out is going to be any
No, it
more
doesn't
or
hurt,
less.
man.
Well, no,
Doesn't
I
hurt.
think it doesn't hurt, but I think we've already solved it, and that we just know that no matter who's in power, even if they're saying they got rid of the people that did this, even those people are also probably the same people, and they're just
But
acting like they got rid of those people. So
they
we might
need
as well just
secrecy.
depend on each other a lot more and communicate with each other and actually build, find out ways to not be dependent on the larger system. Don't expect them to be like, oh, you got us. Now you got us. We're going to tell you the
No,
truth. That's
what I'm
never going to
saying is
happen.
that the system requires secrecy. Now, if we don't allow them to ever maintain secrecy like this, they have top secret programs, right? They
How is
have
that ever
leak
going to be? How are you ever going to do that?
because people won't tolerate it in the new system. The new system
What?
will have to be reformed
So the
to a
new
certain.
system's controlled by people that don't own the system?
No. What you're gonna have to do is deconstruct it and not have a centralized government. You can't have a federal centralized
Yeah, but to
government.
get the power to make that even implemented, you would have to be the people in power to do that.
Well, guess what? There's the people in the military and the police are the ones they require to be the strong men to implement their plans. If you don't have those people on your side, you can't force your will on the people. At the end of the day, power comes from the barrel of a gun. If you don't have the men on your side that hold the guns, you can't do this. The system does not work. In
What,
other
you're
words,
saying that the military is going to be on the people's side and
I
then go
said
against the government?
cops, the
What?
police.
What about the police?
That's their strongmen. It's not the military. It's the
What?
police. At the end of the day,
What?
if they,
It's the military. It's easily the
Good.
military.
The
it's
police
all of
are
them.
they
It's all of
they put the military in place of the police when things get really fucking
Okay,
serious.
but you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Those are people, right? Those are people that could be your dad, that could be your brother. And if they don't buy the bullshit, they're not going to follow the orders. The order followers don't follow the orders. They don't have power. If they know,
Dude,
when the followers know what we're talking
they
about,
don't. I bet a lot of them don't buy the bullshit, but they go along with it anyway because they know they need a paycheck.
no, I don't think they do. At a certain point, there's a line in the sand that they don't do it.
You know that most police officers are like brothers of the Masonic Order. You realize that, right?
All of them are, dude. They're all fraternal
So
order.
then why do you think that they're gonna like?
Because they don't know, dude. You think they're high level Masons? You think that the little fucking Mason low level guy knows what's going on? He don't
Well, then
fucking know.
why would they rebel if they did know what's going on?
There's a thing. There's a line in the sand. Let's say you are. Let's say you were a
So you're saying the
Freemason.
cops are gonna fight the military and win? Is that what you're saying?
Who said there's two separate sides, dude? They're all one side. It's the
Right.
general
Okay.
public. How is that? Like, you put on a military uniform, you're not part of the country anymore. You're not part of the people.
Right. I didn't thought you said it's the cops, not the military, that are going to save us.
It's all of the people that work for the government, not just them. Not just them. I said at the end of the day, the power comes from the end of a gun. If they have no gun to force on the people, right? If they got no one to strong arm the people, how do they maintain control?
Well,
You're telling
then
me
why would they not have anyone to strong arm the people? Like they would get all of the cops are going to get together and somehow not strong arm the people all of a sudden. I don't know. And plus, the guns don't worry. They're not worried about guns like we talked about. They have the directed energy weapon. So
Plus, I think the thing you said before is right in your perspective, which is my mic okay? Can you hear me?
a little bit shitty, but I can hear you. It sounds kind of
Okay.
grainy.
I think if you had like a massive overthrow and you had people in the military and the police going, oh, we're not going to stand for this anymore, you're still going to end up with a centralized system of government.
Maybe
You're still going to go
not.
back. And you're gonna, I think your perspective's right. We'll all pat ourselves on the shoulder and we go, "Oh, we got rid of those lying bastards. Good, the problem's gone, man." And
If you
then go back straight into the same thing.
if you implement the same government that's structured top-down power structure, you're fucked. You're guaranteed fucked, right?
But how do you
That's
get
called insanity. You're repeating the same insanity. What I'm saying is you'd have to restructure, not a top-down government. If you have a top-down government, you'll always live in tyranny. You can't have
But
that.
who's going to be in? Who's
what
going to
if-
ever
what
take
if there's
charge
not-
to be in, to say that we need to restructure? They have to be the same people that made the structure. It would just be them admitting to something on purpose.
What I'm saying is, would you, if you, the way how someone's chewing something. Okay, so
Sorry.
what you know now, and what I know, I wouldn't accept any kind of government structure like that. And if enough people felt the same way as me, then there would be no option for them to implement that. It would have to be something different at a small scale level, community governance, right? Just community governance, not even a state telling you what to do, like a state governor. None of that. No centralized state or federal. It would be the
So
people
what
to
would that look like in real terms, in terms of like, are you still going to have trains that run through different counties and states? Are you still going to have a currency that spans the entire current United States? Or is it like if you drive your car to Kansas, you need to get an import permit for your car and switch all your cash to
none of that.
Kansas
None of
dollars?
that. You're open to freely travel, and the thing is, like, there would be no overarching government, and we would come up with a currency that the people accepted in different states. You could use
how-
like gold and silver.
How would you ensure that you're free to openly travel? Surely the people from Kansas can go, "We don't want people coming in here. We're autonomous. We're bottom-up
Who's to
government. We
stop
don't
'em?
like them outsiders."
Who's to stop them? They did it before. People did it before. They passed through. As long as you cause no problems, people welcome you.
No, I mean, if the people in any area don't want you coming in, surely your system is designed that they are able to say that.
Thing is, people do.
Constitutional right to travel is gone. Right?
They've done it before. People have done it before. As long as you're not causing problems, they welcome you. It's like, oh, hey, how you doing? Do you need, like, the shopkeeper's going to sell you stuff. The restaurant's going to sell you stuff. They welcome people passing through.
But there's examples in the past of countries and regions doing the opposite. Japan's a great example. Japan completely banned all foreign trade, foreign influence, any of that stuff. Just said you cannot come in. I think except for the Dutch, and they were the Dutch were allowed to come into a tiny little port and they had to stay within there, and they had restaurants and brothels and stuff.
The people will decide what they tolerate. If you're a place that wants no outsiders, then you have no outsiders. You go around that town.
Okay.
If you're not welcome there, you don't go where you're not welcome. You just go to the next town.
So would it be okay as well?
Huh?
Would it be okay as well for those people to go, actually, we three states, I can't name three contiguous states, but this little patch of 3 or 4 states in America go, actually, we do want to centralize our government. We recognize the efficiency of it, or we want to be able to project more power, so we recognize the value of combining 3 armies. And then they go back
to each their own. But what I'm saying, you can't force it on anyone. If they want to do that, that's fine with me. If they want to repeat the same mistakes, let them do it. But I think that it's folly to repeat the same system. The same system is that you're implementing slavery. A representative government will never represent you, right? You think you elect a representative to represent you? It's always going to represent the elites. It is a fool's game to do this. Hey, he's my representative. If you believe that shit, you might as well get a lobotomy right fucking now. Just take your last brain cell if you believe that's a viable solution. And that's what they rely on. They're like, a system of self-determination, that's just chaos. That's anarchy. Well, anarchy just means no governance. It doesn't mean chaos. It means no rulers. And the people that are ruling over you, they want that to sound like chaos. They don't want that thought to cross your head. Self-representation. Oh, that's chaos. You need a representative government. That way we can control the handful of people that are supposed to represent you. We can control them because they're just a small amount of people. But if everyone could speak for themselves, that would be like herding cats. They don't like that. They don't like a bunch of individuals. And when left to their own devices, most people get along just fine. You have if you don't get along in this town, you go to the next town. Even like the Amish people, they got different Amish villages. If you don't like this village, move to the next one. There's different villages they can live in, or whatever you want to call them, little communities.
Sorry, I could hear a bit of that answer, but I could hear a bit of it, but it cut out. The question I was asking about the invasion is because I think a centralized government exists everywhere is because it's more powerful. Small independent states generally get crushed by larger ones with bigger armies. Like I'm in Greece now, heading towards Sparta, and that is the story of Athens and Sparta. These two cities that were sometimes friends and sometimes at war, but they just commanded these giant areas, all of which were independent and run in the same way you described. But because they couldn't organize large armies, they just got crushed.
I heard that psyop. Yeah, that's the storybook that the elites tell us, right? They needed to unify. Even the Romans, the Roman army, they brought peace. They brought, right, the Roman period. Now, I think those are the controllers. The controllers were the Romans, or not necessarily, but the people that they called that. That's who's still in control today.
Hang on. So what's the alternate then? That Spartans weren't warriors that enslaved people?
We don't know. We don't know any of that. Like what I'm saying is the whole story could have been fabricated. Like all this stuff, Julius Caesar. Like we don't know that that's true just because someone put it in a book and claimed it as such. We don't know that that's true history. It's easy for the controllers to push any narrative they want, like George Washington,
Okay.
Abraham Lincoln. Like I cannot, I wasn't around in that period, and I don't trust any of them. And if George Washington was a Freemason, like the writings of George Washington are beautiful. I'm like, wow, this man was brilliant. And I read his stuff. I'm like, I agree with what he's saying. This is a brilliant design, but maybe he was fabricated. This noble man, he's a Freemason. He could have been king, but he chose not to be. Like all this stuff, very selfless person. I question all of it. I just don't buy any of their stuff. Like even the Spartan narrative, like these warriors. I know the Ephesians, and they would battle, but they didn't unite, and they were attacked. Don't know, man. Don't know if any of that's true. I know they made a movie, The 300. Like they made movies about it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true.
What about
At the end, at the end,
the Canaanite?
I couldn't hear you. Roboted out. See, that is the narrative. They want to keep control us with fear that you don't have a centralized government. Russia will attack you. China will attack you. Who will protect you? You need the government to protect you. You need daddy government to protect you from this evil force, this evil enemy that will surely annihilate you if we weren't here. Because look what happened in ancient Greece. You don't want to be them, so you need us. In reality, I have no problem with Chinese people or Russian people. did an all-nighter. Fucking, I'm gonna go to sleep, guys. It's like 7. What time is it actually? It's 6 o'clock.
I'm watching Gordon Maxwell interview Zachariah Sitchin's. It's a great interview because Sitchin's is really old, very considered, and very Christian at this point. But he's explaining Genesis in a universe heliocentric model.